Recorded Books and RB Digital present The Sixth Wicked Child by J.D. Barker. Narrated by Eduardo Ballerini and Graham Winton. This program concludes with a note from the author. From Sign of the Times by Harry Styles. Welcome to the final show. Hope you're wearing your best clothes. From Another Brick in the Wall by Pink Floyd. Daddy, what else did you leave for me? Daddy, what'd you leave behind for me? Chapter 1. Trey. Day 5, 5:19 a.m.
Hey, shithead! This look like a fucking bed and breakfast to you?
The voice was gruff, gravelly. At this hour it had to be a cop, security guard, or maybe just an angry homeowner. Whoever it was, Trey Stouffer didn't move within the folds of the musty quilt. Sometimes when you're still enough, they go away. Sometimes they get bored. The boot came again, fast, hard, direct hit to the stomach. Trey wanted to shout out, to grab the leg and fight back. Didn't, though. Remained perfectly still.
God damn it, I'm talking to you!
Another kick, harder than the last, right in the ribs. Trey grunted. Couldn't help it. Pulled the quilt tighter.
Do you have any idea what you and your friends do to resale value when you camp out here? You scare the kids half to death. The older folk won't leave the building. They shouldn't have to step over a piece of garbage like you just to run to the store.
Homeowner, then. Trey had heard it all before.
Do you know what I'm doing out here at 5 in the morning while you're taking a nap? While you're all snug on our front stoop? I just got off a 10-hour shift at Delphine's Bakery. Did 12 hours the night before in that devil's asshole of a kitchen. Gotta go back in another 10. I do that to pay for this place. I do that to contribute. You'll never catch me living on the streets like you lazy shits. Get a damn job. Make something of yourself.
At 14, there was no work. Not the legal kind. Not without some kind of parental consent. And that was never going to happen. Trey braced for another kick. Instead, the man grabbed a hold of the quilt and yanked it away, tossed it to the side. The quilt landed in a slushy puddle of half-melted snow at the base of the steps. Trey shivered, coiled up, ready for another kick.
Hey, you're a chick. You're just a kid,
the man said, the anger dropping from his voice.
I'm really sorry. What's your name?
Tracy, she said. Most people call me Trey. She regretted the words the moment they left her lips. She knew what happened whenever she talked to one of them. Best to keep her mouth shut, stay invisible. The man knelt down, a paper sack dangling from his left hand. He wasn't very old, maybe mid-20s. Heavy coat, brown hair tucked under a navy blue watch cap, hazel eyes. Whatever was in the sack smelled delicious. He caught her looking at it.
Trey, my name is Emmett.
Are you hungry? She nodded, knowing this too was a mistake. But she was hungry. So hungry. He reached into the paper sack and took out a small loaf of bread. Steam floated from the crusty surface through the icy Chicago air. And for a moment, Trey forgot about the bitter wind coming off the lake, howling through the street each time it kicked up. Her stomach gurgled, loud enough for both of them to hear. Emmett tore off a piece of bread and handed it to her. She devoured it in 2 bites, barely bothering to chew. Possibly the best bread she'd ever eaten. Do you want more? Trey nodded, although she knew she shouldn't. Emmett let out a breath. He reached out and stroked her cheek with the side of his pointer finger, drifting from her face to her neck, slipping beneath the collar of her sweater. Why don't you come inside with me? You can have all the bread you want. I've got more food, too. A warm shower, a comfortable bed. With both arms, Trey slammed the man in his shoulders. He had been precariously balanced, kneeling down on one knee like that, and he wasn't prepared for the blow. He rolled backward. The sack tumbled from his hands, and his head slammed into the metal railing of the building's staircase.
You little bitch!
He shouted. Before he could get up, Trey was on her feet. She grabbed the paper sack, scooped up her backpack, and raced down the 5 steps, snagged her quilt, and took off down Mercer. He wouldn't chase her. They rarely did. But sometimes,
"Stay the hell away from here! I catch you again, I'm calling the cops!"
When Trey did risk a glance back, Emmett had stood, gathered up his things, and was pushing through the door into the building. Even from this distance, she imagined she could feel the warmth of that hallway. She didn't slow until she reached the gates of Rose Hill Cemetery. At this hour they were locked, but she was thin, and a moment later she had wriggled through the wrought iron bars to the other side, pulling her backpack and quilt behind her. Chicago had its share of shelters, but she'd gone that route before. At this hour they'd be locked tight. They all locked their doors somewhere between 7 p.m. and midnight, and none would admit you after hours. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. They'd be full. Sometimes the lines started as early as noon, and there was never enough room. Besides, Trey felt safer on the streets. There were Emmets everywhere, especially in the shelters, and the only thing worse than running into an Emmett on the stoop of some building or in an alley shielded from the wind was being locked overnight in a shelter with one, sometimes more than one. Emmets tended to stick together and hunt in packs. Trey wasn't afraid of the cemetery. After 2 years on the streets, she'd slept in them all at least once. Rose Hill was one of her favorites on account of the mausoleums. Unlike Oakwood or Graceland, Rose Hill didn't lock the mausoleums at night. And while there were several security guards, on a cold night like tonight, they'd be in the office playing cards, watching television, or even sleeping. She'd seen them enough through the windows. She stomped up Tranquility Lane through the fresh snow. She wasn't too worried about the tracks behind her. She knew the wind would take care of those. There was no reason to take chances, though. So when she reached the top of the hill, rather than making the left at Bliss Road, she cut across Tranquility and ducked down into the small patch of woods running along the side of Bliss. Although there were no lights, the moon was nearly full, and when the reflecting pond came into view, Trey couldn't help but stop and look at it. The icy surface glistened under the thin layer of fresh snow. Marble statues stood silently along the edge of the water, stone benches between them. This was such a peaceful place, so quiet. Trey didn't see her at first. The girl kneeling at the water's edge, facing away. Long blonde hair trailing down her back. She looked like one of the statues, unmoving, facing the pond like that. Her skin was so pale, nearly white, almost as colorless as her white dress. She wore no shoes on her bare feet, no coat, only the white dress made of a material so thin it was nearly translucent. Her hands were clasped together near her breasts, as if lost in prayer, her head tilted to one side. Trey didn't speak, but drew closer. Close enough to realize the thin layer of snow that covered everything else covered this girl, too. And when she circled around to her side, she realized it wasn't a girl at all, but a woman. The stark whiteness of her, every inch of her, was broken by the thin line of red stretching from under her hair down the side of her face. There was another line from the side of her left eye, a stream of red tears, and yet a third from the corner of her mouth, this one painting her lips the brightest rose. Something was written on her forehead. Wait, not written. At her knees, sitting in the snow, was a silver serving tray, the kind you might find at a fancy dinner party, a high-priced restaurant, the sort of place Trey already knew, even at 14, she'd never see in her lifetime outside of television or the movies. On that tray were 3 small white boxes, each sealed tight with black string. Behind the boxes, propped up against the woman's chest, was a cardboard sign, not unlike the ones Trey had held to raise money for food. Only she had never used these 3 particular words before. The sign simply read, "Father, forgive me." Trey did the only thing she could do. She ran. Chapter 2. Pool. Day 5. 5:28 a.m.
Hello, Sam. I imagine you're confused. I imagine you have questions. I know I did. I have. I do. Questions are the foundation of knowledge, learning, discovery, and rediscovery. An inquisitive mind has no outer walls. An inquisitive mind is a warehouse with unlimited square footage, a memory palace of infinite rooms and floors and shiny, pretty things. Sometimes, though, a mind suffers damage. A wall crumbles. The memory palace is in need of a renovation. Rooms found in dire disrepair. Your mind, I'm afraid, falls into the latter category. The photographs around you, the diaries to your side, these are the keys that will aid you as you dig from the rubble, as you rebuild. I'm here for you, Sam. I'll be here for you as I always have been. I've forgiven you, Sam. Perhaps others will too. You're not that man anymore. You've become so much more. Anson.
What am I looking at? Special Agent Frank Poole grumbled, setting the printout aside. He closed his eyes and pressed the heels of his palms against his temples. He had the worst headache. He tried to sleep on the jet back from New Orleans, but that proved impossible. The sat phone rang off the hook. There was the FBI's New Orleans field office, still crawling over Sarah Werner's law office in the apartment above. Only 9 hours ago, Poole had discovered the attorney's body staring up at him from her couch, watching him through milky eyes, the rotten remains of dinner across her lap, a small black bullet hole in the center of her forehead. The medical examiner confirmed she had been dead for weeks, much longer than Poole initially thought. Positively identified as Sarah Werner, this meant the woman seen with Detective Sam Porter over the past several days, who claimed to be Sarah Werner, was not. She was some kind of imposter, a plant. Together they broke a female prisoner out of the local jail and transported her across the country to Chicago. Between calls with the New Orleans field office, Porter's partner lit up the sat phone line. They found Porter in the Guillaume, an abandoned hotel in Chicago. The female prisoner he helped escape was in the lobby, shot dead. Porter sat nearly catatonic in a room on the 4th floor, surrounded by photos of himself with known serial killer Ensign Bishop, the 4-monkey killer, a stack of composition books at his side, and a laptop with the above message on the screen. From what he'd been told, Chicago Metro tied the laptop to a bizarre round of killings over the past several days. Several young girls drowned and resuscitated until their bodies finally gave out, and adults murdered in a multitude of ways, all of them associated with the medical care of a man named Paul Upchurch, currently in surgery at Stroger Hospital. When Poole wasn't on the sat phone with the New Orleans field office or Detective Nash, he was on with Detective Claire Norton, who was at the hospital, fielding some kind of outbreak. An outbreak triggered by Bishop, Upchurch, and possibly others. The only person who hadn't called the sat phone was his immediate supervisor, SAIC Hurlis, and Poole knew that the call would come soon enough, and he damn well better have some answers before it did.
Let me talk to him,
Detective Nash said from somewhere behind him in the observation room. Poole's head remained buried in his hands. No way. On the other side of the one-way observation window, Porter sat slumped in a metal chair, his body hunched over the matching metal table. He wasn't handcuffed. Poole was having second thoughts about that.
He'll talk to me,
Nash insisted. Porter hadn't spoken to anyone. He hadn't uttered a word.
No. Sam's not a bad guy. He's not part of this.
He's knee-deep in it.
Not Sam.
The woman he broke out of prison was found dead of a gunshot wound from the gun found with him. GSR all over his hand. He made no attempt to hide the weapon or run. He sat there waiting for you to arrest him.
We don't know he killed her.
He's not denying that he did, Poole countered.
He wouldn't kill her unless it was self-defense.
Poole ignored him. He called Detective Norton at Stroger Hospital and gave her information he simply could not possess unless he was involved. He knew Upchurch had glioblastoma. How did he even know Upchurch's name? He knew about both girls, Details he couldn't possibly know if he were straight. You heard Claire. She said Bishop told him. Bishop told him, Poole repeated with frustration. Bishop told him that he injected the 2 missing girls with the SARS virus, left them in that house with Upchurch like some kind of Trojan horse. Poole was still trying to wrap his head around that part, too. Katie Quigley and Larissa Beale, both missing, both found in Upchurch's house. Porter claimed they had been injected with some variation of the SARS virus. The entire hospital was on lockdown while they ran blood work to determine whether or not the claim was true. At best, it was some kind of hoax. At worst, Bishop is playing him, Nash said. That's what he does. He told Claire he fucked up. He told her he was sorry. An innocent man doesn't say those things. A guilty man runs. He doesn't sit in a room and wait for the cops to come and get him. He hides his tracks. He disappears. Poole said, he stole evidence. He defied orders. He ran off to New Orleans, broke one woman out of jail, and left a dead body behind. Another one here. This is precisely why you can't talk to him. You're too close to see it. Forget he's your partner. Forget he's your friend. Look at the evidence. Look at him as an unsub. Until you're able to do that, you can't be objective. And if you're not objective, you're part of the problem. Poole picked up the printout and studied the text again. Where's the laptop now? Our IT department upstairs. Call up there and tell them to bag it. I don't want your people touching it. Your entire team is compromised. The FBI lab will take it apart and analyze the data, Poole said. What about the photographs and composition books you found in the room with him? Nash said nothing. Don't make me ask again. The photographs are still at the Guillaume Hotel, room 405. I had the room photographed and taped off. I've got a uniform watching the floor, 2 more outside the building, Nash said. I brought the composition books back here and checked them into evidence myself. Leave everything as is. Your people touch nothing from here on out. Nash didn't reply. Poole stood. The motion causing his head to throb like a bowling ball was rolling from one side of his skull to the other and smacking the walls. He rubbed his temples again. Look, I'm doing you a favor here. Whatever is going on with Sam, if this makes it to a courtroom, you and your team need to distance yourselves. Any attorney worth his or her salt will tear the case apart if you don't. They'll start with Sam, then you, Claire, Klosowski, anything you've touched. From here on out, you're an observer, all of you. Anything else is professional suicide. I don't desert my friends. No, but sometimes they desert you. Poole reached for the door to the interview room, pulled it open, and stepped inside. The metallic clink as that door closed was one of the loudest sounds he ever heard. Chapter 3. Claire. Day 5, 5:36 a.m. Claire sneezed. Fuck me, Klosowski muttered, watching her from across the room in their temporary office in an old exam room at John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital. The proper response is bless you, Claire said before blowing her nose. My skin feels clammy. My throat's dry. I'm achy all over, Klosowski said. You know what we have to look forward to? Diarrhea comes next. Nothing worse than the shits when you're not in the comfort of your own home. After that, all our internal organs will start to melt and turn into mush. Our eyes, too. We're both going to exit this world as a puddle of waste. That's not how I expected to go out. When I joined the police force, I always figured I'd die in some glorific gun battle, or raid, or some kind of SWAT takedown. Not like this. Glorific isn't a word, Claire said. And you're in the IT department. None of those things happen to members of the nerd herd. You're more likely to die from a paper cut or some horrific pocket protector mishap. She wadded up her tissue and tossed it into the trash can under the table that still held all of Upchurch's medical records. You've got the symptoms wrong, too. You're thinking of Ebola. SARS won't melt our organs. Well, yay for that, I guess. Claire nodded at Klosowski's laptop. Do you have a total for me? You don't want to know. I need to. 23, he said. Claire perked up at this. That's not as many as I thought. This could be much worse. Klozowski waved a finger.
We identified 23 potential victims from Upchurch's file and brought them here to the hospital, along with their families. If you include spouses and children, our total rises to 87.
Oh, balls, Claire said. Once they realized Upchurch and his partner were killing the people responsible for the perceived failure of his medical care, Claire had rounded them all up and brought them here to the hospital, thinking it was the only place they could keep such a large group of people safe. Upchurch and his partner had counted on this. They infected Upchurch's last two victims, Larissa Beale and Katie Quigley, with a contagious pathogen, knowing the girls would be brought here too as the closest hospital. In just a few short hours, they exposed not only the rest of the people Upchurch wanted dead, but also everyone else in the hospital, which included Claire Norton and Edwin Klozowski. Porter had called her to not only tell her this, but also to tell her the pathogen was SARS, and Upchurch's partner was Anson Bishop. The entire hospital immediately went under lockdown. Per protocol, the hospital notified the Centers for Disease Control, and they immediately dispatched a response team from their local quarantine station at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. They arrived within 27 minutes. Claus timed them. He checked his own temperature 4 times while waiting. Claire was still trying to make sense of that last conversation with Porter. The man who called her didn't sound like the man she knew. He sounded defeated, broken. Sam knew things he shouldn't. When Nash and SWAT raided Upchurch's house, they found Upchurch in a little girl's bedroom upstairs. There was no little girl, though, only a mannequin dressed in girl's clothing, surrounded by stuffed animals and drawings. The girl turned out to be nothing but a character in some failed comic book Upchurch had created. He willingly gave himself up. In the basement, they found Larissa Beale, drugged and unconscious. They later learned she swallowed glass. At first, they thought Upchurch had forced her to do this, but it turned out she had swallowed the glass herself in an attempt to prevent him from using her as he did the others. In a written statement, she explained that Upchurch had been drowning girls to the point of death, then bringing them back to life, all as part of some twisted attempt to learn if there was life after death. When she swallowed the glass, she was damaged, no longer a viable test subject. Claire couldn't imagine making such a decision. The strength Larissa Beale demonstrated by taking her fate away from such a madman and back into her own hands was incredible. Beale was currently in recovery post-surgery to remove the glass and correct damage to her throat, vocal cords, and stomach. Although she was expected to recover from the injuries suffered in the Upchurch house, she had also begun to demonstrate symptoms of the virus that Anson Bishop had injected into her damaged body. Whether or not she would recover from that was yet to be seen. In the kitchen of the Upchurch house, unconscious and lying on the table, they found the body of Katie Quigley. In her hand was a small white box tied with a black string. Anson Bishop's signature. Inside that box was a key for a locker in this hospital. Within that locker they found Paul Upchurch's medical records and an apple with a syringe embedded in it. According to Porter, that syringe contained a pure sample of the pathogen. Bishop told him if Upchurch died, he would unleash the pathogen on a larger scale somewhere else in the city.
Snow White didn't know better either,
Porter had said. Paul Upchurch, currently in surgery himself after collapsing in police custody, suffered from glioblastoma, stage 4 brain cancer. Porter went on to tell Claire that she needed to track down someone named Dr. Ryan Beyer, a neurosurgeon at Johns Hopkins. She had tasked Klozowski with that. He found him in under 10 minutes. At that point, Claire called Frank Poole with the FBI, and he made arrangements to transport Dr. Beyer from Baltimore to Chicago aboard one of the FBI's private jets. The flight left Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport at shortly after midnight and arrived at O'Hare at 2:21 in the morning. From there, a police escort brought Dr. Beyer to Stroger Hospital, where he was routed around those who had been infected and rushed to a surgical suite on the 3rd floor where Upchurch waited, prepped by a local team. Upchurch and Bishop had killed numerous people because they felt he didn't receive the care required to properly treat his illness. For better or worse, his actions bounced him to the top of a very long list. the predominant specialist in the field, now poking around in his head. Someone knocked at their door. Sue Mifflin, an orderly with the hospital, looked inside. "Detective? Dr. Byer has stepped out of the OR. He'd like a word with you." Chapter 4. Pool. Day 5, 5:38 a.m. Detective Sam Porter of Chicago Metro didn't look up when Poole entered the interview room. He didn't acknowledge his presence at all. He remained still, oblivious to the events around him, his lips lost in some private conversation. His eyes watched his hands. His fingers twitched, but the motion didn't appear voluntary. Poole was reminded of the moments before someone drifted off to sleep, those sudden jerks and spasms the body did to work out the last bit of consciousness. Porter was far from sleep, though. His eyes held the sharpness of a tweaker, a meth head, someone who just snorted their third line of coke. Hypersensitive, spastic, rabid yet calculating. A mind racing with complex thoughts that made sense to no one else. Poole didn't know Sam Porter well, no better than he knew the rest of the original 4MK task force. But he knew people. Poole prided himself on his ability to size someone up with a glance, to understand a person's motivations and fears, their intellect and misgivings. When he first met Detective Porter, his instincts told him Porter was a good cop. Poole believed he truly wished to catch the four-monkey killer and put him behind bars. He recognized Porter as a sharp, seasoned member of law enforcement, both respected and admired by his peers. The kind of man Poole himself strived to be every day he carried a badge. Although Porter had said very little during the brief time they knew each other, Poole was certain the man understood much. He didn't jump to conclusions. He followed the evidence. He cared for the victims, and he fought for their memories. He sought justice for those left behind. The detective Sam Porter, Frank Poole knew, was a righteous man. The man sitting in the interview room was not that Sam Porter. This person was a shell. This man was broken. His rumpled clothing smelled of sweat and dirt. He hadn't shaved in days. His spastic eyes, twitching this way and that, were bloodshot, looking out from above deep, dark bags, heavy with lack of sleep. Poole lowered himself into the chair opposite Porter and folded his hands on the table. "Sam?" Porter continued to stare at his own hands, his lips still lost in a conversation only he could hear. Poole snapped his fingers. Nothing. "Can you hear me, Sam?" Nothing. Poole raised his right hand and brought his open palm down on the top of the table with all the force he could muster. It hurt like hell. Porter looked up. His eyes narrowed. "Frank." He said Poole's name not as a question, not as some sort of recognition, but merely as a statement of fact. The single word was uttered in one quiet breath, barely spoken at all. "We need to talk, Sam." Porter leaned back in the chair, his eyes dropping back to his hands. "I want to speak to Sarah Werner." "She's dead." Porter cocked his head. "What?" "Killed with a single gunshot wound to the head, at least 3 weeks ago. I found her sitting on her couch in her apartment in New Orleans." Porter shook his head. "Not her. The other one. The other Sarah Werner." "Tell me where to find her and I'll bring her in." Porter said nothing. "Were you aware she killed the real Sarah Werner?" "We don't know that she did." Based on the estimated time of death, they were certain Porter was still in Chicago when the real Sarah Werner was murdered. Porter was right about the other part. Aside from assuming her identity, they had no proof she killed the other woman. Poole said, "You're Sarah Werner, the imposter. Do you know who she really is?" "Do you?" "I know with your help she broke another woman out of prison in New Orleans. A woman believed to be the mother of Ensign Bishop, 4MK. I know that 2 of you transported that fugitive across numerous state lines and brought her back to Chicago. I know that woman was then murdered last night at the Gaillon Hotel with a gun that was found in your possession shortly after. I know she's in the wind, And you didn't have time or inclination to wash the gunshot residue from your hands before SWAT showed up. Poole let out a sigh. I know enough. Now why don't you tell me what I don't know? She's Bishop's mother, Porter said quietly. The dead woman? That's what I said. Not the dead woman. The one who was with me. The other Sarah Warner. The fake Sarah Warner. Right before she left with Bishop, after he shot the prisoner. They told me she was Bishop's mother. Do you believe them? After everything he's put you through? Porter's eyes dropped back to his fidgeting hands. I need to read the diaries. All the diaries. Everything he left in that room. It's all there. Everything we need. All the answers. All there. All there. Sam, you're rambling. You need rest. Porter looked up, leaned in toward Poole. I need to read those diaries. Poole shook his head. Not a chance. The answers are in those diaries. I think the diaries are bullshit, Poole said. Porter quickly shook his head. I found the lake, the house. You saw it all, right? You were there. I know you were there. They're real. His voice dropped low, conspiratorial. There's a blood stain in the basement, right where he said it would be, right where Carter died. Let's talk about that, Sam. Is that the first time you've been to Simpsonville, South Carolina? To 12 Jenkins Crawl Road? Porter glared at him, puzzled. What? Of course, why? When I arrived in Simpsonville, I reviewed the property records with the local sheriff. Your name is on the deed. Porter didn't seem to hear him. He said, Did you find Carter in the lake? We pulled 6 bodies from the lake. 5 full bodies, another chopped up, in trash bags. Carter, Porter said softly. The property records, Sam. Why are they in your name? Porter was staring at his hand again, his lips moving soundlessly. Sam? His head shot back up. What? Why is your name on the deed for 12 Jenkins Crawl Road? Porter waved a hand through the air. That's just Bishop. Forged, faked, swapped. Doesn't matter. He did it, and it doesn't matter. He sat back in his chair, a grin growing on his lips. You found Carter. You found Carter. Holy shit, you found Carter. Poole watched the other man's hands, still twitching on the table. Porter seemed unaware. You're not well, Sam. You need to rest. Porter slammed both hands down on the table and leaned forward. I need to read those diaries! Who are the other 5 bodies we pulled from that lake? I have no idea. It's your property. Porter opened his mouth as if to answer, then went quiet again. His eyes fell back to his hands. He weaved his fingers together, pulled them back apart. This is Bishop. This is what he does. He fills the world with lies. If that's the case, why do you believe the diaries? Poole asked. If Bishop isn't to be believed, why do you care what's in those books? Porter looked back up, hopeful. Where are they now? Still at the Gaillon Hotel? I asked you a question, Sam. Your other 5 bodies will be in those books. You don't know that. Porter leaned in closer. A thin trail of spittle glistened on the corner of his mouth. We know it's true because you found Carter, right where he said he put him. We know it's true because there's a bloodstain in the basement. There's a lock on the refrigerator. He wants us to know what happened. The rest, my name on some deed, that's your smoke and mirrors. That's your bullshit. That's what you have to see through. Poole leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving the man sitting across from him. This time Porter's gaze didn't falter either. Porter's voice dropped low. Her name was Rose Finnegy, and she deserved to die. She deserved to die 100 times over. Hardly pure at all. What? That's what Bishop told me right after he shot her in the head. The woman we found in the lobby of the Gaillon? Porter nodded. The other woman. The woman I thought was Sarah Warner. She's Bishop's mother. He used me to get them both to Chicago.
He said he had a bomb. You have GSR in your hand from that weapon. I got the gun away from him and fired a warning shot. I didn't shoot her. He did. If you had the gun, why did you let them both leave? Why not take them into custody? You know why. Because of what you told Claire? Porter nodded. He injected those girls with the SARS virus and left a sample at the hospital and an apple to prove he had the real thing. He told me he had more, and if I didn't let them walk, he made arrangements to spread the virus. I couldn't chance he was telling the truth. I had to let them go. He told me I had to make the call from room 405. He said I'd find more evidence there. You did what he told you? What choice did I have? Poole wanted to tell him he had many choices. Porter had made many decisions from the first moment he took on this case until the present, and he continued to go through the wrong door. His vision had been so clouded he might as well be blind. The rabbit hole was deep, and he and Bishop appeared to be taking turns with the shovel. There's something else. Something you need to know. The light in Porter's eyes flickered, like a bulb caught in a power surge. He blinked, focused on Poole. Some parts of the diary are true. The houses, the lake, the Carters. I think all that is accurate. But others are not. I see that now. It's in the cadence of the writing, the word choice. He left clues. I think I can tell the difference. That beaver cleaver shimmer, I can see through it. You saw it too, right? Poole was growing frustrated. Those diaries are a distraction. No! The word came from Porter at a much louder volume than he must have intended, because he shrank back at the sound of it, settled himself deeper in the chair. No, those diaries are key to it all. We just have to solve the puzzle. All I need to do is catch a killer. Killers, Porter replied. What? Right before they left me in that hotel, Bishop's mother said, "Why would you tell this nice man your father was dead?" She was talking about the diary. Porter leaned forward again. Don't you get it? I see it now. The words scream off the page at me. The falsities and the truth, it's like they're printed in different colors. I see them so clearly. You saw Libby McKinley's body. I don't think Bishop killed her. I think he was trying to protect her. If it wasn't Bishop... His fingers were twisting together again, weaving, kneading invisible dough. They're all killers. His mother, his father, and Bishop, and I think all three of them are here in Chicago right now. The three of them are finishing something that started years ago, something that began way back in Bishop's childhood, something in those diaries, something true hidden in the mess of lies. He started to nod, a grin rolling over his lips. Something I can see now. He looked up at Poole. You need to trust me. Poole stared at him, and the seconds ticked by. Some people believe you might be Ensign Bishop's father. The spittle fell from Porter's mouth, dropped to the metal table in a small puddle. He wiped at his lip and looked Poole dead in the eye. What do you think? I think we found compelling evidence in your room at the Gaillon. Porter snickered. Photographs? Come on. You know how easily those can be faked. Some of those pictures date back more than 20 years, Poole replied. Even if he wanted to fake them, where would Bishop get 20-year-old images of you to work with? How long have you known him, Sam? Less than half a year, Porter replied. I met him the same day Nash did, with the bus accident, when he was pretending to work for Chicago Metro. Give me a polygraph if that will ease your mind. I don't care. I got nothing to hide. The pictures are no different than the property deed. He's trying to distract you from the truth. The truth only you can see in his diaries. Porter said nothing to this. His mind had gone elsewhere again. Poole tried not to let the frustration show in his face. Who is Rose Finicky? You need to let me read the diaries. You know he wouldn't have left them if they weren't important. At the very least, you understand that. I'll have my people go through them. We don't have time. They don't know what to look for. They can't see through the bullshit to the truth. I know, Bishop. Do you? Poole countered. How well?
Someone knocked on the one-way window. A heavy fist, 2 quick hits. Poole remained still for a moment, his eyes fixed on Porter, Porter glaring back. He couldn't read him. He wanted to, but he couldn't. If Porter was lying, his body language didn't betray him. He believed everything he said. That doesn't make it true, Poole reminded himself. He stood, went to the door. From behind him, Porter said, "You can't catch him without me. You can't catch any of them." Chapter 5. Claire. Day 5, 5:43 a.m. Claire looked up at the nurse standing in the doorway of their office. The woman had been on duty since they arrived, and looked no better than the rest of them. Bloodshot eyes, dark bags, slouched. She hadn't slowed down, though. Claire didn't think she had even taken a break. "The doctor's on line 4, she said, nodding at the phone on the wall. Claire thanked her and got to her feet. Her body creaked more than the old metal chair she'd called home for the past several hours. Her everything hurt. Her bones were sore, her throat, even her eyes throbbed. Her nose had turned into a snot factory, and she couldn't get warm. Claus watched her wearily from his own corner of the room. He didn't appear to be in any better shape. She crossed to the phone, picked up the receiver, and pressed the illuminated button. "This is Detective Norton." "Detective? Dr. Byer here." Due to the quarantine, she had yet to meet the man in person. She told herself he probably looked like a cross between George Clooney, Patrick Dempsey, and that cute guy from Scrubs, because that made her smile, and she really needed something to smile about. His voice was low, gruff, filled with sand, the voice of a man who spent a lifetime choosing his words very carefully before speaking. He cleared his throat and told her exactly what she didn't want to hear. "This is a hopeless case. You know that, right? There is no saving this man." Claire glanced back at Claus. He'd stopped doing whatever computer stuff he'd been doing and was watching her. She pressed the receiver against her ear and lowered her voice. "If that man dies, there's a good chance Anson Bishop will release the SARS virus somewhere in the city. Thousands of lives could be at risk." "That doesn't change the facts, Detective. This man is at the end stage of glioblastoma. A large portion of his brain has been compromised by a very aggressive tumor. I removed what I could, but it's simply impossible to repair the damage left behind. I'm frankly surprised he is still alive. Aside from loss of memory and motor function, the cancer has invaded his posterior parietal cortex, primary motor cortex, and supplementary. Post-surgery, at the very least, he'll require a ventilator. We've noted abnormalities in his heart rhythm, and I believe his vision has been compromised. His quality of life." Claire closed her eyes as the doctor droned on. "We were told you could save him, that you had some kind of treatment." "My studies at Hopkins are in focused ultrasound therapy," Dr. Byer interrupted. "A non-invasive treatment for glioblastoma. But we're in the very early stages of clinical trials. Had he been referred to me at the onset a few years ago, perhaps I would have been able to help him. But now, the disease has progressed too far. There is no known treatment or path to wellness from here. We're too late." "What else can you do?" "Nothing that hasn't already been done. Stabilize him, make him comfortable, wait for the inevitable. I'd be surprised if he lasted more than a day or two in his current condition." Claire glanced over at Claus. He had this hopeful look in his eyes. She turned away from him and spoke again. "I need you to tell the press Paul Upchurch came out of surgery better than expected. He's stable, and you plan to take him back to Hopkins to continue his treatment the moment he's able to travel. You need to convince them you're hopeful of his outcome." Dr. Byer didn't reply. Claire glanced down at her watch. "Doctor, Anson Bishop is still out there somewhere. We need him to believe we're doing everything we can, that Upchurch is receiving the treatment he insisted on. You don't have to go into detail, blame privacy laws for lack of information. Just leave them with that impression." "Detective, I have a responsibility to my patient, a reputation." "Your actions could potentially save thousands of lives. That man Paul Upchurch kidnapped and murdered multiple girls. 2 of his victims are here in this very hospital fighting for their lives. When he dies, nobody will do a more elaborate happy dance than me, but as far as the public is concerned, as far as Anson Bishop is concerned, his prognosis needs to appear positive, at least for now." He didn't say anything for a long time. "I'll need to think about that, Detective. Maybe speak to my attorney. What if Bishop has someone in the hospital watching this situation, reporting to him? I don't personally know any of the people who were in that operating room with me. My team is in Baltimore, back at Hopkins." Claire sighed and picked at her tangled hair. "I'm stuck in this room. I need you to talk to them, too. Explain what's at stake." "You're asking a lot, Detective." "Will you do it?" "I'll get back to you." He hung up before she could say anything else. Claire stood there for a few moments before replacing the receiver.
"Well, how is he?"
Claus asked. "Peachy." Before he could reply, someone else knocked on their door. Through the window, Claire recognized Jared Maltby from the CDC. He didn't look happy. Chapter 6. Pool. Day 5, 5:48 a.m. The number of people in the observation room had grown by 2 since Poole stepped in with Porter. In addition to Nash, Captain Henry Dalton was there along with someone Poole didn't recognize. Although Dalton was nearly a half-foot shorter than Poole, he carried an air of authority with him that made him seem larger than he was. And even though it was only 5-something in the morning, he appeared neatly shaven, showered, and fresh. Poole would kill for a shower right now.
"You can't hold him,"
Dalton said, dispensing with pleasantries. "The hell I can't.
If the press gets wind that you have him in custody, they'll crucify him."
"I imagine you've been briefed, Captain. That man crucified himself. Not only is he a suspect in the murder at the Gaillon, he's wanted for breaking the dead woman out of prison in New Orleans, transporting her across state lines. He defied your orders and left Chicago in some vigilante chase for Bishop. He's an obvious flight risk. He's not going anywhere. I don't care what the press says." Poole glared at the other man in the room.
"Who are you?"
Dressed in a dark blue suit with neatly cropped white hair, the 50-ish man offered his hand. "I'm Anthony Warnick, with the mayor's office." Poole didn't shake his hand. Instead, he turned back to Dalton.
"I'll need to see all of Porter's employment records. Background checks, psych screenings, evaluations, everything you have on him. I need to piece together his past." "I think you need to take a step back and think about all this," Dalton said. "We all do."
Warnick stepped up. "Agent, it would be irresponsible to implicate a member of law enforcement in crimes as heinous as those committed by Ensign Bishop without fully understanding all the facts. Members of the press are like hungry stray dogs. They'll take whatever scrap you throw at them and run with it. Consequences be damned. Somebody captures an image of you doing some kind of perp walk with Detective Porter, and not only will he be victimized, but all of law enforcement will be, including your agency. They won't draw the line at him. They'll see all of you as corrupt. This city can't handle that. Not now. With recent events, what's happening over at Stroker, everyone is on edge." He lowered his voice and put a hand on Poole's shoulder. Poole shrugged it off. The man continued anyway. "If he is, in fact, involved, there will always be time for justice. There is no reason why we can't build a case privately, make sure we have all the facts straight, then go public. That's the responsible thing to do."
"That's not Sam."
This came from Nash. He stood at the observation window, looking inside.
"Scatterbrained, disorganized. He doesn't look like he slept in days. Even when his wife was murdered, he wasn't like this. You take this case away from him, it might break him."
"That man is already broken," Poole replied.
"He needs to see this through. He needs closure."
"What do you suggest?" Nash shrugged.
"You give him the books, the diaries. They're evidence, possibly evidence that might incriminate him. No way I can hand them over. I need to get them to the behavioral analysis unit back at Quantico. If there's something there, they'll find it."
Dalton exchanged a quick look with the guy from the mayor's office, then said,
"We can digitize them here, and your people will have the files in a few hours. Sam can review them too. We tell Sam if he wants to read the diaries, he needs to do it here at Metro, not under arrest. He stays here on his own accord. He finds something, that's great. If not, At least he doesn't leave custody. He stays where we can watch him. That will give your people time to figure out what you found down in South Carolina, too."
In the interview room, Porter's hands were folded on the table again, his fingers knotted together, his lips moving in that silent conversation. Nash's phone rang, and he stepped out into the hallway to take the call. "Does that work for you, Agent?" Warnick again. Poole's phone began to ring too. He fished it from his pocket and glanced at the display. SAIC Hurless. He held up a finger. "Excuse me, I need to take this." Hurless didn't wait for him to say hello. "We've got another body fitting Bishop's M.O., a woman in a cemetery here in Chicago, Rose Hill Cemetery. I've got a team en route. Is Porter secure?" Poole glanced back through the window. "He is. I've got reports coming in from Granger in South Carolina, the prison in New Orleans, and the CDC from the hospital here in Chicago. We're consolidating everything at the field office. When you're done at the crime scene, I need you to report back here." "Yes, sir." Hurless hung up. Nash stepped back into the room, his face pale. He glanced at Dalton, then to Poole. "We've got another body." "I just heard. I'm heading there now." Nash blew out a breath and turned back to his supervisor. "Sir, until we're able to move the victim from the tracks, the Red Line will be out of commission. We've got to get word out to commuters." Poole frowned. "Red Line? The body is in a cemetery." Nash's face somehow managed to grow whiter. "The call I got was for a body found on the subway tracks for the Red Line off Clark. A woman. She's posed. 3 white boxes tied off with black string on the ground next to her." Chapter 7. Nash. Day 5, 6:13 a.m. Detective Brian Nash pulled his partially restored '72 Chevy Nova behind an ambulance double-parked on the curb at Lake Street off LaSalle, found his police placard in the wheel well of the passenger seat, and placed it on his dashboard. Claire had called him a few minutes ago to bring him up to speed. She was still on the line. "They sure?" he said into the phone before shifting into park. He held his free hand over the heater vent. The air was blowing but didn't feel much warmer than the wind off the lake. "Maltby from CDC said they ran the test twice before he came to see me," Claire told him. "The hypodermic we found in the apple with Upchurch's file contains a pure strain of the SARS virus, laboratory quality." "Shit." "Yeah, shit," Claire said. "They're doling out antibiotics here like they're candy, but aside from that, there's not much they can do. There's no preventative treatment. They've got this place locked down tighter than a Catholic schoolgirl's asshole." Nash laughed, and it quickly devolved into a wet cough. "Christ, you don't sound good." "I'm coming down with a cold or something. No rest, shitty weather, my body can't handle it. It's all just catching up. Your diet of fast food and candy bars doesn't help. Your body's supposed to be a temple. You treat yours like a slumlord hoping to collect insurance after the fire." Nash glanced down at the McDonald's wrappers on the floor of his car and changed the subject. "I heard Upchurch's doctor on the radio a few minutes ago. At least it sounds like we're in the clear there." "That was all bullshit. The doctor's covering for us to buy time. Upchurch is on his way out. He's got 48 hours at most. I got a tight leash on anyone who has contact with him to make sure his condition doesn't get out." "If you called to cheer me up, Claire Bear, you're doing a lousy job." From the mouth of the subway station, a uniformed officer ducked under the yellow crime scene tape and started toward Nash's Nova. The wind kicked up loose snow around his feet, swirled it through the air. When the officer realized who the car belonged to, he gave Nash a half-hearted wave and turned right back around. "Is the body one of Bishop's?" "I'm still outside," Nash told her. "Sounds like it, though." "Do you believe what Sam said about Bishop's parents?" "I don't know what to believe right now." "Because it could be one of them, too. Or it could be none of them. Might be some copycat." Nash turned off the heat, turned it back on again. The fucking thing was definitely blowing out cold. His skin felt like ice. He couldn't get warm. "Sam would tell us to focus on the evidence. Everything else is noise. That's what we'll do." "You saw him, right?" Claire asked. "I'm not sure what I saw. I don't know if he can come back from this." Claire went quiet for a moment. "Does that FBI agent know you're there?" "Yeah, he knows. He set parameters." "Parameters?" Someone knocked on Nash's window, and his heart nearly leaped up his throat. "Jesus!" What? Claire asked. Nash turned to the side. Lizeth Loudon from Channel 7 News was standing next to his car. She shoved her hands deep into the pockets of her fur-lined jacket and danced from her left foot to her right in an effort to stay warm.
I gotta go, Claire. I'll call you back.
He disconnected the call and switched off the engine. The motor sputtered, as if undecided about shutting down, then silenced. He climbed out of the car, slammed the door, and pushed past Loudon toward the subway entrance.
I'm not talking to you.
You don't, and I'll just have to make something up, she replied, chasing after him.
Where's your cameraman?
She shot a thumb back toward her van, parked 3 spaces behind him. Staying warm.
Maybe you should join him.
I know you have a body down there, a possible 4MK victim.
There's no body.
She thrust her phone out. A Facebook post was loaded on the screen. That looks a lot like a body. Nash made a mental note of the username.
Looks fake to me.
He ducked under the crime scene tape. When she tried to follow, the uniformed officer reappeared and told her to step back. I'm with him, she said. Nash shook his head and started down the steps.
No, she's not.
Where's Detective Porter? She called out after him. Shouldn't he be here? Nash didn't answer her. He followed the steps to the platform, toward the hum of voices. Although fluorescence glowed on the ceiling, the 4 large halogen lamps erected down on the tracks glowed brighter. A bubble of white light under the yellow cast down from above. A train had been stopped near the east end of the tunnel, and a Ford F-150 outfitted with special rims sat on the track and blocked the west side. The headlights were on, pointing down the tracks. They petered out about 50 feet down, no match for the thick darkness. At the edge of the subway platform, Nash was directed to a set of steps. He took them down to the tracks.
The 3rd rail is live. We can't shut it down without impacting the rest of the route,
someone said behind him.
Careful where you step.
More yellow crime scene tape created a large square around the section of track between the pickup truck and the train. The halogen lights had chased off every shadow. About 6 people stood outside the tape. Several uniformed officers, 2 crime technicians from Chicago Metro, 3 more from the FBI. Nobody stood inside the tape. All eyes were on him. All conversations muffled and died away. Nash ducked under the tape and walked to the center of the tracks. He knelt. He took his phone back out and called Poole.
Describe it to me,
Poole said when he picked up.
Every detail. Take your time. Don't leave anything out.
Nash snuck a quick glance back at the 3 FBI agents behind the tape, the CSI agents from Metro beside them, all watching. None of them looked happy about standing on the sideline. The moment they discovered there were 2 bodies, and Poole tried to claim jurisdiction, Warnick called the mayor. The mayor called the FBI director, and the director called Poole's supervisor. Within 5 minutes, Poole was under orders to not only keep Chicago Metro in the loop, but to include them in his team. Apparently the powers that be felt working together was the best way to save face publicly. Poole had objected and was immediately shot down. Nash was under no illusion as to why Poole's supervisor had so readily agreed. The FBI wanted to keep a scapegoat at arm's length. If this went sideways, they wanted someone to blame, someone not FBI. Our lovely government at work. Nash cleared his throat.
She's, I'm not sure on age. I'd guess 30s, maybe 40s. It's difficult to gauge. She's wearing a white negligee. Thin material. Nothing else from what I can tell. No shoes, no undergarments, no coat or anything else lying around the scene. Her skin is covered in some kind of white, powdery substance. Her hair, too.
Is it on her clothes?
No.
So she was dressed post-mortem?
Looks that way.
What else? Nash removed his black leather gloves and pulled a pair of latex from his pocket and tugged them on, pairing them with a surgical mask, in case the white powder was some sort of contaminant. He leaned a little closer.
Her eyes are closed, but I think the right one has been removed. There's a little dried blood in the corner.
With a slow hand, he pulled her hair back.
She's missing an ear. She's posed, positioned. Looks like she's praying. She's on her knees.
He reached for her mouth, tried to open it.
She's stiff. I can't get her mouth open. Rigor? Doesn't feel like rigor. Maybe it's the cold. Don't force it, Poole told him. The medical examiner can confirm her tongue has been removed. Do you have 3 boxes, tied with black string? Yeah, Nash said. But this isn't typically how we find them. Bishop usually mails the boxes one at a time, over about a week. He doesn't leave all 3 like this. He did with the body you found in the tunnels with Porter. Talbot's CFO, Poole pointed out. Gunther Herbert, Nash said. Bishop had told Porter he tortured Herbert for information about Arthur Talbot's finances. Information that incriminated the Chicago real estate mogul in a number of underground crimes. Same with Libby McKinley, Poole added. He left the 3 boxes on her coffee table. Our unsub wrote on her forehead with some kind of blade. What does it say? I am evil. Libby had also been cut. Thousands of tiny razor blade cuts, all over her body. Herbert and McKinley were both tortured for information, Nash said softly. Different from his other victims. What else? Nash leaned in closer. She looked more like a statue than a person. He'd never seen a body positioned like this, praying. His eyes narrowed. Her fingertips. What about them? They're burned. Her prints have been removed? I think so, Nash said, trying to get a better look without moving her hands. He's never done that before. Is there a sign? A sign? A piece of cardboard, paper, anything written near her? Nash looked around her. Nothing that I can see. Oh, wait. What is it? Nash stood, walked toward the wall. He glanced up at the various members of law enforcement watching him. Does anyone know if this is new? Nobody answered. What? Poole said again. Nash reached up and touched the paint. It was still wet. Father, forgive me. Spray painted on the wall of the tunnel, nearly lost in all the other graffiti. Chapter 8. Poole. Day 5, 6:22 a.m. Poole's eyes didn't leave the body as he spoke to Detective Nash. The woman knelt at the pond's edge. Looked like she was praying. The silver serving tray in front of her held 3 white boxes tied with black string. Father, forgive me, on a sign propped against her. I am evil, carved into her forehead. A team of Bureau crime scene techs watched him from a distance. Someone from the medical examiner's office, too. Like the scene at the subway station, they'd all been told to hold back. Poole knelt down in the snow and took a closer look at her fingertips. Although her hands were pressed together, he could see her prints had been burned away. A chemical burn of some kind, probably acid, sulfuric, maybe hydrochloric. He reached for her mouth and tried to force it open, but it didn't budge, just like Nash had said. Too stiff for rigor. Possibly frozen. The temperature was currently in the teens. Last night it hovered in the single digits with wind chill in the negatives. There was the white powder, too. She was covered in snow, so it was difficult to see, but it was there. Some kind of thin film covering her body, but not the gown she wore. She'd been dressed after it came into contact with her skin. It shimmered slightly, crystalline. Salt? With Bishop's help, Paul Upchurch had drowned his victims in a saltwater tank. Could this be some kind of residue from that tank? Poole's phone rang. He fished it from his pocket and didn't recognize the number. This is Agent Poole. Hey, this is Sheriff Bannister down in Simpsonville. I'm sorry to bother you so early. Are you still in New Orleans? Back in Chicago, Poole replied. He rose to his feet and signaled for the investigators to begin documenting and cataloging the scene. What can I do for you, Sheriff? I've got a body down here. She sounded rattled. Her voice was shaky. Found it right on the courthouse steps about 2 hours ago, just kneeling there, praying almost. That's what it looks like anyway. There's 3 white boxes wrapped up with string. Someone wrote on the steps next to it, too.
Father, forgive me, Poole muttered. Yeah. How did you know that? Any idea who she is? It's not a she, it's a he. I know exactly who he is. Chapter 9. Claire. Day 5. 6:29 a.m. Claire sneezed and plucked another tissue from the box on the table beside her.
We're gonna need a bigger box,
Claus said, in his best New England accent, which wasn't very good. He inhaled, sucking snot back up into his nose. Claire glared at him. I really don't want to die here with you. Claus leaned back in his chair. The old metal squeaked.
If you could die anywhere, with anyone, who would you pick?
She thought about this for a second. Matthew McConaughey. I always thought he was sexy for a white guy. 40-something McConaughey, though, not the young one from Dazed and Confused. He didn't grow into that face until he got older.
Where?
Maybe a beach in Barbados? Claus shook his head.
Oh, I don't know about that. The only way to die on a beach is from a shark. Nobody wants to get eaten by a shark.
It's a stupid fucking game. Claus ignored her.
I'd go with Jennifer Lawrence, but only if she was wearing that leather outfit from the Hunger Games.
And where exactly would you want to die?
Toledo, Ohio, no question.
Why Toledo? He shrugged.
No sharks.
Obviously.
There's also nothing to do in Toledo, so if I'm trapped there with a leather-clad Jennifer Lawrence, locked in some seedy motel room with nothing but...
Claire pinched her eyes shut and covered her ears. Enough! I don't want to know what's in your head. Not now, not ever.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
I know.
I don't want to die here.
I know.
We can't leave the building, and I'm getting stir-crazy.
I know. Using his right foot, Claus pushed against the floor and started turning his chair in a slow counterclockwise circle.
The SARS virus has an incubation period as long as 10 days. Our friend from the CDC hasn't come out and said it yet, but their protocol dictates this place remain on lockdown for no less than 10 days from the last known case. If the virus doesn't kill us, there's a good chance we won't be allowed to leave for nearly 2 weeks.
They won't hold us here that long.
Why not?
Claus replied.
We've got beds, food, access to all things medical, and we're isolated. Can you think of a better place to hold all of us? They won't risk the virus leaving this building.
Bishop has the virus. He could be anywhere.
And if he infects other people, the CDC will most likely bring them here for treatment for the same reasons they'll try to keep all of us here. Beds, medical, food, isolation. They'll keep us here with the doors locked and let the virus work through us, burn itself out. Without treatment, nothing else makes sense. Nobody will risk an outbreak. Even if they catch Bishop today and shut him down, they won't let us out. Not until this runs its course.
Claire knew he was right, but she wasn't about to admit that. She wadded up her tissue and tossed it toward the trash can. It landed about a foot short. 3 quick knocks at their door. They both looked up. Jerome Stout pushed into the room before either of them had a chance to say anything. As head of hospital security, he hadn't slowed down since they arrived, and he looked as beaten down as the rest of them. Stubble was beginning to show on his otherwise shaved head, and his uniform had sweat stains under the pits. She'd heard he'd taken the job at the hospital after retiring from Chicago Metro at 50, 5 years ago. He hadn't signed on for this. He wore a white surgical mask over his mouth, and it muffled his tired voice.
Detective, I need you to come with me.
Why? His nervous eyes glanced at Klosowski in the back corner, then back to her.
We've got a body. It's bad.
Oh, hell, Claus said in a low tone. Claire stood and started toward the door.
Wear that,
Stout instructed, nodding toward the mask they'd given her. She pulled it over her head and fitted the straps over her ears, hustling after him. Claire didn't want to pass through the cafeteria, but before she could ask him if there was another route, it started through the room. The moment everyone saw her, they erupted. When the police had brought Bishop's 87 potential victims to the hospital, they were instructed to remain within this room and the 2 adjoining employee lounges. Aside from Klosowski, she was the only representative from Chicago Metro on site, and they recognized her immediately. Some wore masks, others didn't. All were shouting. People stood, started toward her, their eyes angry. They wanted answers, no different than her, but she had nothing to tell them. She pushed through as quickly as she could, telling those around her to remain calm. It would all be over soon. They smelled bullshit, though. Many of them were doctors. They knew the score. Their children had been brought here, their spouses. Tables had been pushed aside, and many had begun constructing tents with hospital sheets, segregating themselves from the others. At least 20 or 30 people were missing. From what she'd been told earlier, some families were given rooms, but there weren't enough for everyone. Since many were staff members, those who had them went to their offices. Others took over the locker rooms. A few had even gone on rounds as if nothing were happening. They tried to gather them back up before they spread the virus, but most of the staff knew it was already too late for that. The building, not the cafeteria, would contain the virus now, just as Claus had said. Stout led her to a bank of elevators. She sighed as the doors closed, sealing out the angry mob. When they were alone, Stout said, "A few of them tried to break through the glass doors in the lobby and get outside, but Metro has SWAT out there. They're in full riot gear. I'm trying not to think about what would happen if someone crossed that line." Claire had been the one who suggested they position SWAT, but she wasn't about to tell him that. During her years with Chicago Metro, she found herself in the middle of 3 escalated civil events. The police didn't like to call them riots. With each, there had been something in the air first, a precursor. This hospital stunk of precursor, and she hadn't been the first to notice. The staff moved about their business in near silence, their eyes on each other and the crowd of strangers in their cafeteria. Parents coddled their children, and death stares were issued at the slightest cough or sneeze from someone nearby. There was talk of isolating the sick by the CDC. They'd been speaking to senior staff about cordoning off a wing on the 2nd floor. But if the plan had gone further, they hadn't shared the details with her. They rode the elevator to the 4th floor. When the doors opened, Stout directed her down the hallway to the left. A sign on the wall said, "Cardiovascular." "A nurse found him about 10 minutes ago." "Found who?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned down another hallway, then a third, entering some type of administrative wing. Most of the doors were closed, blinds drawn. "Second one there on the left," Stout said, pointing. Claire followed his finger. A placard on the closed door read, "Dr. Stanford Pence." Her hand dropped to the butt of her service weapon holstered on her hip. "You won't need that." Claire unsnapped the leather strap on the gun anyway, and tightened her grip as she reached for the doorknob with her other hand. The door swung in on the office. There was a couch on her left, and a mahogany desk on the right, grouped with 2 plush leather chairs. Various degrees covered the wall, and a single family photo sat on top of the desk. 3 people, a man in his 60s, his wife, and a boy of around 12, all smiling and dressed to the nines. In the center of the room, turned away from Claire and facing the large window occupying the back wall of the office, a man kneeled. His head slumped forward, his chin on his chest. He wore no shoes. A pair of black loafers sat beside him. Claire stepped closer. At the door, Stout cleared his throat, but otherwise said nothing. Claire stepped around the man, got between him and the window, and that was when she saw the blood and the 3 small boxes lined up on the floor. Chapter 10. Nash. Day 5, 8:31 a.m. Nash shrugged out of his coat as the elevator doors opened on the basement level of Chicago Metro. Normally deserted, the hallway buzzed with activity. The moment the doors opened, some kid in his 20s stepped inside, wheeling a hand truck loaded with file boxes. Boxes Nash recognized. "Where are you taking those?" "Roosevelt," the kid replied. Nash noticed the FBI badge clipped to his belt. "On whose orders?" The kid reached forward and pressed the button for the ground floor. He jerked the thumb back toward the hallway. "If you have any questions, I suggest you speak to Agent Poole." When the elevator doors started to close, Nash jammed his foot between them. As they reversed and opened again, he reached over to the elevator control panel and pressed the buttons for every floor before stepping out. Another young agent stepped past him with a hand truck holding 6 more file boxes. For several years now, the 4MK task force operated out of the basement in a space they dubbed the War Room. They found it easier to focus downstairs rather than up in the bullpen with all the other detectives. Too many questions, too many prying eyes, too many leaks to the press. The isolation put a stop to all of it. Well, most of it. Several months ago, when Anson Bishop was identified as the 4MK killer and escaped, the FBI took over the investigation. They also took over the space across the hall from the War Room. Porter had insisted it was temporary. Either Bishop would be caught, or the FBI would return the case to local law enforcement once it fell off the front page of the papers. But that never happened. Instead, things escalated. Things grew worse. Nash looked first in the FBI office. 4 agents. None he recognized. All were packing boxes and stacking them near the door. Across the hall in the War Room, he found Special Agent Frank Poole sitting in a chair at the front of the room, staring up at the 3 white evidence boards. Nash felt his face burn red as he stepped inside.
What the hell, Frank?
SAIC Hurlis wants everything consolidated at the FBI field office on Roosevelt. We've got details coming in from New Orleans and Simpsonville. The 6 bodies found in that lake, the house, everything Sam stumbled through from the moment he left Chicago to when we found him at the Gaillon Hotel.
Why can't we do that here?
It's not my call. Without taking his eyes from the boards, Poole said, "How well do you know the mayor?"
Me? I've met him twice at city functions, shook his hand, took a photo. I don't think he has any clue who I am.
What about Anthony Warnick from his office?
I just met him today, Nash replied. Why?
Poole still didn't look up. Warnick called the mayor's office. The mayor called my supervisor's supervisor. And in less than 5 minutes, I was under orders to include you in this investigation. 10 minutes prior to that, an SAIC Hurlis wanted me to lock you up with Sam. Somebody's holding something over someone's head. Nothing else explains a knee-jerk reaction like that. Poole stood, went to the first board and pointed at 3 words written with the information on Arthur Talbot. Friend with mayor.
Sam must have written that, Nash said. We know Talbot played golf with him, contributed to his campaign, too. His real estate projects were all large-scale. I can't imagine those things happen without the mayor involved somehow.
Did you tie him to anything criminal?
Nash shook his head. Nothing came up. I don't know that anyone looked, either. Talbot was our focus, not the mayor.
I think he's got you here as his eyes and ears, Poole stated flatly. Nash smirked.
If that's the case, he picked the wrong guy. I'm not talking to him.
Poole fell silent for a moment, then said, Does he have anything hanging over your head? This time Nash laughed.
You think he's going to strong-arm me somehow?
Poole shrugged.
That won't happen, Nash insisted. He's got nothing on me. I'm a Boy Scout.
Poole opened his mouth to reply to that, but changed his mind. Instead, he cleared his throat. Let's just focus on the case.
Yeah, let's do that.
Poole rolled his fingers over the arm of the chair in several rhythmic taps, and then his eyes went back to the boards. A few hours ago, I got a call from the sheriff down in Simpsonville, South Carolina. She found a male posed on the courthouse steps, identical to the 2 women we found up here. Eye, ear, and tongue removed and placed in white boxes tied with black string near the body. The words, Father, forgive me, written nearby. He's covered in a white powder, just like the 2 we found up here. I haven't heard back from the lab yet, but I think it might be salt.
Shit. That means we have 4 bodies today, Nash replied.
What?
Claire called me. She's got a man, a doctor named Stanford Pence. They found him in his office at Stroger. Identical to the others down to the boxes and the white powder.
What about the phrase? Nash nodded.
Father, forgive me. It was written on a prescription pad on his desk.
Anything on his forehead?
No, that's the only difference.
Nothing on the forehead of the guy in Simpsonville either. Poole thought for a moment, then said, The hospital is on lockdown. Does she have a time of death? How'd anyone get in there? 3 agents entered the room and began boxing up everything, moving it toward the door. "Leave the boards," Poole instructed. They nodded and continued their work. Poole looked toward the front of the room again. 4 bodies discovered within hours of each other. 2 here in the city, 1 in a hospital currently locked tight, another 700 miles away. This can't be Bishop alone. Nash grabbed a chair and sat beside him.
Do you have an idea on the one in South Carolina?
Poole nodded. A man named Tom Langland. He wrote up the original arson report on Bishop's house down there back in the 90s. He's retired from the fire department.
Do you have his report?
It's still in South Carolina. I only glanced at it. Poole tilted his head back and closed his eyes. August 1995, way before my time, ruled arson on the spot. Tom Langland wrote it up. He's retired now, but still lives in the area. I can drive you out to his place if you think it would be helpful. According to this, the entire area reeked of gasoline. By the time the trucks arrived, the house was a total loss. They found 3 bodies inside, all male. Cause of death says undetermined due to condition on account of the fire. 1 survivor, an Anson Bishop, 12 years old. He had been fishing out at the lake and came back when he saw the smoke. They believe his father was one of the men found inside. His mother was suspected of starting the fire. Looks like she disappeared. Her information went out on the wire, but she was never located. The trailer behind the house had been rented to a Simon and Lisa Carter. They also went missing after the fire. No hits on their wire report either. The boy went to the Camden Treatment Center not too far from here. Poole's eyes opened. That's what the sheriff told me.
Okay, that's creepy. You remember the conversation word for word?
Poole brushed his hair back and returned his attention to the whiteboards. I have eidetic memory. Near-perfect retention.
Christ, half the time I can't remember where I parked my car.
You shouldn't do that.
Do what?
Self-deprecating humor, Poole replied. I know you're a smart guy. You're good at your job. Putting yourself down is counterproductive. It takes you down a notch in the eyes of those around you. You're better than that. The corner of Nash's mouth went up in a slight grin, and his voice went low.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Frank. People tend to drop their guard around the dumb cop. You'd be surprised how disarming a couple jokes and some ruffled clothes can be. Somebody like you walks into the room, and every asshole puckers up. People are on guard. They watch every word. With me, they want to have a beer. They forget they're talking to a cop.
He gestured at the boards.
A little humor helps me deal with all of this, too. There's a lot of death in this room, and that can weigh heavy after a while.
Poole let out a breath and looked down at the floor. Is Sam part of this? Nash wiped his palms on his pants legs.
I want to tell you no. I want to say there is absolutely no way. I've known him for a long time, and he's one of the best cops I've ever had the pleasure of working with. I suppose if you asked me that question a month ago, I would have told you all of that. But now I'm not so sure, and that scares me. He's obsessed, irrational, going off like he did, busting that woman out of prison. I keep telling myself he kept me out of all that to protect me. Claire and Claus, too. But it doesn't feel like that. It feels secretive, deceptive. If I were to write everything he did on one of those boards up there and not put his name at the top, just look at the evidence, his actions, he'd be my #1 suspect. I'm having a hard time with that, but I know it's true. That said, we've got 4 new bodies, and he's been in custody the entire time. There's no way he's responsible. But that doesn't mean he's clean either. There's something he's not telling me, something big, and whatever that something is, it's been growing over the years we've worked this case. I'm scared to death of learning what that something is, but the cop in me won't stop until I do. For better or worse, that's how this works.
They both went quiet for a minute or so. Then Poole said, At the Bureau, they believe the investigation is compromised. They think that's why 4MK has eluded capture for so long. Nash was shaking his head before Poole finished his statement.
4MK eluded capture for so long because he's a crazy fuck whose motives make no sense to anyone but himself. If Sam is involved, and that's a big if, it never compromised his work. You saw his apartment, that wall. Those weren't the actions of someone trying to derail a case. That was a glimpse inside an obsessed mind. Someone who wanted to take down Bishop at any cost. The man sitting up in that interview room still does.
Nash turned to Poole.
You need to let him read those diaries. Let him help. Whether you trust him or not, nobody is more qualified to pick through Bishop's ramblings. You know that, whether you're willing to admit it or not.
The box went up to him 10 minutes ago, Poole said. Nash frowned.
So you made me say all that for nothing?
Say what? Poole said. I wasn't listening.
Oh, so you've got jokes too?
Only that one. Poole stood and photographed the boards with his phone. There's a briefing in 30 minutes at Roosevelt. The mayor will want you there. Nash wasn't sure if that last statement was meant as a joke or not. Chapter 11. Porter. Day 5, 8:36 a.m. Porter was too wired for sleep. They allowed him out of the interview room only long enough to use the bathroom and get a drink of water from the fountain in the hall. When a uniformed officer let him out, those in the hallway went quiet. Detectives he'd known for years, staffers, all of them just watched without a word. He fought the urge to raise his hands above his head and shout out, "Boo!" to get a rise out of them. When they put him back in the room, they left him in there alone. He expected to be charged with a crime, anything from the jailbreak to the murder at the Guyon Hotel. But that hadn't happened. Not yet, anyway. He supposed there was no hurry. He knew they weren't letting him out. He'd closed his eyes, tried to rest, but found himself listening to the screaming in his head. All the facts of this case shouted at once, 100 voices debating in his mind. When someone knocked on the door, his eyes snapped open, and he realized 2 hours had passed. He wasn't sure why they bothered to knock. He certainly couldn't open the door. He'd fought the urge to try the doorknob for more than an hour before he finally gave it a twist, confirming the door was locked. When the knock came, he only looked up at the door and waited. He heard the click of the lock disengaging. The door swung open a moment later. A woman in her 20s, wearing an FBI ID and a Chicago Metro visitor's pass, stepped inside with a white file box. She set it on the table. "This is from Agent Poole." A moment later, and she was gone. The door closed and locked behind her. The room went still, the hum of the HVAC the only sound. Porter found himself staring at the box. He knew it was inside. He could damn well feel the composition books through the thin cardboard, waiting like a living, breathing animal at rest. When he placed his palm on the lid, he swore it was warm. Sweat trickled down from his brow to his cheek. He felt it drop to his shoulder and made no attempt to wipe the side of his face. "I'll need something to write with," he said without looking up. He knew someone was watching him from the other side of the one-way window. Probably multiple someones. "Maybe some coffee, too." They brought these things a minute or so later. A whiteboard, marker, a mug, and coffee in a pot stained deep brown with duct tape on the handle. Only when he was alone again did Porter remove the lid from the file box, extract the composition books one at a time, and spread them out on the table. They were numbered. Digits written in the top right corner of each of them, 1 through 11, in handwriting he knew well. When Porter poured himself a cup of black coffee and settled back in his chair with the first of the books, he felt one of the someones on the other side of that one-way glass lean just a little bit closer. He fought the urge to read aloud. Chapter 12. Diary.
The finicky house for wayward children spoke at night. There was the creak of old bones and joints, riddled with arthritis, living within the walls, floor, and ceiling. The house gasped for breath, a subtle wheeze and raspy exhale which always seemed to start on the floors below and exit from somewhere above. The interior rooms of this place served as nothing more than tired lungs, pocked with cancerous tumors and scar tissue, abused and forgotten by those who once called this place home. Home. I found that to be a funny word, because a year ago I could have told you what it meant to me. Without question, without doubt, I understood home and could have pointed to it on a map and told you the best way to find it. It had been a singular place at that point, the only one I remembered or had ever known. Home had been the comfort of a warm blanket, the moist dirt between my toes as I walked barefoot down the path to my lake. Home had been Mother's laugh and Father's smile, and a gentle wave from the lovely Mrs. Carter as I cut across her yard, hoping to gain a whiff of perfume or a glimpse of the lines of her body, as the sun caught her yellow flower dress just right from behind. When I closed my eyes, I could go back there, and I did. I went back there often. As time passed, each time I returned, something had changed. At first, those changes were subtle. A bare clothesline rather than one covered with damp, flapping linens. A refrigerator, once stocked, now containing nothing but a half-gallon of spoiled milk. Rooms that had once been warm and inviting, now chilled with the icy touch of fall, layered in dust. And that place, my home, grew harder to find, as if placed in a box in my mind against the far back wall, and each day new boxes appeared, stacked in front, slowly burying that first box away. I woke today thinking about my cat, all alone on the shore of my lake, nobody to take care of her anymore. I wondered if I'd ever see my home again. Then I remembered the last time I had seen that home, the fire, those men, and I wondered if anything was left at all. Paul snored. Mr. Paul Upchurch, the drawer of worlds, the creator of the misadventures of Maybelle Markle, and resident of the top bunk in our shared room, snored each and every night with the rumble of a poorly maintained generator. Because he had the top bunk, being so close to the ceiling, each wet inhale echoed that much louder. So much so, he sometimes woke himself up with zero recollection of the cause. He'd mumble incoherently to himself, then drift back off again, only to repeat the process an hour or so later. I had no such luck. For some reason, when his malfunctioning respiratory system snatched me from slumber, I'd find myself wide awake, staring at the bunk above me, the glow of our alarm clock across the room illuminating the space in thin red light. This always seemed to happen at 2 minutes after 4. Tonight was such a night, and when I closed my eyes, all else seemed amplified. I tried to tune it all out and listen only for her. I had yet to meet Libby McKinley, the girl in the room across the hall, but part of me felt I already knew her, and with each passing day I felt a pull. This invisible rope securing the two of us together growing shorter by the hour. It started while I was under the care of the illustrious Dr. Joseph Oglesby in the Camden Treatment Center. As it was now, her room was slightly down the hall from mine, far enough to be out of reach, close enough to give off heat. Her time there had been spent behind closed doors, crying mostly. I longed to hear her laugh. If I had money, I'd pay a hefty sum just to hear her sneeze. But she only ever cried, and I didn't know why. Aside from Mrs. Finicky, the other girls in the house took turns with her, slipping in and out of her room at all hours. I knew their names were Christina Niven and Tegan Savala, 15 and 16, respectively. But aside from passing glances in the hallway and awkward hellos, I didn't really know them either. Upon my first night here, Paul was kind enough to tell me Tegan was quite spankworthy, and Christina could be, if she cleaned herself up, a solid 8 and 6 on his spankometer scale. The two of them had been here at Finicky House longer than anyone, going on 2 years now. Personally, I was still trying to figure out what a home for wayward children really was. I expected a parade of wannabe parents to come streaming through on the regular, but that had yet to happen. No adoptions or fostering here. Very few visitors at all. And our precise location was still up for debate. The large house sat in the middle of a substantial plot of land without another house anywhere around. The only building within eyesight was a dilapidated barn, one we'd been told was horribly dangerous and off-limits, which only made it more intriguing. Paul had a plan in the works. "We'll get the girls to check it out with us. I bet there's hay in there and quiet stalls, maybe even a loft. I'll play hide the salami with Tegan, and you can play Yahtzee or something with Christina. Maybe you can be a lookout. We'll need to bring a bottle for spinning." Before you start naming your children, you need to get the guts to talk to her. I do talk to her. You grunt at her, I told him. I've heard you. She'll say something like, good morning, and you reply with, ugh, or some other nonsense. I'm a man of few words, all strong and silent. She gets me. That's why she's always undressing me with her eyes. Is that what her eyes are doing? That's why she calls me, Paul, take me to church. She doesn't call you that. Her eyes do. Could be she just needs glasses. She had stars and fireworks in those eyes, Paul replied. She's always talking about me with the other girls. How would you know? What else are they talking about? If she gets me alone in that barn, there's no telling what she might do. You'd better drink plenty of fluids. Paul went quiet for a moment then. Have you ever seen a real girl naked? No, I told him, perhaps a little too quickly. But I had seen a woman, and I fell back asleep that night wondering where Mrs. Carter was at that particular moment, and how far from home she had strayed.
Chapter 13. Nash. Day 5, 9:01 a.m. The Federal Bureau of Investigation Chicago field office was located at 2111 Roosevelt Road, about 10 minutes from Chicago Metro. Nash drove his Chevy. One of the box-toting FBI agents had offered to give Nash a ride, but he couldn't bring himself to accept. Everything about this felt off. On the ground floor, he checked in at the security desk, surrendered both his primary weapon and backup, and was issued a visitor's badge after being photographed and passing through a metal detector. Poole had told him to report to the conference room on the 4th floor. Nash wasn't sure what he expected, but it wasn't what he found. Conference Room C was at least several thousand square feet, with a dozen rows of stadium seating going up the back wall, all facing a raised platform and floor-to-ceiling video monitors. Each screen bore a three-dimensional floating image of the FBI seal, glistening in animated light. It was 10 minutes early, and there was no sign of Poole or his supervisor. At least 20 agents were already in attendance, spaced around the room. While Nash didn't recognize anyone, they must have recognized him. Most of the voices either dropped away entirely or fell into hushed conversations. They weren't shy about watching him, though. Nash fought the urge to wave and poured himself a cup of coffee from a refreshment table near the door. Then he took a seat in the 3rd row and waited as the room continued to fill. At exactly 9 o'clock, the overhead lights dimmed and the 2 doors closed automatically. Nash half expected movie previews to come up on the screens. Instead, SAIC Hurless came out of a side door, and the room went quiet. While I understand most of you are new to this case, we don't have time for a learning curve. As of this morning, we have 4 more victims, 3 here in Chicago, another in Simpsonville, South Carolina. Detective Sam Porter has been apprehended and is currently being held at Chicago Metro. To Nash's surprise, several agents actually cheered this. A couple clapped. Hurless ignored them. Agent Poole will provide the details. Poole stepped through the same opening Hurless had used. Somehow he had found the time to shave and change his suit. He held a clicker in his hand, and when he pressed one of the buttons, the screens came alive behind him. 4 bodies. Each body was found in the same pose, on their knees with their hands joined at their front and head bowed as if in prayer. Left eye, left ear, and the tongue have been removed from each with surgical precision and placed in white boxes tied with black string and left at the victim's side. Aside from Gunther Herbert and Libby McKinley, Bishop always mailed the boxes over the course of a week, Herbert and McKinley being the exceptions. Within close proximity of each body, we also found a note reading, "Father, forgive me." Poole walked to the left side of the platform and gestured at the 2 women pictured behind him. The first victim was found in Rose Hill Cemetery, the second sitting on the tracks of the Red Line at the Clark subway station. With both, their fingerprints have been removed chemically. We have no identification at this time. He crossed over to the 3rd victim. This man has been identified as Tom Langlin, a former inspector with the Simpsonville Fire Department. Our unsub placed him on the courthouse steps in full view. He wrote up the original report on the fire at the Bishop property. Don't you mean Porter's property? someone shouted out from the back. "We'll get to that," Poole replied. He stepped to the far right and pointed up at the last body. "This is Dr. Stanford Pence. He worked in cardiovascular at Stroger Hospital. He was found in his office this morning, posed like the others. The hospital has been on lockdown since yesterday. We don't have time of death yet, but most likely he was killed before the hospital was sealed. It's unlikely our unsub managed to get through enhanced security with a body, and nobody has been permitted in or out of the hospital with the exception of a surgeon brought in to operate on Paul Upchurch. Information on that can be found in the case file." An agent sitting halfway down the second row stood. "You keep saying unsub rather than Bishop. Do you believe someone else is responsible?" Poole glanced over at Hurlis, who nodded, then turned back to the agent. "Because we have multiple victims in several states all appearing at relatively the same time, we don't want to rule out the idea that Bishop is working with a partner. We're certain he aided Paul Upchurch with the abductions of Ella Reynolds, Lily Davies, and Larissa Beale. It's possible someone else is working with both of them. Detective Porter claims Anson Bishop is here in Chicago along with a woman who may or may not be his mother." "Is Detective Porter Bishop's father?" This came from someone on the far end of the room, an Asian woman in a tan pantsuit. Hurlis jumped in. "At this point, we're not ruling anything out." Poole said, "Both female victims had 'I am evil' cut into their foreheads. The male victims did not. We don't know the relevance of this yet. None of this is to be shared with the press." There were several murmurs in the crowd. Poole turned back to the video monitors. "There is something else you all need to know about these victims. With each, their skin was covered in salt, not their clothing. This suggests they were exposed and dressed later. The salt found on them is not a match for the salt water found in the tank at Paul Upchurch's home. It appears to be a finely ground form of the salt used on the roads." The Asian woman stood and spoke again. "In the Bible, Genesis, Lot's wife is turned into a pillar of salt when she looks back on Sodom. If you consider that along with the messages found, 'Father, forgive me,' this could be something biblical, something very different from Bishop's history. Or this could be Bishop sending some kind of direct message to his father," Hurlis interjected, "if he is still alive." Poole didn't seem to hear Hurlis. He turned to the Asian woman and quoted, "Flee for your life. Do not stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the hills, lest you be swept away." Genesis, chapter 19, verse 17. Angels told this to Lot and his wife right before they destroyed the city. The Asian woman nodded. "I'm curious, were all 4 bodies found facing the same geographical direction?" Poole appeared to be thinking about this when Nash's phone rang. The room went quiet, and all eyes turned toward him. Nash offered those around him an apologetic smile. He reached down, fumbled with his phone, and swiped the answer button before bringing it to his ear. Although he knew the voice, he hadn't heard it in a number of months. That did nothing to stop the sensation of spiders crawling about his spine, as Anson Bishop spoke. "I know where you are, Nash, so don't say anything, only listen. In a moment, I'm going to text you an address, and you're going to leave your little meeting and go to that address. You'll do this alone. If I see any vehicle in the street other than your junker of a Chevy, a lot of people will get sick. I have more of that virus than I know what to do with, and I'm getting tired of carrying it around. It's so tempting to share it with everyone down at the Revival Food Hall, or maybe Woodfield Mall. The Bears are playing tonight at home on Monday Night Football. Can you imagine the fun we'd have if I brought it to the game? That one is tempting most of all. But honestly, I think I'd just rather see you right now. Catch up. I miss all my old friends, and we have so much to talk about. I'll give you 30 minutes. Don't be late. I get grumpy when I'm kept waiting." The phone dinged, and an address appeared on the screen. Bishop said, "Only you, Nash. Nobody else. Cough if you understand." Nash cleared his throat. "Attaboy." The call disconnected, and when Nash looked up, he realized everyone was still watching him. Chapter 14. Diary.
I woke at a little after 6 and had to pee. Not the roll on my side, think about something else and hold it for another hour kind of pee, but really had to pee, like my bladder would burst with a pop loud enough to wake the house if I didn't do something about it fast. Somehow my sheets got tangled up around my legs, and that didn't help matters any. I nearly fell from the bottom bunk trying to get out of that mess in my rushed state. In the bunk above me, Paul snored, rattled, and rolled. He was on his back, and his right arm hung over the side. The first hint of morning sniffed around the window. I crossed the room to the door, opened it, and got to the hall nearly jogging in place, with both hands covering my private parts under my pajamas. Any boy will tell you, when Mother Nature calls at full volume, 2 things happen: a sudden and all-encompassing need to jog, and morning wood. Neither of these things would go away until I spent a little time in the bathroom at the other end of the hall. Here's the thing, though. The boards in the hallway squeaked, and Vince Widener had made it very clear that he could hear them squeak from his room across the hall. He also made it very clear that anyone on the starting end of such wakeful squeaking would be severely punished, possibly maimed, or maybe disappeared. Vince was fond of sleep, and not so fond of anything or anybody else, except maybe hurting people. He seemed fond of that. I knew which boards squeaked. Paul had a map, one he helped me memorize on my first day here at Finicky House for the reasons stated above, and with that in mind, I placed my left foot on the board closest to the opposite wall and swung my right around to a board at the center of the hall about 3 feet closer to the bathroom. This maneuver took place in blissful silence, despite my body's continued insistence on jogging in place. Libby's door was closed, and as I did every time I passed it, I paused long enough to listen. She wasn't crying, and that was good. She still cried a lot, but not as much as she did at the Camden Treatment Center. While I didn't want to hear her cry, I did want to hear her. There was something oddly comforting about knowing she was in that room, so close. I knew this was strange. I hadn't even met her, never spoke to her. I barely knew what she looked like, as I'd only caught glimpses. A toilet flushed at the far end of the hall, and the door to the girls' bathroom swung open. Tegan came out with her arms stretching above her head, her eyes closed, and a big yawn on her mouth. She wore nothing but a skimpy pair of white panties, and I froze in place. Even the jogging stopped. The morning wood went nowhere, though, and when her eyes opened, they dropped right to it, my boy parts in full-on tent under my PJs. I tried to cover up, but I was a bit too slow for that. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't distracted by what she wore, or more appropriately, by what she didn't. "Geez, stare much?" Tegan said as she came down the hall on long legs, numerous boards creaking as she did. "Pervert." She ducked back into her own room and closed the door with enough force to rattle the walls. From his room I heard Vince groan. I crossed the remainder of that hallway, got to the bathroom, and closed the door with the speed of an elk. I twisted the lock, a feeble thing I could pick in my sleep. Got to the toilet and did my business, wondering if I'd have to spend the next hour on the john in order to avoid Vince, or if I could get back to my bed. There was a narrow window behind the toilet, one that overlooked the driveway, and as I stood there, relishing the relief of that first morning pee, I looked out. There was a car in the driveway, a white Chevy Malibu that I recognized. I watched as Detective Welderman rounded the side and opened the back door. Christina Niven got out, said something to him, then stomped off toward the front door of the house. She was wearing a short black dress and matching heels and clutching a small purse. When I looked back at the detective, I realized he was glaring up at me.
Chapter 15. Claire. Day 5, 9:17 a.m. Claire stood in the cramped office of Jerome Stout, head of hospital security. He sat in a rickety rolling chair behind the desk, his bulky phone centered on the desk between them. At the request of Stout, she had dialed her captain, Henry Dalton.
5? That's it?
Dalton's voice rattled from the speaker.
How do you keep a hospital of that size safe with only 5 security officers on duty?
Stout scratched at the top of his head.
That's a conversation you need to have with our budgetary committee, not me. I make do with what they provide me. Frankly, I've got a buddy at Cleveland General, and he's only got 3 per shift. I'm grateful for what I've got.
Claire leaned forward.
Captain, he's in here with us. We need more support. The CDC won't allow us to send anyone in any more than they'll let one of you out, he replied. And we can't be sure he's in there. I'm fairly certain that man didn't cut off his own ear and tongue and wrap them neatly in boxes. Probably didn't take out his own eyeball either, she said. We've got 2 similar bodies found here in Chicago this morning, and one more just like it found in Simpsonville, South Carolina. It's very doubtful your guy was killed by Bishop. More likely it was some kind of copycat. That's supposed to make me feel better? Either way, we've got a killer locked in the hospital with us. You're a detective. Get your head around it and detect. How many uniformed officers do you have in there with you?
4, Claire replied. I've got one stationed with Darlene Beale and her daughter Larissa, another outside Katie Quigley's door, and 2 more down in the cafeteria. I'd planned to move them all down there to keep that mess from turning into a full-on riot. No way I can do that now. I've got to keep them under protection. We need additional support. We can't keep this up 24/7.
Nobody on Upchurch?
He's comatose and not expected to regain consciousness. I don't have the resources to keep someone on him. The captain sighed.
I wish I could give you some help, but I can't. I'm under orders, just like you.
What about the feds?
I've already spoken to SAIC Hurlis, and he's in the same boat. Until the CDC allows us to open the doors, nobody gets in or out. The focus right now is on containment. Where's the body now? Who else knows about this?
Claire glanced at Stout, then back down at the phone. I had it brought down to the morgue. There's a pathologist on duty, a woman named Amelia Weber.
Good, Dalton said. Put her in contact with Isley down at the medical examiner's office. He's got the other 2 from this morning. He's in touch with Simpsonville, too. They all need to compare notes. You'll obviously want to keep all this as quiet as possible. If word spreads around the hospital, your situation could easily escalate.
Claire rolled her eyes. Little late for that. The nurse who discovered Pence's body told the others at the nurse's station in a manner loud enough to attract the attention of several other staffers nearby. 3 orderlies, another doctor, and 2 members of the cafeteria staff. Claire had tried to corner all of them and explain the importance of discretion, only to learn they had all told others, and those people had also talked.
The cat is already out, Captain, she said. Then you need to treat this as you would any other homicide and work to solve it as quickly as possible. If we didn't have the other bodies this morning, I'd suspect a copycat who might have had it in for your dead cardiologist. Somebody trying to use all the hype around 4MK to cover up their own reasons for wanting the man dead. That's still a viable theory, but you need to remain open to other possibilities. Did Klazowski run the name? Is he connected to Upchurch?
No direct contact with Upchurch or his case, but he was on the hospital board. Claus is trying to determine if he controlled funding that might have indirectly impacted Upchurch and put him on Bishop's radar.
Good, Dalton said. Keep me posted on what you find. I'll pass everything on to the feds.
He hung up. Well, that wasn't the least bit helpful, Claire said. The back of Stout's chair groaned as he leaned back.
Whether it's Bishop, some copycat, or someone else entirely, whoever killed Dr. Pence is locked in this hospital with us. Between SWAT and my guys, we've got every entrance covered.
Claire remembered something then. Are you connected to the tunnel system under the city?
Tunnel system?
Claire nodded. The old bootlegging tunnels. They run from the harbor to heaven knows how many points under Chicago. They were created during Prohibition to keep the booze flowing. Later, the utility companies took most of them over. They still use them today. When we were trying to track down Emery Connors, we learned Bishop used the tunnels to get around unseen. You can get from one end of the city to the other down there. Stout frowned.
I never heard of them.
We need to check the basement. Chapter 16. Nash. Day 5. 9:15 a.m. Nash rolled up tight on the curb and parked his Chevy about half a block from the address Bishop had sent him. 423 McCormick on the east side. Shifting into park, he looked up and down the block. There wasn't much to look at. Most Chicagoans had given up on this part of the city back in the 90s. Once the gangs got a good foothold, the businesses began to fold one after the other until all that remained were several pawn shops, a bail bondsman, and a corner convenience store, which no longer permitted patrons inside. Instead, they offered a window made up of 2-inch ballistic glass on the street side. You placed your order through the intercom system, and the items were retrieved by the owner. Once paid for, the purchased items were delivered via a large metal drawer. Over the past several years, as the neighborhood degraded, residents of the community, gang members included, created an unspoken rule of protection surrounding the little store, and it had yet to be robbed in 23 years of operation. That didn't mean the owner would open the door, though. Not for anybody, even a cop. This perplexed Nash, because the address Bishop had given him, 423 McCormick, was the store. The lights were on. He most likely opened shop at 9, but no one stood on the corner, and Nash didn't see anyone moving around behind that thick glass. Reaching over to the glove box, Nash pressed the release button, spilling 8-track tapes out on the floor.
Shit!
He meant to fix that. At the back of the glove box, secured to the plastic with heavy-duty screws, was a leather holster housing a snub-nosed .38. He took that out, checked the cylinder, then shoved it under his belt at the small of his back. He also had his regulation Beretta in his shoulder rig and a Kel-Tec P-38T in a holster on his ankle. He had no idea what to expect of the coming minutes. And if there'd been a samurai sword on the back seat, he probably would have grabbed that too. Under his bulky down coat, he wore a Kevlar vest. He'd put that on back at the FBI building. Didn't want anyone to see him do it here. He placed his police placard on the dashboard, thought better of it, and tossed it down on the floor with the 8-track tapes. This wasn't the kind of place you wanted to advertise your employment with the Popo. Somebody had probably pegged him as a cop by now anyway. He still hadn't seen a living soul, but he felt eyes on him, from up above, down the block, and behind. He was certain he was being watched. Whether those eyes belonged to Bishop or a local looking out for their own interest or the interests of their associates would remain to be seen. With a deep breath, Nash shut off the Chevy and climbed out onto the icy, cracked sidewalk. He closed the car door but didn't bother to lock it. The passenger side door didn't lock at all, and in a neighborhood like this, it was best to provide easy access to the interior. Otherwise, you'd find yourself shopping for a replacement window. While the plows kept the streets relatively free of snow, even here, the sidewalks were another story. In some places, black snow reached heights of 3 to 4 feet. Against some of the abandoned storefronts, the drifts went even higher. Nobody had salted the sidewalk, so Nash trudged along carefully, avoiding the icy patches, as the wind kicked up around him with a grumbling howl. When he reached the window for the convenience store, noting the building had no signage depicting the store's name, he knocked on the glass, pressed his face up close, and looked inside. He spotted a man who was presumably the owner in a folding lawn chair at a desk to the left of the window reading the Chicago Examiner. He glanced up at Nash, then went back to the paper.
What the fuck?
Nash grumbled, knocking again. Without looking up, the owner pressed the button on a bulky microphone beside him.
You want service? You use intercom.
He went back to the paper, turning the page. Nash started to reply, realized it wouldn't matter, and searched around the window until he found the intercom button embedded in an aluminum speaker on the left. He pressed the button with his gloved finger and said,
I'm here.
His voice trailed off, because he wasn't exactly sure what to say.
I'm here to see Ensign Bishop. Is Anson home? Can Anson come out and play?
The man seemed to know exactly why he was here, though, and Nash didn't need to say anything further. The metal drawer below the window slid open, a flashlight and 2 D-cell batteries inside.
He said you can keep all your guns, but you'll need light.
Reaching into the drawer, Nash took out the large flashlight and fumbled with the cap on the bottom, twisting it off to get the batteries inside, then replacing it. Not an LED light, but an older bulb model. Still bright, though.
658,
the store owner said.
What? For the light and batteries, 658. Where's Bishop? The man rattled the drawer. 658.
Digging in his pocket, Nash fished out a 10 and put it in the drawer. The owner pulled the drawer back to his side, took out the 10 and put the bill in his own pocket, then settled back into his chair with the newspaper.
What about my change? Neighborhood beautification tax, the man said without looking up.
Nash wasn't in the mood to argue. It was too damn cold out.
Just tell me where to find Bishop.
The owner sighed, lowered the paper, and extended a bony finger.
He in 426 across street. You're not alone. I supposed to say 430. I am alone. That's why 426. You some kind of dummy? I see you alone. Go now. 5-0 bad for business.
This time, when the store owner raised the newspaper, he used it to shield himself from Nash's gaze. An impenetrable wall of ink and pulp. Nash turned, nearly fell on a patch of ice, but managed to remain upright by grabbing the brick wall with his free hand. 426 across the street wasn't much to look at. A 3-story red brick tenement with heavy black bars on the first-floor windows, plywood on the rest. Somebody had painted an orange penis on the green front door along with the phrase Calicorn 16, which meant absolutely nothing to Nash.
426 McCormick,
he said aloud, looking up at the building.
As good a place to die as any.
He took a moment to look both ways before jaywalking across the center of the block. But the only other car he spotted was the burned-out husk of an old van, half buried in snow. Chapter 17. Diary.
"Turn to the left and give me a little pout," Paul Upchurch said from behind the camera. I stuck my tongue out at him instead. Father had told me to avoid photographs at all costs. Photographs created a record, documentation, evidence, timelines. All of these things could resurface at any point and become problematic. "You travel this world as a ghost, champ. The less people see you, the freer you become. Only the dead know true freedom." Yet here we were, standing in the parlor of Finicky's home, me with my back against the wall and Paul holding up a 35mm camera that looked more expensive than some cars. What is this for? The wall of shame on the stairs. Paul adjusted something on the camera, then got down on one knee and looked back through the lens. "Finicky usually insists we take them on the first full day, and you've been here nearly a week." The camera clicked. The bright flash left white dots floating around the room. "I saw that police detective this morning, the one who brought me here." I didn't tell Paul what I had seen of Tegan. That would lead to a 2-hour grilling, and I wasn't ready to commit that kind of time today. I had plans. "Welderman?" "Yes, Welderman." The correct response is yeah. You sound like an old person sometimes. I think you should commit to using the word ain't at least 3 times today. The camera clicked again, another flash. "Turn to the right." I couldn't say ain't any more than I could say yeah without a conscious effort. Father had explained the importance of blending in to me, and I supposed I could do it in an effort to do so, but it would be an effort. Poor grammar didn't come easily to me. Paul made another camera adjustment. "Welderman is a tool, but he's here a lot. Same with that partner of his, Stocks. They're friends with Finicky, and sometimes they give the girls rides into town. The boys, too, but mostly the girls. He smells like old grapefruit, but it beats walking." This came from Christina. When I looked up, I found her standing in the parlor's arched entryway. She wore nothing but a skimpy white bikini with a brown towel draped over her shoulder. "Grapefruit and Old Spice," Tegan said, stepping up behind her in a black 2-piece. Both girls had their hair pulled back in ponytails. My face flushed at the sight of them, and my eyes went to the ground. When Paul turned, his mouth fell open. "I think I love you both." Without looking through the viewfinder, he clicked off several shots of the girls with the camera. The 2 of them quickly fell into model mode, pressing their backs together and smiling just so, at the camera, tilting their heads this way and that. Old pros. "That's how you do it," Paul told them. His thumb jerked back in my direction. "Captain Stick-Up-His-Butt is camera shy." "Is he now?" Tegan grinned. "He wasn't so shy this morning." She crossed the room, pulling Christina along by the hand. When they reached me, Tegan dropped her towel on the floor and put her arm around my waist. She leaned in close and whispered at my ear, "You weren't shy at all, were you, Anson?" Christina edged in on my other side and pressed her half-naked body against me. My arms hung awkwardly at my sides. I wasn't sure where to put them. When my fingers brushed against Christina's thigh, I curled them away. Paul took another picture. The two of them smelled like fresh wildflowers and baby powder. They pressed in tighter against me, both so warm. "Your face looks like a ripe tomato," Paul was kind enough to point out, which only made my cheeks burn more. Tegan giggled. She reached over, tapped Christina on the shoulder, and pointed down toward my crotch. "Well, that was easy," Christina said with a soft laugh. "I told you," Tegan beamed. She cocked her head back toward the parlor's entrance. "Libby, want to see Anson's hard-on? I think he wants you to see it." Both my hands went to the front of my jeans, and the girls giggled again, grinding against me. "Libby, come in here. Hurry up." I saw her shadow then, just a hint of it, beyond the parlor on the hallway wall. But she didn't step into the room. "I think I'm going to go back up to my room," a thin voice said. I'd never heard her speak before, but the pitch of her voice, the inflection, sounded like I'd known it my entire life. Tegan rolled her eyes and stomped off toward the doorway. "The last place you need to be is locked in your room. You're going to go with us to get some sun. You're as pasty as a corpse." If I felt awkward sandwiched between the two girls, it felt even weirder to be standing there with Christina alone. Paul didn't seem to care. He snapped another picture. None of us heard Mrs. Finicky enter the room from the formal dining room. She'd probably been in the kitchen.
"Anson, you should take your shirt off. The two of you look unbalanced. Christina there in a lovely bathing suit showing off her curves, and you dressed for church." She turned to Paul. "You'll never learn to properly photograph if these things aren't apparent to you."
"Yes, ma'am," Paul said. Ms. Finicky turned back to me.
"Well?"
When I didn't move, Christina started on the buttons of my shirt. "I'll get it." Her voice no longer sounded playful. For a moment, I thought she actually sounded frightened.
Chapter 18. Nash. Day 5. 9:22 a.m. Nash nearly fell on his ass climbing the icy steps. When he reached the top, he found someone had kicked in the green door with a large orange penis painted on it. The wood along the frame was splintered, the deadbolt gone. Looked like it had been that way for a while. He gave it a gentle push, and it swung inward on a dark hallway covered in peeling floral wallpaper. He switched on the flashlight and scrolled the light over the interior. Several boards were missing from the scratched and faded hardwood floors, revealing open joists and holes to the basement. The yellow beam of the flashlight dipped down into those holes, but revealed nothing beneath. He could only see about 10 feet down the hallway before the light petered out.
"Bishop, I'm coming in."
He stepped forward tentatively, wondering just how sturdy that floor was. He wasn't exactly a small man. At last check, he weighed in at 220, and that was before he strapped on his arsenal and enough winter gear to survive a walk in the Arctic. He took out the Beretta.
"I'm armed, and I will shoot you if you do anything stupid."
The only reply came from the wind, howling through an open window somewhere in the building. A piece of loose wallpaper beside him rattled, reminding Nash of a moth stuck to the wall trying to break free.
"Where the hell are you?"
"Are you alone?" Bishop's voice startled him, something he'd never admit, not to anyone. There was something in the timbre of it. He hadn't shouted, he hadn't spoken the words loud at all, yet his voice seemed to come from every direction, from up ahead as well as sneaking up from behind. above and below. His voice inched up on you the same way a snake might. You look down at your feet, and it's just there, coiled and ready to strike.
You said alone, so I came alone. I don't need an army to put a bullet in your head.
Nash stepped deeper into the hallway, checking each room as he went with the flashlight. An old sitting room, a dining room, a dilapidated bathroom.
Why couldn't we just meet at Starbucks or something?
Where's the fun in that? The floorboards creaked behind him, and Nash spun around, leading with his gun and following close behind with the flashlight. Nobody was there. Jumpy, aren't you?
Where are you?
Take the steps to the second floor, Bishop replied. And surely this time, his voice had come from above. Nash brought the beam of the flashlight to the ceiling, and he thought he saw someone watching him through one of the holes.
If I fall and break something, it's on you. I'm suing. Metro PD healthcare is shit.
I remember, Bishop said, his voice more muffled this time. More distant. Take the steps slowly and stay close to the wall. You'll be just fine. Nash had stopped at the staircase. It ran against the wall on the left, wooden treads disappearing up into the dark.
Why am I here?
He eyed the banister, but with the gun in his right hand and the flashlight in his left, something would have to give if he wanted to hold on. That wasn't happening. He placed a foot on the first step and felt it sag under his weight. He inched closer to the side of the wall and brought his other foot up. It held. He took the next step. You're doing just fine, Nash.
Fuck you!
So hostile. The next step crunched underfoot, and Nash thought for sure he'd bust through, but the wood held. He took the final 4 a little faster and found himself standing on a landing at the foot of a hallway. 3 doors were closed, 2 more open, another missing altogether.
Where am I going, shithead?
He ran the beam up and down the hallway, toward each open door, but didn't see anything. We'll never be friends if you treat me like that. Friends respect each other.
Step out in the open, Nash replied. Give me a clean shot. I'd hate to just wing you. Best if I put you out of your misery quick. I catch you in your gut or something, and you could be up here bleeding out for days. That would be just terrible.
I'm sure you'd be wrought with worry and remorse. Last room, the one without the door. Nash followed Bishop's voice, stepped forward. He pointed his gun toward that last room, while also scanning the others with a flashlight as he passed.
Why don't you just come out into the open?
I don't want to give you your clean shot. I'm fairly certain you'd take it.
You got that right,
Nash replied under his breath. He considered opening the closed doors, but thought better of it. He knew where Bishop was. The strange echo downstairs was gone. Whenever Bishop spoke, his voice clearly came from that final room at the end of the hall. As he approached the opening, his grip tightened on the gun.
I'm coming in, Bishop. Don't try anything stupid.
I wouldn't dream of it. That final room was a large unfurnished bedroom, with a boarded window on the far wall and a closet behind double louvered doors on the left. Like the rest of the house, wallpaper curled away from the cracked plasterboard, the lattice visible beneath. An old ceiling fan hung from nothing but a single wire at the center of the room, ready to fall with the slightest provocation. Near the boarded window, kneeling on the floor with his back to the door, his hands clasped together, and head bowed as if in prayer, was Ensign Bishop. Nash pointed his gun at the back of the man's head.
Don't move, you piece of shit!
Chapter 19. Claire. Day 5, 9:23 a.m. The basement of John H. Stroger Jr. Hospital was enormous. Aside from that, it was a cluttered mess. Years of discarded medical equipment filled nearly every available space. Gurneys, beds, IV stands, wheelchairs. Then there were boxes. It was obvious at some point someone had tried to keep it all organized. But it was also obvious that had been years ago. Although rooms were labeled, at this point those tags were no more than polite suggestions. If the staff needed to rid themselves of something, it went wherever it fit and was forgotten. The only space they found in relatively neat condition was the hospital's HVAC room, and that was where Claire had found Ernest Scow, a black man in his 60s, sitting on a milk crate wearing filthy overalls and attempting to eat a breakfast sandwich when she, Stout, and the 3 other security guards Stout had ordered to help in the search had exited the elevator.
Ernest! Call me Ernest,
he insisted, finishing off the sandwich and brushing the crumbs from his lips.
Now what's this about tunnels?
Claire said. Bootlegging tunnels. They run under most of the city. A lot of these older buildings, and even some of the new ones, have access. Ernest scratched at the stubble on his chin.
I've been working down here the better part of 2 decades, and I ain't never noticed tunnels.
How well do you know this basement? Stout asked.
The man cocked his head. I know the equipment, the hardware I maintain. As for the rest, I don't go out there. That's not my business.
Do you know where the phone lines come into the building? The phone company leases some of the tunnels for equipment, Claire said. His eyes rolled toward the ceiling, and he scratched his chin again.
I believe they come in on the west wall. There's another bank of elevators over there, and I hear the tech guys plodding around that part of the basement every once in a while. They don't venture over to this side much. Must be over there.
Show us. As Ernest led them through the maze of discarded equipment, Claire's eyes kept landing on the gurneys. Some stood alone, others had been used to transport old equipment in boxes and still rested under their charge. Several were broken and scattered about. There were many of them, though, and Claire wondered if this was where Bishop found the ones he used for Emery and Gunther Herbert. Both had been handcuffed to gurneys, and you couldn't exactly pick them up at the local Walmart. Ernest pointed up at the ceiling.
Those are phone lines, the gray ones. The blue cables are internet.
Dozens of thick cables, all bound together with zip ties and fastened to the concrete ceiling with brackets. All eyes were on the ceiling as they followed the bundle of wires deeper into the basement. When they finally reached the outer wall, the cables disappeared through a 4-inch round hole in the concrete foundation, sealed up tight with a rubber gasket. No tunnel. No visible openings.
Shit,
Claire muttered, her eyes drifting up and down the wall.
I thought for sure.
Stout had turned left at the wall and was following it, inching along with one hand, pressing on the concrete, as if some secret passage might reveal itself if he tripped a hidden lever. Claire stared at the smooth concrete wall.
What year was this place built?
Ernest didn't hesitate.
1912, that I do know.
The tunnels were started around 1899, Claire replied. Makes sense they would have used them here. This concrete looks more recent. I wonder if they covered them up.
The foundation was reinforced back in the 80s. None of this is original construction. I suppose they could have sealed them up in the process.
Claire's phone rang. Claus. She answered it and pressed it to her ear.
Yeah? Paul Upchurch is awake.
Her brow furrowed. What? They said he wouldn't...
He's talking,
Klazowski interrupted.
You need to get up there.
Chapter 20. Diary.
Keep your voice down, Paul told me, even though I hadn't said anything, and the volume of his own voice was loud enough to carry. We were crawling through the tall grass behind the house, about halfway to the barn. I think I see them, he said, raising his head just enough to see out over the field. About 50 feet before the barn. I raised my own head, and he grabbed me by the shoulder and tugged me back down. They'll see you. I frowned at him. Did they see you? No, but I'm stealthy. I'm like a ghost ninja, practically invisible. Nobody sees me unless I want them to. The girls had left the parlor the moment Ms. Finicky turned her back, rushing down the hallway and out the back door. Libby hadn't stepped into the room at all, but I watched her shadow shrink away with the other two. I heard the patter of 3 pairs of feet leave the house. Finicky had taken the camera from Paul and ushered both of us out of the room, too. When we got to the foot of the stairs, he grabbed my arm and nodded toward the front door. A moment later, we were outside, rounding the house. We'll give them a 20 count, then go after them. We don't want to be too close behind."
"Too close behind for what?" Paul rolled his eyes.
"To watch them. They clearly want us to watch them. Why else would they stop by the parlor dressed like that?"
"Maybe because it was on the way out?" I offered.
"God, you're naive when it comes to the ways of the modern woman."
"I think I wanted you to see." Ms. Carter's words popped into my head from nowhere.
"Christina was clearly flirting with you, and Tegan could barely keep her hands off me," Paul said. "You need to learn to read the signals."
"The signals?"
"All girls send signals, like a homing beacon or a siren song. Do you really think they wanted to sunbathe?" He shook his head. "No way. They're lying around in the grass half naked because they want us to watch."
Somewhere nearby, a girl giggled. Paul pulled me closer to the ground.
"Shit!"
Neither of us said anything for a minute or two. Then he slowly raised his head again, just enough to see through the grass.
"Do you see them?"
"Uh-huh," he said softly.
"It's glorious."
He crawled on his belly about 10 more feet, and I followed. When we stopped, I could hear the girls talking, but I couldn't make out the words. I pushed myself up on my elbows. I saw them then. Tegan was closest, lying on her towel on her belly, facing away from us. Christina was beside her, also on her belly. She had her knees bent, her bare legs curled up behind her, absent-mindedly swaying around. Libby was there too, on the opposite side of both girls. I could barely see her, just a hint of a foot.
"I want to go around to the other side," I said. "Why? Tegan is right there and... oh, shit."
Tegan had reached around to her back and untied the string of her top.
"Can you put lotion on me?"
We had edged close enough to hear her. Christina sat up with a bottle of lotion in her hand and squirted a little on Tegan's back and began to rub it in.
"Just a little,"
Christina said. "They said they wanted us to lose the tan lines."
"I don't want to burn."
"We won't stay out long," Christina replied. "You should lose these, too." She tugged a string on Tegan's bottoms, and they fell away. Just like that. Beside me, Paul gasped. I might have too.
"No more than 30 minutes,
Tegan said. "I can't look like a lobster." Christina turned around, faced Libby. "I'm not sure if lotion is good for bruises or bad." "I don't think it can hurt," Tegan said. "They'll fade. They're already going away. I think we can hide them with a little cover-up if we need to." "Maybe a little lotion?" This voice was neither Tegan or Christina. It had come from Libby. "Just be careful with the spot on my back. That one still hurts pretty bad."
Chapter 21. Nash. Day 5, 9:25 a.m. Kneeling, facing away from Nash and toward the boarded window, was Anson Bishop. He didn't turn as Nash entered the room. He didn't move at all. His body remained as still as a corpse, posed in much the same way as the bodies found earlier today.
"Please tell me there are 3 white boxes holding your various bits on the ground in front of you,"
Nash said as he stepped closer, the barrel of his gun trained on the other man. Bishop didn't reply. The beam from Nash's flashlight caused Bishop's shadow to stretch across the room and rise up on the far wall, a creature of long, sharp lines. The floor groaned under Nash's weight. He cautiously stepped around Bishop. Bishop's eyes were closed.
"How's Sam? I worry about him. Do you have any weapons on you?"
"I do not." Bishop wore only a gray sweatshirt, jeans, and hiking boots. A heavy jacket, scarf, and hat were balled up on the floor in the far corner of the room. There was no furniture. Using the toe of his shoe, Nash lifted the back of Bishop's sweatshirt. No gun.
"Put your hands behind your head."
Bishop did as he was told.
"Clasp your fingers together."
Bishop did. That's when Nash noticed the sign. Propped against Bishop's chest, identical to the one found on the body in the cemetery, was a cardboard sign. Only this one didn't say, "Father, forgive me." This sign said, "I surrender."
"Where's the rest of the virus?"
Nash said. Bishop's eyes remained closed. "What virus?" Nash pressed the barrel of his gun into Bishop's temple, ground the metal into his skin.
"Sam's the patient one, not me. I've got zero problem ending you right here and telling everyone I found you that way. You think anyone would care? The city would probably throw a parade. I've got a hospital full of sick people. I'm going to ask you one last time. Where is the rest of the virus?"
Bishop licked his lips. "Aren't hospitals usually filled with sick people?" Nash kicked him. His foot hauled back and slammed into Bishop's chest before he even realized he did it. And it felt damn good.
"You think the families of those 2 women this morning would care if I threw you through that fucking window? Where the hell is the rest of the virus?"
With the kick, Bishop had doubled over, but somehow he managed to keep his fingers interlaced on the back of his head. And after several coughs, he caught his breath and straightened back up. "I've clearly surrendered to a member of Chicago Metro. I've made no attempted hostility, no aggressive moves. Yet this detective feels it is necessary to use force against me, threaten my life. This is why I invited you here, to witness this, to document the way I knew he would treat me, the way I have been treated from the beginning. Chicago Metro wants me as a scapegoat. All they're trying to do is protect their own. This man, Detective Brian Nash, is Sam Porter's partner. They've been friends for many years. I don't know how deep into it this detective is, but he's clearly dirty. Maybe as dirty as Porter. I am innocent of everything these people have accused me of." Nash's face burned red as he stared down at him.
"Who the hell are you talking to?"
The wind kicked up outside, and the house groaned. Bishop opened his eyes for the first time and nodded toward the corner of the room. Sitting in the dust and filth of the neglected hardwood floor, surrounded by cobwebs and grime, was a small GoPro camera. The tiny lens faced out into the room, faced the 2 of them. With the heel of his shoe, Nash crushed it with a satisfying crunch, stomped on it again, several more times, until it was nothing but a mangled mess. This didn't seem to bother Bishop in the slightest. A smile grew on his lips. "I didn't trust you to bring me in clean, so I called Channel 7 before I called you. Your friend Lizeth Loudon, they placed the camera. They're recording the live feed from next door. You asked me why this building." Bishop looked up at him. "That's why." Nash looked from Bishop to the smashed camera under his foot, then back again. His heart felt like it might burst through his ribcage. He took a step back and cupped his hand over the small microphone attached to the collar of his jacket.
"Paul, can you hear me? Get your team in here now!"
Chapter 22. Claire. Day 5, 9:26 a.m. After surgery, Paul Upchurch was moved to an isolation room at the far end of ICU on the 5th floor. Claire rode the elevator up from the basement, and Dr. Byer met her in the hallway. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his eyes appeared a little weary, but beyond that he looked better than she expected for a man plucked from his life and dropped into the center of this mess.
"The hospital tells me they have nearly a dozen people experiencing flu-like symptoms right now associated with the SARS virus."
"Uh-huh," Claire said from behind her mask. Her eyes itched, and she fought the urge to sneeze again. She wasn't about to discuss the happenings of her stomach and gastrointestinal tract. She'd had more pleasant experiences after a night of binge-eating Mexican. Byer wore a mask too, but he didn't look sick.
"Are you—"
The words trailed off, because he already knew the answer.
"You were exposed earlier than most."
"I'm fine."
"You don't look fine. You should have someone administer a saline drip. You're dehydrated."
"I'm just tired. We haven't caught a break in this case in days. Things are just getting worse." He took her by the wrist and pinched the skin on the back of her hand.
"See how your skin tenses and doesn't immediately go back? You're losing elasticity, a sure sign of dehydration."
He released her hand.
"Are they treating you at all?"
Claire shrugged. They gave me a shot of something earlier to boost my immune system. Aside from that, there's not much they can do. I'll ask about the saline." She nodded toward the hall. "Look, I appreciate your concern, but I've got a job to do here. What did Upchurch tell you?" Dr. Byer looked back down the hallway. "We removed the ventilator tube as a standard post-operative test to see whether or not he was capable of involuntary actions such as breathing and swallowing on his own. I fully expected to replace the tube immediately, but he coughed. Then he grabbed my arm." The doctor paused for a moment to consider this. He rubbed at his forearm. "I don't understand it. The parts of his brain that control speech and reasoning have been decimated. He shouldn't comprehend what a word is anymore, let alone have the ability to construct a sentence." "Doctor, what did he say?" Dr. Byer started walking again, back toward ICU. "A name. I couldn't make it out at first. He struggled to get it out. Then he repeated the name several times. Sarah. Sarah Werner. Does that mean anything to you?" At this point, Claire knew the name well, but she still had no idea who Sarah Werner really was. Sam had called her from Werner's phone. They had learned that Sam had spent the last 2 days bouncing around the country with a woman he believed to be Sarah Werner. They also knew the real Sarah Werner, a New Orleans attorney, was dead and had been for several weeks now, her body left to rot in her apartment. A prison guard in New Orleans, a man named Vincent Widener, had also asked for Sarah Werner when he was taken into custody. He, along with the woman pretending to be Werner, the one with Sam, had broken another woman out of that same prison. That woman had been found dead here in Chicago in the lobby of the Gaillon Hotel. Sam was apparently the shooter. Something she knew in her heart couldn't possibly be true. Sam had told Poole the woman he knew as Sarah Werner was actually Bishop's mother. So was Upchurch asking for her, or the dead attorney? "Through here," Dr. Byer said, ushering her through a series of doors into a small antechamber. He handed her a sealed package containing clothing. "You'll need to put this on. He'd never survive contact with the virus. We can't risk contamination." "You sure know how to make a girl feel welcome." Claire tore open the package and tugged on the disposable yellow plastic suit. He handed her a pair of matching boots and a large mask that covered her entire head and fastened to the rest of the suit with some kind of sticky seam on contact. He fastened a belt around her waist, which held a small air tank. The hose snapped into the back of her suit. The moment it clicked into place, she felt the rush of cool air all around her. When he finished helping her, Dr. Byer put on a similar suit with practiced speed. "The air tank will last for 15 minutes. I doubt we'll need more time than that." His voice came through some kind of built-in comm system. "Ready?" Claire nodded. She followed him through another door and into Paul Upchurch's room. Claire hadn't gotten a good look at him when they brought him in. He had collapsed into police custody and was immediately ushered into the ICU and prepped for surgery. The man lying in the bed before her was the stuff of nightmares. His skin was pasty gray and shimmered with a thin layer of sweat. She expected his head to be wrapped in layers of bandages, but that wasn't the case at all. Instead, the surgical incision was clearly visible under a transparent bandage. Meant to expand, the bandage was filled with some kind of liquid. She didn't know if it was medicinal, placed there to help with the healing process, or some kind of pus, but the sight of it nearly made her gag. His hair and both eyebrows were gone. Either the hair had fallen out with treatment, or had been shaved in preparation for surgery. He looked alien, not human at all, and he was staring directly at her. Upchurch had blue eyes, according to his file, but to look at them you'd never know. The eyes that fixed on her were a milky gray, bloodshot and yellow where they should have been white. Dr. Byer crossed the room to the rack of machines beside the bed and studied the various graphs and numbers on the colorful readout. His back was to her. She couldn't see his face. Claire edged closer to the bed. Upchurch's gaze followed her. His tongue came out and licked at his dry, chapped lips. Like his eyes and skin, his tongue wasn't pink, but the same gray, lifeless color. She knew she was looking at a dead man. Something in his gaze told her that he knew the truth, too. Upchurch's right hand twitched and lifted about an inch off the bed before falling back down. The handcuffs clattered against the metal. It seemed absurd they were there at all. This man wasn't going anywhere. When his lips moved, they didn't bring words, but a dull smack, a labored gasp at the air. Through all this, Upchurch's gaze remained on her. If he blinked, she hadn't seen it. Claire took another step closer. "My name is Detective Claire Norton with Chicago Metro. Do you know where you are?" With effort, his head moved in a slight nod. His eyes did close then. "He's heavily medicated, but I imagine even the slightest movement would be painful right now. It would take immense concentration," Dr. Byer told her. She hadn't seen him turn around, but he was facing her now from the opposite side of Upchurch's bed. "You asked for Sarah Werner," Claire told Upchurch. "She's dead." If he understood what she said, his face didn't betray him. His lips smacked again, and Claire willed her feet to stay put while the rest of her wanted to run from the room. Again his lips moved, and this time she was certain he was trying to speak. There was a voice there, albeit feeble. She leaned in close enough to make out what he was saying, then frowned at him. "You see? You see what?" A thin trail of blood began to seep out from the corner of his mouth, from one of the cracks, and it was almost too much for her to bear. "I finally see," he told her, his voice just a little stronger. "See what?" He tried to raise his head, to get closer to her, but the motion was too much. He fell back into his pillow. Claire leaned in instead, as close as she could get, ready to tear off her mask, if that's what she needed to do in order to hear him. When Upchurch spoke again, the next 4 words fell from his dying mouth, the whispers of a ghost. Claire wished she could unhear them. She took a step back, her mouth falling open. "Oh, hell no." Claire nearly tore off the containment suit as she backed out of Upchurch's room, Dr. Byer and the others staring at her. Chapter 23. Claire. Day 5, 9:31 a.m. 10 minutes later, in the small office with Claus, Claire had her head buried in her hands. She sat on the floor in the corner against the wall, rocking slowly back and forth. At first Klosowski had hovered over her, tried to comfort her, but he'd backed off and returned to his chair, settled back into the safety of his laptop's glow. He looked as uncomfortable as she felt. This couldn't be happening.
"He's delirious, Claire. What he said, it's meaningless."
Claire continued to rock. "He said it. I'm a cop. I have to report it. There'll be a record. Christ, when the papers get a hold of this."
"Are you sure you heard him correctly? Maybe you misunderstood."
"I never heard something so clear in my life."
"You said you were in some kind of hazmat suit. How could you hear through that?"
Claire rocked even faster. "He said Sam Porter is 4MK. It was plain as day. I didn't misunderstand nothing. The doctor was right there, too. I'm sure he heard it. God, there was a nurse. She probably heard him. Who knows who else?"
"You need to get a statement from him,"
Claus said softly,
"before he dies."
She stopped rocking. "I'm not going back in there."
"We need to understand what he knows."
"He's lying," she said defiantly. "Anson Bishop is 4MK.
"What if he's not?"
She glared at him. "Whose side are you on?" Claus held up both his hands.
"I'm not on anybody's side. But we're in here alone, and when this gets out, and you know it will, if we don't get some kind of statement out of him, how will that look? They'll accuse us of protecting Sam."
"We know Upchurch killed Ella Reynolds and Lily Davies. He tried to kill Larissa Beale and Katie Quigley. Probably the parents. He killed that boy Wesley. He says something like this. Who's going to believe him?" Even as Claire said the words, she knew people would.
"You're not considering not reporting it, right?"
Claus asked.
"That's not an option on the table right now, is it?"
Claire looked up at him but said nothing. Klosowski's mouth fell open.
Then why did you tell me? Maybe we should just keep it quiet until we know what it means.
Claus shook his head.
I'm calling Nash.
I tried already. He's going to voicemail.
Poole, then,
Claus said.
We should tell Poole.
He's going straight to voicemail, too. The phone on the wall began to ring, and the two of them looked up at the little flashing light. Neither moved. It wasn't until the fourth ring that Klazowski stood and answered. Claire listened to his side of the conversation, watched as he nodded his head several times, then finally hung up. She knew exactly what that call was before he said a word. He said it anyway.
Upchurch is dead.
Chapter 24. Diary.
Detective Welderman returned that night. He didn't come into the house. Instead, he sat out in the driveway, behind the wheel of his car, the engine rumbling, window down, a cigarette slipping out every minute or so as he tapped away the ashes. He sat out there for about 5 minutes before Tegan and Christina left the house and climbed into his back seat. I watched as they drove off, his taillights turning into tiny red pinpricks before disappearing completely. It was just a little after 9. "Do you know where they go?" I asked. Paul was up on his bunk, working on his comic, The Misadventures of Maybelle Markle. He'd stolen one of Tegan's sweaters from her room the night before, and he raised it to his nose and gave it a good sniff. "Quiet, I'm trying to get inspiration." By smelling Tegan's sweater? Smelling her panties would be creepy. I was fairly certain Paul had a wide assortment of Tegan's clothing, hidden away somewhere, but I had yet to find it. "He takes them somewhere nearly every night. Where do they go?" Paul set the sweater aside and began drawing again. "I think you should focus on the positive. It's not you in the back of a police detective's car right now. That's no way to spend an evening." "Do you know where he takes them?" Paul shuffled through his markers, picked the red one, and began coloring in his sketch. "You, my friend, are asking the wrong questions." "I am?" "What you should be asking is how do you get Christina to rub her hot little body up against you again, like she did down in the parlor?" My face blushed again. "She was just messing around." Paul snorted. "She was messing around with you. For those of us well-versed in the ways of the woman, this was her subtle way of saying you're tall enough to ride this ride. All you need to do is buy a ticket and climb aboard." "I'm pretty sure that's not what she meant." He ignored me. "She gave you an easy pass, wants you to smell her flower, a bit of bam-bam in the ham. Some aggressive cuddling, boffing, boinking, dinky tickling. Hide the bishop. With bishop. If you had half a brain, you'd be across the hall climbing under her sheets and waiting for your maid Marion to come home all riled up after her girls' night out." "A girls' night out? With the police detective?" "Where do you think they went?" Paul capped the red marker and started in with the green one. "What were they wearing?" "Our two lovely housemates." I told him Tegan had been wearing a black dress and high heels. I think Christina's dress was dark blue, but it was hard to tell in the light. "They don't dress up like that for us," Paul pointed out. "We get jams and frumpy sweats most of the time. Today was a special treat." Down the hall I heard a door slam. Then Weasel shouted at someone, probably his roommate, the kid. They were both a little younger than the rest of us and mostly kept to themselves. Weasel was probably around 12. I had no idea what his real name was. Weasel suited him just fine. He had beady eyes, and he crinkled his nose whenever he got upset, which was most of the time. I had no idea why they called the kid, but they did, so I did too. Paul held up his drawing. Tegan, naked, lying on her towel with her eyes closed. Christina hovering above her with the bottle of suntan lotion upside down, a single drop about to land on Tegan's back. Tegan's red sweater was bunched up near her head. It was quite good. Where's Libby? Paul glanced at the drawing and pointed to a foot in the far corner barely visible.
Right there.
No, I mean, why didn't she go with them? Paul rolled his eyes and went back to work on the drawing.
You've got a hottie like Christina fawning all over you, and you're wondering about someone like Libby?
He shook his head.
She's broken, man. Let her go. A girl like that will never be right. She'll be here for a few weeks, and someone will cart her off to wherever they send girls like that. She's not long for our world. Best not to get too attached. Finicky didn't even bother to get a picture of her for the wall.
I still hadn't seen her, not really. Glimpses here and there, the flutter of blonde hair, her shadow on the wall. Even today, outside in the open, she managed to stay invisible, shrinking into her surroundings until she was nothing but a ghost of a girl, a wispy afterthought. I went to the door and pressed my ear against the wood. What do you think Ms. Finicky is doing right now? Paul shrugged.
Practicing witchcraft, would be my guess. Boiling small children in a cauldron down in the basement. Gotta simmer for 30, then add the paprika, with just a pinch of salt.
When I opened the door and peered out into the hallway, I didn't see anyone. Weasel's door was closed. Christina and Tegan had left their door open. Vince's door was open. I hadn't seen him all day. I wasn't sad about that. Libby's door wasn't open or closed, but cracked. Nothing but darkness on the other side. Paul tossed a Snickers bar at me. It struck me in my side and fell to the ground.
Christina likes chocolate. Can't hurt to bring a bribe.
I picked up the candy bar, but I wasn't going to Christina's room.
Chapter 25. Nash. Day 5. 9:37 a.m. Go, go, go! The voices came through Nash's earbud, and a moment later he heard them enter the building. The crash of the front door, boots on the stairs. They cleared each room as they went, calling out as they found each empty space, as they grew closer. As the flurry of voices approached, Nash remained still. His eyes didn't leave Bishop. It took every ounce of his willpower to keep from pulling the trigger and ending him. Bishop didn't move either. When 2 members of SWAT rushed into the room, followed swiftly by 3 more, he still didn't move. They shouted. They grabbed at his hands and arms and pulled them to his back before securing them with handcuffs. Then there was a foot in the center of Bishop's back, pushing him down. The officer leaned down over him, his full weight and the weight of his gear grinding Bishop's face into the filthy floor. Bishop didn't make a sound. Through all of this, Nash remained frozen. They bound Bishop's feet together with zip ties. They patted him down, turned all his pockets inside out. They found nothing. Nash felt a hand on his shoulder. Poole. He didn't say anything. There was no need. Nash finally holstered his gun, then knelt next to Bishop, cleared his throat. You have the right to remain silent. He rattled off the rest as the others watched, the room growing oddly quiet. When he finished, he told them to take Bishop outside. 4 of them lifted him from the ground, this inanimate thing, and carried him from the room. The press is already here, Poole said. I know. Get out there and make a statement before my supervisor calls and tells me to do it. This is Sam's bust. It should be him. Nobody is putting Sam in front of a camera. Not right now. Nash ran his hand through his hair, smoothed it down as best he could. Everything about this is fucked. Poole said nothing to this, looking down at the remains of the camera. Nash left the room before he could ask him about that, scooping up Bishop's cardboard sign on his way out. He followed the men carrying Bishop through the hallway, down the steps, and out the front door onto the stoop of the building, and froze. The block, which had been completely deserted less than 20 minutes ago, was somehow teeming with people. Nearly a dozen law enforcement vehicles, vans, cars, SWAT, filled the street. He'd expected those. As per the instructions he'd worked out with Poole, they had followed about a half-mile behind him and positioned about 2 blocks over, just far enough to remain out of sight. The locals had crawled out too, filled the icy sidewalks. 2 news vans, another attempting to get past a metro roadblock. The 4 men carried Bishop down the steps and into the waiting mouth of a black SWAT van, where 2 more helped him get inside and close the doors. All of this played out in a matter of minutes, and to Nash, none of it seemed real. Several of the reporters yelled out the same question that was running through his head. Why would Bishop turn himself in? Cameras clicked away all around, and he realized their focus had shifted from Bishop being loaded into the van to him, standing on the stoop of 426 McCormick, the green door busted and hanging at an odd angle on 2 of the 3 remaining hinges. Half-cocked, Nash thought, as he looked at the orange penis spray-painted on the front. This made him smile, if only for a second. Several more camera clicks brought him back. "Can you hold up the sign?" This came from one of the photographers. He was wearing a navy blue jacket with Chicago Examiner emblazoned on the front. Nash remembered Bishop's cardboard sign in his hand and turned it around backward so the writing was no longer visible. The photographer took the picture anyway. Lizeth Loudon, the reporter from Channel 7, stood at the bottom facing her own cameraman, but Nash couldn't hear what she was saying. A moment later she turned to him and said, "You're alive, Detective. Is it true Anson Bishop turned himself in?" Nash opened his mouth to speak, then realized he wasn't sure what he should say. He hadn't given it a second of thought. Sam always made it look so easy. Some off-the-cuff remark. Loudon stood there, her microphone thrust at his face, for what was probably only a second or 2, but seemed to stretch on for minutes. Nash cleared his throat. "Earlier this morning, Anson Bishop contacted Chicago Metro and made—" He couldn't tell them about the threats. If he said Bishop threatened to release more of the virus if he didn't come to this meeting alone, it would just cause panic. He needed to say something comforting, something to set everyone at ease. That's what Sam would do. "We knew he'd be here, and through a joint effort with the FBI, Chicago Metro utilized the opportunity to capture Bishop and take him into custody." Loudon's brow furrowed. She brought the microphone back to her mouth. "What about the victims found this morning? Has the virus been recovered? Will the people in Stroger Hospital be permitted to leave now?" Nash didn't answer any of these things. Instead, he said, "Chicago can finally rest easy, knowing the monster who's been terrorizing our city is behind bars." He pushed past her, through the crowd, and made his way back to his Chevy. Both his front tires were flat. From the corner of his eye, he caught the convenience store owner watching him from the window of the corner market. When he turned to him, the man pulled down the blinds. Chapter 26. Claire. Day 5, 10:02 a.m. "Oh, this is messed up." Claire didn't really need Klosowski to say it out loud, but the man felt the need to state the obvious anyway. She was ready to cross the room, slam his laptop shut, and beat him over the head with it. Not the first time she had such an urge, but maybe the first time she was ready to act on it. If she wasn't feeling so damn tired, achy and sniffly, that was. When she called Captain Dalton to tell him Upchurch was dead, he didn't seem surprised by the news, and she supposed there was no reason to be. But when she told him what Upchurch said to her, that didn't seem to shock him either. And that was wrong. He knew Sam well enough to know it wasn't true, yet he'd taken the news as if she'd just reiterated the latest weather report. Then he told her not to tell anyone. Not the press, not the feds, not anyone. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced down at the screen. Bishop in custody. The message was from Nash. Nash caught Bishop. Claire said this so quietly she wasn't sure Claus even heard her. He leaned in closer to his laptop screen. "I know. I said it's messed up. Come here, you gotta see this." She'd been sitting on the floor, her back against the wall, just inside the door, and when she stood, her various joints cracked in protest. He turned the laptop screen to face her. At the top of the screen was a still shot of Nash, standing outside somewhere holding a cardboard sign that said, "I surrender." Below that was another box with a video playing on a loop. Anson Bishop was crouched on the floor in some room, and Nash was kicking him. Each time his foot made contact with Bishop's stomach, the video looped and repeated. Below both images, in large block letters, was the caption, "Chicago's finest at work."
"This is all over social media right now,"
Claus said.
"Oh, no. It gets worse."
Claus clicked on a link below the images, and another video came up. It started with Nash's foot catching Bishop in the gut, clearly where the other shot had come from. Then Bishop recovered, coughed several times, and said, "I've clearly surrendered to a member of Chicago Metro. I've made no attempt at hostility, no aggressive moves, yet this detective feels it is necessary to use force against me, threaten my life. This is why I invited you here, to witness this, to document the way I knew he would treat me, the way I have been treated from the beginning. Chicago Metro wants me as a scapegoat. All they're trying to do is protect their own. This man, Detective Bryant Nash, is Sam Porter's partner. They've been friends for many years. I don't know how deep into it this detective is, but he's clearly dirty, maybe as dirty as Porter. I am innocent of everything these people have accused me of."
Nash destroyed the camera right after that. Channel 7 has tape of it all, and they've licensed the footage to everyone. All the major networks are running with it,
Claus said, his fingers clicking away furiously at the keys.
They are demanding access to Bishop and full transparency while he's in custody. They want to talk to Sam, too. They want to know Sam's whereabouts at the times of the murders this morning. All the other ones, too. This is a mess.
Sam Porter is for MK. Bishop coordinated this with Upchurch, Claire said flatly. Somehow they worked this out in advance. Claire's phone started to ring. Fuck, now what? She dug it out and answered. It was Stout.
"We need both of you in the cafeteria right now. We've got a serious—"
The call dropped. They heard the crowd the moment they pushed through the door out into the hallway. A churning mess of angry voices, all trying to be heard above one another. Stout and 3 of his men were standing between the mob. There was no other way to describe it. And the glass doors leading out of the cafeteria into the hospital's main corridor, lobby, and ultimately the exits. One of the men in the crowd held a chair above his head. Another had a metal coat rack. He was swinging it at Stout. The 2 officers Claire had stationed down here were nowhere to be seen. She pushed through everyone and made her way to the front. She stood between Stout and Coat Rack Man with one hand on the butt of her gun. "You gonna start shooting us now?" Coat Rack Man said. "Everyone calm down." Claire tried to shout this, but her voice broke, and she found herself coughing instead. "She's no better than those other monsters with Metro!" A woman in a blue floral dress yelled out. She had her phone out, the camera pointed at Claire. "They'd rather keep us all locked away in here and wait for us to drop off one at a time. They're not trying to protect us, they're trying to contain us. I'm not staying in a cage anymore. I'm going home." Several others shouted in agreement, and Claire fought the urge to step back. Coat Rack Man took a swing at her. The tip of the rack buzzed past her head with a whoosh of air. The crowd got quiet for just a second, then erupted even louder. Claire was ready to draw her gun when a loud whistle cut through all of it. She turned to find Klazowski standing behind her with 2 fingers in his mouth. "Enough!" Claus shouted out. This time the room went quiet, and all eyes fell on him. "We don't want to be here any more than all of you. We're stuck, too. We were told we had to stay here because 4MK was trying to kill us. They caught him, so why can't we leave?" This came from an older man standing on the far left. He was wearing a tweed jacket and dark slacks. He must have noticed Claire trying to place him, because he told her who he was before she could ask the question. "I'm Dr. Barrington with Oncology. Several of these fine folks work for me, and I think we'd all like to get back to our lives." "It's not that simple," Claire said. "Because of the virus?" She didn't answer. Barrington raised a hand. "It's okay, Detective. Most of us are medical professionals. We understand the protocol surrounding a quarantine. We also understand precisely how viruses spread, and confining the bulk of us to this singular space is counterproductive. The sick should be isolated from those of us who are not. Safety precautions such as masks should be enforced at all times." Claire realized she wasn't wearing her own mask. She'd left it on the floor back in their office. Only about half the people in the cafeteria had them on. Barrington went on.
The CDC has been diligent about issuing antibiotics and other countermeasures. We're all grateful for that. But aside from removing the handful of people showing outright symptoms of SARS, they've treated us as a singular group by confining us to this cafeteria and surrounding rooms. We're at the height of cold and flu season. Many of the people here were sick before they came into the hospital. We don't know who has contracted SARS, who has the common cold, who has the flu. The power of suggestion can bring on these symptoms too. I can guarantee you there are people in this crowd who think they are sick and are not. It's human nature. When we're near someone who is ill, our bodies become defensive. Those defenses can manufacture symptoms that mimic the perceived illness, and our minds are trained to fear those symptoms, which perpetuates the problem.
What do you suggest?
SARS symptoms are difficult to distinguish until they fully present. In the early stages, an infected person appears flu-like. Some only have minor aches and pains, maybe the sniffles. If someone presents with these symptoms, there's no way to know if they've caught a cold, the flu, or heaven forbid, SARS. The problem is, a carrier of any of these illnesses is most contagious at the onset. We need to consider the use of subgroups for further isolation. Those with aches and pains should be held together. Sore throats held together. Sneezing and other respiratory ailments held together. Anyone with a fever should be removed entirely and quarantined from all others. Most of this is standard procedure. The CDC is aware, but they're not doing it. They feel keeping us all here is good enough. That may be the case when it comes to protecting the general public from an outbreak, but it does little good when it comes to protecting those of us who are not sick. Yet. If nothing changes, we all will be very soon.
A sneeze crawled across the interior of Claire's nose, and she willed it away. If she sneezed right now, these people looked like they might carry her to the incinerator. Barrington took a step toward her and lowered his voice so only she could hear.
I understand you have another body. Stanford Pence from cardiology. That obviously caused a bit of panic all on its own earlier today. But now that Bishop is in custody, it's subsided. I can tell you that if you don't get this crowd under control, things here have the potential to get very ugly very fast. Right now we have an us versus them mentality brewing. I'm offering to help you fix that while we still can. I can help you if you let me.
Claire knew he was right. And she could tell these people trusted him, just by the way they watched him, how quiet they had gotten when he started to speak. Tell your friend to put the coat rack down, and I'll pretend he didn't just assault an officer. Let's start there. Barrington turned to his left, keeping his eyes on Claire.
Put that down, Harry. Nobody here would be sad if she shot you. Probably best you don't give her a reason.
Coat rack man glared at him for a moment, then grunted and set the coat rack down at his side. Stout stepped over and took it away.
Should I arrest him?
Claire shook her head. We all just need to calm down.
If you can put me in touch with the proper person at CDC, I can help, Barrington told her.
He lowered his voice again.
Give these people a purpose so they're not just standing around, and I think you'll find they become more docile.
Claire knew he was right, and frankly, she didn't have time for crowd control. You'll want to speak to Jared Maltby. He's working upstairs. Let me see your phone. He retrieved his phone from his back pocket, started to hand it to her, then pulled back as he got a closer look at her eyes, which were no doubt as red, itchy, and puffy as they felt.
Perhaps you should just read me the number.
Someone screamed then. A woman. Chapter 27. Diary.
Out in the hall, I pressed my ear against Libby's partially open door. I couldn't see anything through the crack, and I couldn't hear anything either. Her name rolled out of my mouth before I could stop it. Libby? She didn't answer, not a sound. I considered going in, and then I imagined her waking and screaming, this strange boy from across the hall hovering over her, holding a Snickers bar. Not the best way to make proper introductions. I went downstairs instead and found the first floor as quiet and deserted as the second. Several lights had been left burning in this corner or that, but the shadows were winning the battle for territory in the land of finicky. In the kitchen, I went straight to the silverware drawer. I found no knives inside, only forks and spoons. Ms. Finicky kept the nefarious utensils hidden away somewhere, and only doled them out when needed, collecting them again when finished. She wasn't the trusting sort. I missed my knife. I made a mental note to retrieve it the next time I ran into Dr. Oglesby. He said he didn't have it, but I knew he did. I wasn't fond of liars, not in the least. I went through every other drawer and cabinet in the kitchen, not sure what I was looking for or what I might find. Turns out, I didn't find much of anything. Kitchen stuff, nothing I hadn't seen before, nothing useful. The refrigerator hummed. I found it odd that Ms. Finicky didn't keep the refrigerator locked. Aside from mealtimes, Mother always locked our refrigerator. That had been the case my entire life. I assumed all refrigerators came with a lock as standard fare. I opened the door, peered inside at what amounted to nothing as tasty as the Snickers bar already in my possession, and closed it again. The list of our daily chores fluttered, held in place with a heavy magnet, a calendar featuring kittens beside it. A small red star marked today's date. Previous days had been crossed out. Many of the other days had red stars too. I didn't find any writing to speak of, but the 29th of August was circled, also in red ink. Through the kitchen window, far across the field, the barn loomed. This dark stain on the night sky, the moon looking down on it through a veil of black clouds. A moment later I was out the door and walking toward the barn, with no memory of leaving the kitchen.
Chapter 28. Nash. Day 5, 10:06 a.m.
What the fuck were you thinking?
Captain Dalton's face burned so red that Nash felt the heat from across the room. He didn't need this. Not now. With 2 flat tires, he had to leave his car parked back on McCormick. If it wasn't already picked clean and up on blocks, it would be soon. Poole gave him a ride back to Metro in his Jeep. They followed behind the SWAT van holding Bishop, a trail of reporters following them. They found more reporters waiting at the front of Metro. He radioed the van and told them to go around back. More reporters were there, too. Not as many as in front, but enough to block their path. Cameras everywhere. They draped a black jacket over Bishop's head as they shuffled him through the crowd and into the building. Dalton had cornered him the moment the door closed at their backs.
You kicked a suspect!
You wouldn't? Oh, that wouldn't help. Dalton somehow grew a shade redder.
The moment Bishop is secured, I want you up in my office.
He stomped off before Nash could respond with one of the many arguments that popped into his head. He resisted. He taunted me. He threatened the people of our fair city. He wouldn't give up the virus.
He's Anson goddamn Bishop. If you put him on the sidewalk, half the city would line up to take a shot.
The truth was, he had no legitimate reason for kicking Bishop, and he knew it. He wished he could take it back, but he couldn't. Camera or not, it shouldn't have happened. He'd answer for it. He deserved to, but not right now.
Where do you want him?
This came from Espinosa, the SWAT agent on Bishop's right. Nash turned to Poole behind him.
You sure about this?
Poole nodded. Nash eyed him for a moment, then turned back to Espinosa.
Interview room 2, across the hall from Porter.
Poole waited for them to disappear down the hall, then pulled out his phone and handed it to Nash. I'm going to get a call from my supervisor wondering why we're here instead of down at Roosevelt. He may insist we bring Bishop down there. I need you to run some interference and buy time. Nash took the phone.
You don't seem like the kind of guy who disobeys your boss.
As long as he doesn't give me a direct order, I'm not disobeying anything, Poole said matter-of-factly. We've only got one chance at questioning these two like this. If Porter is officially arrested, if Bishop is taken into federal custody, it's over. Outside these walls are a million moving parts, all ready to pull this case in different directions. If we want the truth, it's now or never. Nash knew he was right. They'd discussed it in the car, but that didn't change the fact that it felt like they were sitting in the middle of several ticking bombs all ready to blow. Crowds had started to form in the halls. Law enforcement and staffers all trying to catch a glimpse of Bishop as he passed. Nash and Poole made their way through. They arrived at the interview room as Espinosa was stepping back out. He closed the door behind him and looked at Nash.
He's secured, in full restraints, not going anywhere, but I'm perfectly happy stationing one or more of my men outside the door here.
Leave 2, Nash told him. And maybe clear everyone from this hall?
You got it.
Poole told Nash, "You know you can't go in with me, right?"
I figured as much. I'll be in observation. If I get called out, I'll leave your phone with one of the SWAT guys.
Keep it on you, Poole said. If I can't find my phone for the next few hours, all the better. With that, Poole opened the door, stepped into the interview room, and closed the door behind him. Nash stepped into the observation room. He found Anthony Warnick from the mayor's office already in there, standing over the officer operating the recording equipment. They didn't exchange words. The glance that passed between them was enough. Espinosa from SWAT stepped in a moment later and leaned in close to Nash so Warnick couldn't hear.
Hey, how you feeling? Numb right now. I don't think I've processed all this yet. That's not what I mean. Brogan called in sick with a 103 fever. His wife said if it goes any higher, she's taking him to the ER. He came into contact with both those girls at Upchurch's house before we knew what we were dealing with. I can't get Thibodeau on the phone at all. That's not like him. He was one of the first guys through the door there. Do you feel sick?
Nash shook his head. The motion only reminded him of the achy feeling in all his bones and joints, and the chill he couldn't shake. In the interview room, Poole sat down at the aluminum table with Bishop opposite him. Nobody would move for the next 2 hours. Chapter 29. Claire. Day 5, 10:07 a.m. The scream came from down the hall on the far side of the cafeteria. Claire ran toward the sound, Stout, Klosowski, and Dr. Barrington on her heels. More people behind them. In the hallway they found a woman in her 20s with her hands over her mouth and her eyes glued to the restroom door. A cart with cleaning supplies stood beside her. When she saw Claire, she pointed at the door.
In there!
Claire took out her gun.
All of you wait here.
Stepping past the woman, she pushed through the door, gun first.
Police! Nobody move!
Turning quickly, she scanned the room. Her words echoed off the tile, but she saw no one. Claire dropped to one knee and looked under the stall doors. She spotted a pair of feet in the second-to-last stall, the door only partially closed.
Out! Now!
The feet didn't move. Scrambling back up, Claire took several steps across the bathroom toward the stall. She knew something was wrong even before she pushed open the door. White powder covered the floor around the feet in the toilet, glistening in the harsh fluorescent light. Salt. There was a partial footprint in the salt. Large, probably male. The woman was sitting on the toilet, fully dressed, her head slumped to the left. Her eyes were open, but only her right eye stared blankly. The left was a dark black hole, with a trickle of blood running down her cheek. There was blood where her left ear used to be, too. Claire didn't need to see into her mouth to know her tongue was gone. The woman's hands were clasped together in her lap in prayer, possibly glued. Claire could think of no other way to keep them in such a position. 3 white boxes tied off with black string sat on the stainless steel toilet paper dispenser. On the wall, written in black marker, was the phrase, "Father, forgive me." Claire recognized her as one of the women from the cafeteria, but she didn't know her name. She'd seen her less than a few hours ago getting coffee.
That's Christine Helby. She works in administration.
Dr. Barrington was standing behind her in the bathroom, now wearing a pair of glasses.
I told you to wait outside.
He ignored her, took several steps forward, and placed 2 fingers on the side of the woman's neck.
No pulse, and she's cool to the touch. I'd guess she's been dead at least an hour. Christ, get back!
Claire tugged at his belt and pulled him out of the stall. He'd been standing in the salt. There were 2 new footprints now, and the original was smudged.
Shit, that was evidence. I need you to get out of here. You're contaminating my scene.
Barrington frowned at her.
I only meant to. Please, doctor, step outside. Don't tell anyone what you've seen in here.
Klazowski and Stout came in then. Claire quickly told Stout,
Please keep everyone out of here.
He looked over her shoulder to the woman's body, grew pale, then turned right back around, ushering Barrington out the door. Klazowski came up beside Claire, a puzzled look on his face.
Bishop's in custody. How?
Her name was Christy Albee. She's on your list, right? He nodded.
Admin office. She processed a bunch of Upchurch's claims. She was a liaison between the hospital and the insurance company. Claire, if Bishop is in custody, and Sam's locked up, who's doing this?
Don't say Sam's name in the same breath as that guy.
You know what I mean.
He pointed at the boxes.
Those have starred in enough of my nightmares for me to say without a doubt they're the same ones Bishop used.
Claire's mind was racing. We need to get in front of this. I'll get pictures and document the scene, and then we need to seal off this bathroom. I want her body brought to the morgue to the same pathologist working on Stanford Pence, our other body. We need to get her in touch with Isley at the city morgue. Somehow we've got to look for differences between these two bodies and Bishop's original victims. We need to compare them to the ones found in Chicago and South Carolina. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it can't be Bishop. It sure as shit can't be Sam. There's somebody else out there. Maybe multiple somebodies. Chapter 30. Diary.
I found the door to the barn open. It was a large door, wide enough for a tractor, mounted to a railing at the top. It hadn't been opened enough for a tractor, but instead, someone had only slid it about 2 feet to the side. I stared at that open door for about a minute or so, trying to decide if the person who had left it open had been entering the barn or exiting. Over the past months, there were several times when my hand involuntarily dipped into my pocket and searched for the comforting, cool steel of my knife. And each of those times, my fingers came away disappointed. Now was such a moment. To enter the barn without knowing whether or not someone was inside was foolhardy. I knew Father wouldn't recommend doing so, nor would he be pleased if he learned that I did. But Father wasn't here, and something compelled me to step inside that barn. I don't want to say some unseen force enticed me. I didn't believe in such things. Yet that's what it felt like. Like a part of me was inside that barn, and I had no choice but to retrieve it. Silently, I stepped through the opening and into the black maw. And knowing I was silhouetted with that opening at my back, I also shuffled quickly to the left, just enough for the blanket of black to take me into its folds. I was comfortable in the dark, but that wasn't always the case. When I was a little boy, I feared the dark. I feared the dark so much, Mother took to leaving a lamp on in my room, with an old scarf draped over it to mute the light. Father laughed at this, teased me for it, but I didn't care. I needed that light as much as I needed to breathe. I think that is why he took it from me. When I entered my room on that particular night, the bulb had been removed. I asked Mother about it, and she only put a finger to her lips and nodded back in the direction of our living room. I asked why Father would take my light, and those simple words were enough to make her go pale. It wasn't the fact that I spoke them, it was the volume at which I said them, for I was loud enough to draw Father to my door. "Come with me," he had said. And although I could tell my mother wished to protest, she didn't, as Father led me to the basement door and down the steps. He removed each bulb on his way back out, taking the one at the top of the stairs moments before locking the door. From the other side of that door, he told me, "Forget your eyes. Sight is a deceitful mistress. It's only when you trust your other senses equally that you truly learn to see." He didn't give me a blanket until the second night, and 3 nights passed before I was granted a pillow. I spent more than a week down there, nearly 2. It wasn't until I learned to embrace the dark that Father allowed me back upstairs. And he had been right. There were many ways to see without your eyes. The human mind adapted quickly, found a way. There were sounds in that basement, sounds I heard here in the barn. A patter of tiny feet running this way and that, the whispers of spiders crossing their webs. In a world as black as this, a world in which I was blind, there were a million eyes that could still see me, and I felt every one of them inching closer. The air was cooler in the barn, motionless, yet I knew instantly I wasn't alone. "I know you're in here." My voice sounded much louder than I hoped. I didn't want to frighten her. I knew it was Libby. I'm not sure how I knew, but I did. I think I realized she was here the moment I pressed my ear to her door back in the house. I knew she was here as surely as I knew she was gone from the Camden Treatment Center on that day that seemed so long ago, but wasn't really. "Libby, it's me, Anson." Silence again. Then, "Is anyone else with you?" Her voice came from above me and to the left, a sweet, angelic voice as beautiful as music, a voice as pure as a mountain stream, a voice that could read the telephone book and make it sound as if it were the greatest story ever told. "Only me," I told her. "Where are you?" She said nothing at first, but I heard her shuffle. Something rained down from above, soft against my skin, powder or dust. "There's a ladder to your left. I'm in the hayloft." A light bloomed above. The ghost-like flutter of a flame spread over the interior of the barn. "Hurry, before someone sees the light." I spotted the ladder to the loft a dozen paces from where I stood. It didn't look very strong, but was sturdy enough. I climbed the 10 feet to the top and crawled out onto the platform, dry straw crunching under my hands and knees. The ground looked impossibly far below. Perched on an old wooden crate, a small, tarnished oil lamp burned in the far corner. Libby huddled to the side of them, her back against the wall, her head turned just enough to watch me. I couldn't really make her out. The shadows clung to her like a thick blanket, backlit by the lamp. But oh, how I wanted to see her. My skin tingled with the need to see her. "Hurry, I'm killing the light." I got to my feet and started toward her. I was about halfway when she extinguished the lamp. Even in the resulting darkness, I could hear her breathing, and I followed the sound. I settled near enough to feel the warmth of her body. Too close, I thought. She'll move away. She didn't, though. I fought the urge to edge closer. "You were at Camden," she said quietly. "I saw you there." You were there, too. Which was a dumb thing to say, but it just came out. I was nervous. Stupid because I never got nervous. Not around Mother or Father or Mrs. Carter or anyone. Yet I was certainly nervous now. And part of me was glad Father wasn't here to see me. I'm not sure what he would do to someone who made me nervous. I had several ideas, and they made me shiver. "You're cold?" "A little," I said, even though I wasn't. There was a blanket draped over her legs, and she stretched the corner over me. The blanket was musty and old and probably dirty from years in the loft, but I didn't really care. Something about Libby next to me made all of that all right. My eyes began to adjust to the dark, fed on the moonlight, and the muddle of black beside me turned into the shape of her. A rough outline at first, then a little clearer. She had a black eye, another bruise on her temple, a third around her neck like someone choked her, several more on her right arm, another on her... She looked away from me, lowering her head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." "It's okay. I'd probably stare too." "Does it hurt?" "It did. It hurt something awful. But it's getting better." Libby wore a locket that glistened in the dim light on a gold chain around her neck. "Were you in some kind of accident, or did someone do that to you?" This was none of my business, and I probably shouldn't have asked, but I wanted to know. I wanted her to say it was an accident, because the idea of someone doing that to her was horrible, something I didn't want to think about. "Can we maybe not talk about it? It's behind me now. I'd rather focus on where I'm going, not where I've been. Okay. I could do that. I wanted to do that. I remembered the Snickers bar then, and I fished it from my pocket and held it out to her. Are you hungry? She nodded, took it, and peeled off the wrapper. Want to split it? Before I could answer, she broke the bar down the middle, popped half in her mouth, and brought the other to my lips. It was gone in an instant and might have been the greatest candy bar I had ever eaten. She licked a bit of chocolate from her fingertips and smiled. Her smile made me forget about the candy bar. She settled back against the wall. The nurses at Camden were scared of you, you know. Why would they be scared of me? Dr. Oglesby told them you were dangerous. He said you might have killed your parents. He said there were bodies in your house when they found you. 3 of them. I wondered when he had told them that. I imagine it was the day Nurse Gilman stopped smiling at me. I didn't kill my parents. What about the other people they found in your house? Did you kill them? She asked this so matter-of-factly, no fear at all, as if asking what I had for dinner or what my favorite color might be. What did this say about her? This girl I hardly knew, yet felt I did sitting beside me. What brings a girl to not fear the boy who has bodies in his basement? Those men had no business being inside, I told her. All actions have consequences. Under the blanket, her hand found mine. Her fingers laced into mine perfectly. That they do.
Chapter 31. Poole. Day 5, 12:06 p.m. Poole rarely touched alcohol. He couldn't remember the last time he'd even had a beer, let alone something stronger. Yet when he stepped out of the interview room with Bishop several hours after entering, he needed a drink. A double, maybe a bottle. The idea of forgetting all about this case, even for a little while, had never been so enticing. Nash met him in the hallway and quickly whispered in his ear, "Watch what you say around that guy Warnick. He's been on his phone this entire time giving the play-by-play to someone. I'm not sure who he's talking to. He's been careful about not saying anyone's name. He asked the communications office for a copy of the interview, and I told him he'd have to get it from you. Federal case and all that. I'm not sure how much time that bought, though." "Did Hurless call?" Nash rolled his eyes. "Only about a dozen times. I told him you were behind closed doors with Bishop. He wanted you to call him the minute you got out." Nash tried to hand him his phone back, but Poole didn't take it. Poole told him, "Not yet. You didn't give me that message yet either." When he started past the detective into the observation room, Nash put a hand on his chest, stopping him. "You know everything that guy just said is bullshit, right?" Poole didn't know what to believe. Not anymore. The moment he entered the observation room, Warnick was on him. "You need to call your supervisor, SEIC Hurless. You're under orders to provide a copy of that interview to me." "Under whose authority?" "That's not your concern," Warnick said. "There's a warrant on your boss's desk, and you're under orders to execute it immediately." Nash glowered at the man. "The mayor's office doesn't have the authority to issue a warrant in a federal investigation." "Nobody said the warrant originated with the mayor's office. And considering you're teetering on the edge of suspension, Detective, I'm not sure you should be running interference right now," Warnick told him. Nash sneezed. He didn't cover his nose or his mouth. In fact, Poole was fairly certain he had taken a step closer to Warnick before he let rip. He sneezed a second time. Warnick shuffled back into the corner. "What the hell, Detective?" "Sorry about that," Nash told him, wiping his nose on the sleeve of his jacket. "I think I'm coming down with a nasty bug. I might have picked something up at Upchurch's house." Warnick's eyes went wide. "You should be in quarantine." "I'll get checked out as soon as we finish up here," Nash told him. Maybe you should too. Better to be safe than sorry and all that." Warnick's head spun back around to Poole, his face red. "Copy of the interview, now!" Poole let out a sigh and turned to the communications officer who had sat quietly through all of this. "Can you make me a copy, please?" He reached over to the CPU from his computer and hit the eject button on the CD-ROM drive, then plucked the disk from the tray and handed it to Poole. "Already done."
"You can't give him that,"
Nash said. "I will if I'm ordered to do so," Poole told him. "But as of this moment, I haven't received any such order." He started back for the door with the disk. "Right now, I need to discuss this with Detective Porter." Warnick stepped up and tried to block him at the door.
"Are you crazy? You can't share that with Porter. Not before we run it past the proper authorities. At the very least, we need to check the tapes at the lab, whatever else we can use to corroborate. We need to question Porter and—"
Poole interrupted, pointed first at himself, then at Warnick. "You and I aren't in a we situation. I'm still not sure why you're even here. Step aside or I'll charge you with impeding a federal investigation." Warnick didn't move at first. Then he shook his head, stepped to the left, and dialed his phone again. Back out in the hallway, Nash grabbed him by the shoulder.
"Let me go in there with you. He'll talk to me."
"No way." Poole shook his head. "What I said earlier still stands. As long as your team is viewed as compromised, we need to keep you at a distance. Especially now, with that video circulating."
"You let me investigate a crime scene?"
Nash pointed out. "With federal agents on site and me on the phone guiding you. That's different. My team documented and collected all evidence, not Metro. You were only there as an expert to confirm similarities with past cases. I've got some room to maneuver there, but not much. Frankly, you're more useful to me if you just observe right now, until we get a handle on what's going on. At some point, I may need you to come in, but not yet." Nash reluctantly nodded and stepped into the observation room on the opposite side of the hall. Poole took a deep breath, then opened the door to the interview room. Porter's face was buried in one of the diaries, and he didn't look up, not at first. Under the table his right knee bounced. The whiteboard they had brought in earlier was covered in writing, several sketches too, the layout of a house. The coffee pot was empty, as was his mug. Poole settled into a chair opposite him, the same one he had sat in earlier. "Do you need more coffee, Sam?" His eyes still lost in one of the diaries, Porter said,
"He knew Libby McKinley, Barbara McKinley's sister. Did you know that? He was placed in some kind of foster home after the events at his house."
"The finicky house for wayward children," Poole said. This time Porter did look up.
"You know it?"
"It's written on your evidence board." Porter nodded.
"Benson Widener was there? Paul Upchurch?"
He stood and went over to the board.
"These two girls, too. Christina Niven and Tegan Savala. You need to run their names. They may be connected. There were several boys there, too. I'm still trying to identify them. Before going to this home, Bishop was held at some place called the Camden Treatment Center. You'll want to pull whatever records they have on him from there. That's medical, so you'll need to get a warrant, but I can't imagine a judge denying you."
"Sam, what can you tell me about Montague Labs?" Porter frowned for a second, then looked up at the board.
"You're right. That should be up here."
He found a blank spot in the top right corner and scribbled in the name under the heading, "Other Locations of Concern." "What do you know about it?"
"That's where Bishop said he got the virus. Have you confirmed that? If not, we need to. At the very least, they can tell us how much he has."
"Bishop is in custody." It took a moment for the words to wash over Porter. When they did, he returned to the table and collapsed into his chair.
"When?"
"About 9:30 this morning. He turned himself in to Nash at some abandoned building downtown."
"He turned himself in? Was his mother with him? What building?"
"Why does it matter?"
"Was it the Guyon Hotel?"
Poole shook his head. "No, not the Guyon. 426 McCormick. No sign of the woman who called herself Sarah Werner." Porter rose, wrote the address under Montague.
"I don't know if the location means anything, but best to keep it up there just in case. We need to find her, too. She can't be far."
His eyes went wide, and he asked his next question as if his brain were working on a slight delay.
"Did he give you the rest of the virus? Did he tell you where it is?"
Poole didn't answer him. Not at first, because he wasn't sure just what to say to that. He decided on the truth. "Bishop said you have it." If this somehow shocked Porter, his face didn't betray him. What? He said you broke into Montague and stole the virus, not him. Porter smiled. Looked like he was about to laugh. That's crazy. Why would I steal the virus? The smile left his face, and he stood. Is he here? In the building? Where did you bring him? Sit down, Sam. I need to show you something. This time it was Poole who got up. He went to the television in the corner of the room and placed the disc in the DVD player. Using the remote, he turned on the television. Sam hadn't moved. Sit, Sam. Bishop's face filled the screen. And Porter did sit. Chapter 32. Claire. Day 5, 12:06 p.m. We've got 2 bodies outside the hospital and 2 inside. That means he's somehow getting in and out unnoticed. He's got to be using the tunnels, Claire said, glaring at Stout. They were in his cramped office along with 2 of his security guards, Klazowski and 1 Metro officer. She'd left another uniformed officer to guard Larissa Beale and Katie Quigley. 2 others were still missing. My guys have covered every inch of the basement, and there's no tunnel, Stout told her. There's a tunnel, she insisted. We've got some kind of copycat locked here in the hospital with us. That doesn't explain the bodies found outside the hospital. Do you have time of death on them? Maybe they were killed in position before the lockdown here at Stroger, Stout suggested. Or maybe there's 2 of them. Bishop killed the ones outside before turning himself in, and someone else killed the ones in here. Claire was getting frustrated. Then who killed the one in South Carolina? Can't forget him. We've got a body down there, too. Stout ran his hand over his shaved head, appearing annoyed at the growing stubble. I was a beat cop with Metro. I never worked homicide, but we were always told to keep an open mind, never jump to conclusions. What if the murders here in the hospital have nothing to do with Bishop or the 4MK killings? What if someone in the hospital, maybe even a member of the staff, is using the current circumstances as cover smoke? They killed these 2 people to settle some kind of score or agenda, and just made them look like 4MK murders to cover their tracks. Your captain said as much. What if he's right? Claire pressed her palms against her temples and lowered her head. Claus, you said you linked both victims to Bishop, didn't you? Klazowski had brought his laptop with him and was busy tapping away at God knows what. He looked up at her. Huh? Nice of you to join us, she repeated her initial question. Claus shook his head. I linked Christy Albee to Upchurch's insurance forms, but I haven't found anything to tie in Sanford Pence from cardiology. I'm still looking. There was a chalkboard on the wall in Stout's office covered with scheduling information. Claire went over to it, erased everything, and wrote down the names of all the victims discovered today. Jane Doe, Rose Hill Cemetery. Jane Doe, Red Line Tracks, Clark Station. Tom Langland, Simpsonville Courthouse Steps. Stanford Pence, Stroger Hospital. Christy Albee, Stroger Hospital. Above them she wrote the phrase, Father, forgive me, and circled it. She stared at the text for several moments, then turned back to Stout. Any connection between Pence and Christy Albee? What? Like, were they sleeping together? Claire shrugged. Stout thought about this. Not that I know of, but that kind of thing happens a lot around here. I think it's the long shifts, all the time together, now with their families, the stress of the job. It's possible, I suppose. Can you poke around a little bit? See what you can find out? He didn't answer her. Instead, he let out a sigh. Claire's eyes narrowed. What? Not a fan of homework? It's not that, he said. We're spread thin already, and my focus needs to be on keeping the peace in that cafeteria. Those people are ready to explode. It's not a question of if anymore, it's when. You saw them. They're ready to turn on each other, on us, whoever. That happens, we don't have the manpower to stop them. She knew he was right. She needed to worry about that, too. She needed to worry about a lot of things right now. What can you tell me about that doctor who offered to help? The one who tripped up my crime scene, Barrington. Stout said, Nice enough guy. The staff seems to like him. He's been here at Stroger about a decade or so. I think he was up in New Hampshire before that. He graduated from Stanford, Claus chimed in.
Then completed his residency in a small hospital outside Dartmouth, New Hampshire. Looks like he went to high school nearby, so he probably grew up in that area. Spent a good chunk of his career there. Started here at Stroger in 2007. He's focused on oncology his entire career. He was a consulting physician on Upchurch's case. That got Barrington on the list and locked up here with the rest of us. I'll keep digging in case he's got a skeleton out there, but I don't see anything.
Claire processed this and turned back to Stout. I don't trust anyone right now, but we do need the help. I suggest we take it and keep him close. Maybe he can be our eyes and ears in that group. He's been working with the CDC. I got a text from Maltby about an hour ago. She nodded at the computer on Stout's desk. We'll need all the video footage for the hallways around Pence's office and anything you have near the bathroom where Christy Albee was found. He exchanged a look with one of his security officers, the younger of the two. Claire's eyes narrowed. You have video, right? I've seen cameras all over this hospital.
We do have cameras, Stout said hesitantly, but they're not recording properly.
What do you mean?
Our IT guy says the system got infected with some kind of virus or malware. Everything is recording, but the timestamps are all off. He's been working on it for over a week. He tried reformatting the drives, reinstalled the operating system, even swapped out the recording hardware. Everything works well for a few hours, then the problem comes back. The more time that passes, the worse it gets. He said whatever it is, it doesn't just rewrite the date and time once. It keeps rewriting and speeds up over time. Progressive displacement, Klazowski said. First, it rewrites the original timestamp across the board with a bad one, then runs back through and rewrites the bad one with a worse one, and keeps going. I've seen this before. It's just a repetitive pattern. The real smart ones keep some of the footage in order so it appears the sequences are correct. The really smart ones use facial recognition and link footage with the same people together.
They were all just staring at him. Claus rolled his eyes.
You got two people walking down a hallway together today. Let's say those same two people walked down the same hallway together 2 weeks ago. A smart virus will swap the two, but keep all the surrounding footage in chronological order.
Claire groaned.
What's the point of that?
Claus shrugged his shoulders.
Hackers like to fuck with people in new and interesting ways. I'm sure someone saw it as a challenge and wrote the virus to see if they could pull it off. Once a virus like that is written, it goes up on the darknet, gets copied, and becomes a tool in the box of other hackers. Circle of Life, E-Edition.
Can it be fixed?
Claire asked. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to look. If your IT guy has gone through all those steps and it's still happening, that means the virus is living somewhere else on your network. It monitors the hardware, and if something is swapped out or fixed, the virus installs again on the clean equipment. That's fairly easy to do. You can hide something like that anywhere. It could be in a router, one of the cameras, a switch, or any computer attached to the network.
I need you on this right away, Claire told him.
Klazowski's face went blank, and his mouth dropped open.
Claus? His hands started to dart around him. He quickly found his mask and fumbled it over his face, then sneezed into it. Not once, but 4 times. When it was over, he lowered the mask and looked inside.
Oh, that's gross.
I need you on this right away, Claire repeated, ignoring the sneezing fit. He nodded.
Yes, in my weakened state of being as I crawl down the hallway toward death's door ravaged by sickness, I will work for you until the bitter end.
The people of Chicago thank you for your service. Claire turned back to Stout. How many guys do you have looking for the tunnels?
2.
Okay, keep them on it. Before he could protest, she looked over at his other 2 security guards. Neither had said a word since arriving. I want the 2 of you in that cafeteria. Stay as visible as possible, but not threatening. I mean, don't stand in front of the doors with your arms crossed and scowls on your faces. Wander the crowd. Get to know the people who don't work here, talk to the ones who do. Try to find some way to calm whatever is brewing in there. You hear anything at all, pertaining to our 2 dead bodies, I want to know about it. Understand? The 2 of them nodded. To her lone Metro officer, a lanky kid with close-cropped brown hair who still had that new academy smell, she said, Think you can organize interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Treat this like you would a house-to-house. Talk to each person. Find out if they have a connection to either of our 2 victims, if they know Upchurch, if they saw anything at all. Try to put together the movements of Pence and Albee. Who saw them last? Whatever you can learn.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name? Officer Dale Sutter, ma'am. When was the last time you saw Hendricks and Childs? Her two missing officers. About an hour before Albie was found in the bathroom. Hendricks said he felt like he was catching a cold. He was pale, and his eyes were all red. He looked like... His voice trailed off. Like the rest of us? Claire finished for him. He nodded. Childs didn't look good either. Sutter hesitated for a moment, then added, Hendricks said something about finding a bed somewhere where he could lay down for a minute. Childs might have went too. Claire would have killed for a bed right now. If she found one of her officers taking a nap, she knew exactly who she'd kill. Raising her phone, she tried calling them both again. Both went straight to voicemail. Still no answer. Stout picked up the phone on his desk. I'll have them paged. Cell service is horrible in the building. Stout's page came out over the speaker in the corner of his office. She heard it echoing out in the hallway. A moment later, his phone rang. He picked up the receiver and listened to someone on the other end of the call, his eyes on Claire. When he hung up, he said, That was Dr. Weber in pathology. She's got a cause of death on Pence, and asked if you could come down. Chapter 33. Pool. Day 5, 12:07 p.m. As Bishop's face filled the television monitor, Poole raised the remote for the DVD player and hit play. The video ticked forward. Porter's eyes locked on the screen. Why did you turn yourself in today? Poole heard himself say from the television's thin speakers. Aside from the corner of his head and a little bit of his shoulder, he wasn't visible on screen. His back was to the camera. The camera was pointed at Bishop, over Poole's shoulder. Bishop glanced down at his hands for a second, then forward. I've been in contact with Detective Porter for months. I wanted to turn myself in sooner, but he told me not to. He said it would jeopardize his search for the real 4MK killer. He needed the public to think I was 4MK and still out there somewhere while he hunted for the person who was really responsible. That's complete and utter bullshit, Porter said. Why would I tell him that? You saw my apartment. I've been trying to track him down from the moment we lost him. Poole raised a hand, silencing him, and pointed back at the screen. I was stupid, Bishop went on. Naive. I shouldn't have believed him. I should have gone to someone else, but he had me convinced. He kept saying he was close, and it wouldn't be much longer. Kept telling me that, stringing me along. A day turned into a week turned into a month, then several months. When I finally confronted him, he shot that woman, then tried to shoot me. I had to run again. I didn't have a choice. At the Guyon Hotel? Yeah, at the Guyon. Why would he kill her? He said she knew him, from his time in Charleston as a rookie. He said she was one of the last people alive who knew the truth about him. Bishop looked down at the table for a moment, rolled his thumb and index finger together, then turned back to Poole. He said, she was there, she saw me do it, and she has to go. Those were his exact words. Then he looked up for a second, at nothing in particular, whispered, Father, forgive me, and pulled the trigger. Bishop's eyes got teary. He tried to wipe them with the back of his hand and had to bend down due to the restraints. He shot her at point blank, right in the head, right in front of me. I was in shock, but somehow I snapped out of it when he turned the gun on me and shot again. He barely missed. I managed to get away. Sitting across from Bishop at the table on the television, Poole took a moment to consider this, then leaned forward a bit, his head blocking Bishop's face for a moment before he settled back. What about the woman who was with him? Sarah Werner? Bishop's face grew puzzled. There wasn't anyone with him, unless she was outside or somewhere else in the hotel. I didn't see anyone with him. Porter said she was your mother. Bishop's eyes closed, and he let out a deep sigh. My mother died years ago in a fire at our old house. My father, too. I'm sure it's all in my DCS file somewhere. There was a lake on our property, and I used to go out there a lot to skip rocks. If I hadn't been at the lake that particular day, I probably would have died too. I'd been gone a few hours, and when I came back, the house was burning completely out of control. The fire department was there, but I could tell they had given up. One of the firemen spotted me and asked if it was my house, and I told him it was. Then he asked me where my parents were. I knew they were inside. I just knew, but I couldn't bring myself to say it aloud. I don't remember much after that. I was just a kid. They brought me to some place called the Camden Treatment Center for a few weeks to recover, while they tried to find a relative who could take me in. When they couldn't find anyone, I went into the foster care system. At some place called the Finicky House for Wayward Children, right? This seemed to puzzle Bishop. I don't know what that is. After Camden, I went to live with the Watsons about an hour and a half outside the city, Woodstock, Illinois, with David and Cindy Watson. Watson? Like the alias you used when you joined CSI from Metro? Bishop sighed again and tried to raise his hands. The chains clinked through the metal ring on the table. That was stupid, I know, but I was worried that if I used my real name with Metro, someone would read about the fire and the way my parents died. I didn't want anyone to feel sorry for me or give me some kind of preferential treatment, so I figured it was best if I used a different name. Back when I was a kid, and the Watsons first adopted me, a few reporters sniffed around. They wanted to write about the fire. They enrolled me in school as Paul Watson to throw them off. He waved a hand through the air. Paul was David's middle name. I guess it worked. They left me alone, and the name stuck. As far as I know, they never legally changed my name. I suppose I should have done it at some point. I just never got around to it, and it felt less and less important as time went on. Poole said, "You never stayed at some place called the Finicky House for Wayward Children?" Bishop shook his head. "It's mentioned in your diaries." Bishop leaned forward so fast the chains went tight and yanked him back. "Sorry, I don't know how much time we have. Please tell me Paul Upchurch is still alive. He might be the only person who knows the truth." "Why? How do you know him?" Bishop settled back in his chair. "I don't. Not really. He's the guy Porter hired to write those things." Chapter 34. Diary.
Dr. Oglesby had replaced my usual chair with a new one, a giant orange monstrosity that was all cushion and no support, and I kept sinking down into it. If I leaned back, I might disappear altogether, so I was forced to sit right on the edge. I'd grown a lot over the past year, but my legs were still a little short and barely touched the ground. I suppose I could sit on the floor, but... "I see your mind is still prone to wandering, Anson. How about you face forward and do your best to remain in the moment?" I looked up at Dr. Oglesby. If an Argyle sweater could eat a man, this one was hard at work. Green and yellow and white, and possibly one of the most hideous garments I had ever laid eyes on. The sweater was at least 2 sizes too large for the good doctor, and he was swimming in it. I smiled up at him. "I wouldn't dream of missing a second of our time together, Doctor." "I'm glad to hear it. I look forward to our sessions together as well." I thought to myself, he'll reach for them in 3, 2, 1, and there he went. He took the glasses hanging around his neck and placed them on his nose, then looked down at the notepad in his lap. "How are you enjoying your time with Ms. Finicky?" "How are you enjoying my knife?" In previous sessions, he fell into the habit of leaving my knife on the corner of his desk, displaying it just out of my reach, a not-so-subtle taunt, some kind of power play, a technique I'm sure he stole from someone else, because he wasn't creative enough to come up with the idea on his own. My knife wasn't there today. The last time I saw him, as Detectives Welderman and Stocks were loading me into their car to take me to Finicky's, I had asked him if he had my knife, and the smug bastard had replied, "What knife?" as if it never existed at all. "We're not here to talk about a knife, Anson. We're here to discuss your well-being, and we're on a limited timetable, so I suggest we remain on task." "Why am I here? Why are we talking at all? You don't have me locked up in one of your rooms anymore." Dr. Oglesby smiled. You may have left the Camden facility, but until the court says otherwise, you are still my patient. I have a vested interest in making sure you receive the treatment needed to become well. I am well, Doctor. I couldn't be better. Traumatic experiences tend to leave scars. Sometimes they're buried for a while and surface when we least expect them. So although you may feel well today, tomorrow or the next day you may not, and it's up to me to help you get through that. Father had once told me the health insurance industry loved to find ways to line the pockets of others within the health insurance industry. A general practitioner would recommend you see a specialist, and that specialist would send you off to a therapist. And that therapist might check your blood pressure so he can bill your insurance company for a wellness visit in addition to the prescribed therapy. He might prescribe one or more medications, which required regular visits in order to monitor the effects of said medication. On and on. And even though the health issue could have probably been resolved by the first doctor, he involved two others. All this unnecessary time and billing. Then the three of them would go off on Saturday to play golf together and spend a little of that hard-earned insurance money. If Dr. Oglesby had any interest in me, I doubted it went beyond my impact on his bottom line. The medical industry was a scam, and I didn't need anyone poking around in my head. We really do need to do something about your drifting off during conversations, the good doctor said. I'm not drifting. I'm contemplating. Contemplating what? Your worth on this planet? This seemed to amuse him. And you feel you're sufficiently qualified to make such a determination? The homeless man who roots around in the trash behind the community college is close enough to the academic world to see your intellect is a sham. I imagine you don't work for some place like Camden out of choice, but because you're unable to sustain yourself in private practice. You're nothing more than a mall security guard who failed to get into the police academy. You display your degrees because you're supposed to, but I bet you secretly hope nobody looks too closely. How many times has someone read the names of the school you went to and said, where is that exactly? That did it. The glasses came off and Oglesby settled back in his chair. The smile didn't leave his face, though. Perhaps I'm not the one who is acting. What happened to the quiet, polite boy from our previous sessions? He's waiting for you to return his knife. The picture, too. The doctor frowned. Picture? You know what picture? The photograph I had of Mother and Mrs. Carter had been in my pocket when the knife was taken from me. I knew he had it, too. I hadn't brought it up until now. He looked me dead in the eye. I'm not aware of any photograph. If you cooperate, though, I can take another look through the items that came in with you. Perhaps something was misplaced, mislabeled, or misfiled. Those things do happen on occasion. This time it was my turn to offer a blatantly disingenuous smile. I'd appreciate that. Back on went the glasses. He glanced at his notepad. Tell me about Libby McKinley. You seemed so concerned for her while staying with us. If you don't want to talk about how you're adjusting at Finicky's, why don't we discuss how she's coping? I'd been talking too much. I'd probably offered more words in this session than all our previous sessions combined, and I needed to put an end to that. My emotions were controlling my tongue and bypassing my brain, and I knew that wouldn't end well. Father had always taught me to consider every word that passed my lips before they found the ears of others, and for the past 22 minutes I completely ignored that particular lesson. Now Oglesby was baiting me, and I knew I shouldn't take that bait, but I couldn't help myself. What happened to her? I didn't expect him to answer. I had asked this question before, and he always fell back on doctor-patient privilege and said he couldn't discuss her case. The doctor surprised me, though. Her last foster father raped her numerous times, and when she fought back, he beat her severely. At first he used a telephone book to prevent bruising, But after several hours, he put that aside and decided he preferred the feel of his own fists on her. Her foster mother, who had been sitting in the living room, not 10 feet away, listened to all of this for the better part of a weekend before she finally had enough. Rather than call the authorities, she took out a .38 and shot him twice, then tried to hide his body in a crawl space. Although Libby required medical attention, her foster mother was also unwilling to give up the $512 per month she received from the state for housing Libby, so she left her tied to a bed and pretended none of this happened. Luckily, a neighbor heard the shots and called 911. Libby spent 2 days at Roper Hospital in Charleston before being transferred to our care. He leaned forward. She needs a friend, Anson. Perhaps you can be that friend. I said nothing at first. I couldn't imagine the doctor lying about something like this. Yet in the back of my mind, Father whispered that he very well might be. He wants you to trust him, Tramp. He'll tell you anything. And once you do trust him, he's got you. Instead of saying anything, I let my eyes wander the office. When they landed on his calendar on the wall behind his desk, I noticed something peculiar, something that jumped out at me. August 29th was circled, the same date that had been circled on the calendar in Mrs. Finicky's kitchen.
Chapter 35. Claire. Day 5, 12:10 p.m. Claire followed Stout to the elevator, down to the second floor, and through several hallways and corridors. Within minutes she was completely disoriented, and knew if someone were to remove the various signs on the walls, she'd have no idea how to get back to the cafeteria. The mask itched at her face, and her warm breath bellowed beneath the material. Every time she swallowed, the pain in her throat reminded her she was getting worse, and the brisk pace at which they moved was enough to leave her winded. Although she was sweating, she couldn't get warm. Claire knew she had a fever, but couldn't bring herself to actually check her temperature. She wasn't sure how much longer she could keep this up. The virus was getting the better of her. She felt that if she were to stop moving and sit down, if she attempted to rest at all, she might not get back up. At the end of the hall, they came upon 2 wide metal doors. Stout slid his ID badge over a reader embedded in the wall, and both doors swung open. A whoosh of cold air rushed out at them, and Claire shivered again. A black woman wearing floral print scrubs beneath a white button-down sweater looked up from a desk and pointed at the green door in the far back corner of the room. "She's in the cold room waiting on you." "Thanks, Bev," Stout said, crossing the room. All Claire heard was cold room, because she couldn't imagine a room colder than this one. Then she followed Stout through the green door, into what could only be described as the Arctic tundra. "Oh, balls," she said, through chattering teeth. The pathology office was much larger than Claire had expected, large enough to rival the medical examiner's offices downtown, and certainly larger than at any other hospital in Chicago. At least 50 by 50, with large bright halogen lights spaced evenly across the ceiling. The walls and floor were all white tile, and there were at least a dozen aluminum workstations filling the space, each positioned over grates in the floor. 5 bodies were present, 3 covered, 2 exposed. She got the impression they could hose the entire room down if necessary. Large HVAC vents whirred above, churning out the icy air. The room smelled of bleach, but it wasn't as strong as she expected, although with her stuffy nose she was surprised she could smell it all. There was a coat rack just inside the door. Stout took a red jacket off one of the hooks and handed it to her. "Here, put this on." He grabbed a green one for himself. Claire shrugged into the coat. "Why the hell is it so cold in here?" A woman in her late 50s came around the corner holding a clipboard. Her graying hair was pulled back. She wore protective eyewear and green scrubs. "We keep this room at 36 degrees, the same temperature as the drawers next door. It helps minimize decomposition during prolonged examinations. Abnormal autopsies are performed here. Routines such as heart attack, cancer, and the like are processed down the hall under more typical settings in a warmer room." She held out a gloved hand. "You must be Detective Norton. I'm Dr. Amelia Weber." Claire looked at her outstretched hand and thought of her own without gloves. The look on her face must have betrayed her, because Dr. Weber dropped her hand. "Nobody ever wants to shake the pathologist's hand. Even my husband gives me the stink eye after 28 years of marriage." She leaned in closer. "Christ, you look like shit. Are they giving you anything?" "Antivirals and steroids," Claire told her. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You should lie down somewhere and give your body a chance to fight the virus. You're starting to swell up, too. That's a side effect of the meds." She glanced at Claire's hands. "You'll want to take off those rings while you still can." Claire shivered again and tugged the zipper on her jacket up tight. "I was told you have cause of death?" The doctor eyed her for another moment, then said, "I do. Give me a second. Let me get Isley." Claire's brow furrowed. "Isley's here?" "Not exactly," Weber replied, crossing back through the room and around some tall glass-doored cabinets. She returned pushing a large television on a wheeled stand, a computer mounted below it. A power cord trailed back to the wall. She clicked several buttons, and the screen came to life. Tom Isley looked out at them. "Hello, Detective. Wow, you look terrible." A small camera was mounted above the television set and angled down. Claire looked up at it, then back at the screen, unsure where she should face to speak to him. "I'm fine, Tom." "You don't look—" "I'm fine," Claire interrupted. "Can we get on with it? I'm under a bit of a time crunch here." She didn't mean to snap at him, but if he was offended, he didn't show it. "Sure. Amelia, would you like to start?" Dr. Weber nodded and wheeled virtual Isley over to two of the occupied tables, Stanford Pence on their left and Christy Albee on the right. Both were naked. While Pence had a recently closed Y incision on his chest, Albee had yet to be autopsied. Weber turned to Pence first. His head had been shaved and twisted to the side, as if he were looking off to the left. An incision circled the top of his head. She had opened his skull to access his brain. He initially presented with signs of cardiac arrest, but when I examined his heart, I didn't find anything to indicate disease or a congenital defect. He was a fit man. His heart was actually in better shape than I expected. Then I found this, after cleaning away the blood from the ear removal. She pointed to a small, dark spot on his neck, just below the missing ear. "He was injected with something?" Claire asked, leaning in closer. Weber nodded again. "Nothing came up on the tox screen, and we did a full panel. I had it tested twice, and still nothing. Then Isley suggested I test a sample of brain tissue." From the television monitor, Isley said, "Specifically, I asked her to look for succinic acid." "And I found succinic in quantity," Weber said. Claire asked, "What is succinic?" Isley said, "It's a byproduct of a muscle paralytic drug called succinylcholine, typically used by anesthesiologists. When injected, it paralyzes all the muscles of the body, including those used for breathing. Anyone receiving this drug without the ventilatory support supplied in surgery would die from asphyxia. It's fast, but it would be a horrible way to go. The drug has no sedative effect, only muscular paralysis, so the recipient would be wide awake as they suffocate." "I would have never looked for that," Weber admitted. "I was focusing on the heart. There are no outward signs of asphyxia. Normally you'd have a blue discoloration to the skin or petechial hemorrhages around the face. We have none of that here." "The paralytic effect of the drug prevents these things from happening," Isley said. "I only suggested it because I read about a doctor in Sarasota, Florida who used it to kill his wife, an anesthesiologist having an affair. Apparently that particular drug is a favorite of murderous doctors since it can be difficult to detect. You're in a hospital, there's obvious access, so it crossed my mind." Claire turned back to Weber. "You said it would be fast. How fast?" "From injection to death?" Claire nodded. "Blood travels the body at 3 to 4 miles per hour," Weber explained. "A couple seconds at most for the paralytic to take effect, several minutes to death." "No time to react or call out," Stout pointed out. He glanced over at the body of Christy Albee. Her head was also turned to the side. "Did you find the same with her?" Weber shuffled over and pointed to a similar spot below the woman's ear. "Nearly identical injection point, directly into the posterior auricular vein. In both cases, the direction of the needle indicates your unsub came up from behind. I found a definite forward angle. When I take into account the height of both victims along with that angle, I'd say you're looking for someone under 6 feet tall.
Someone under 6 feet tall, with access to medications locked away in anesthesiology, Stout pointed out. I can check the records. Maybe we'll find someone in that department who shouldn't be.
Isley blew out a frustrated sigh. That might be the case if I didn't have the same COD with both my Jane Does. Tom Langland down in Simpsonville was also killed with succinylcholine. I confirmed with a local pathologist about 20 minutes ago.
What about the salt?
Ah, the salt, Isley said. As Bishop would say, I've been trying to puzzle that one out, but I haven't gotten very far. I can tell you the salt we found on both Jane Does as well as the man in South Carolina is of the type you'd buy in bulk at a large depot store, possibly for a water softener. The salt found on and around both your hospital victims is simple table salt. The Jane Does were stripped naked and completely submerged for some time, several hours at least. At first I thought the intent had been to preserve the bodies or possibly to confuse time of death. Now I'm not so sure. Both Pence and Albee were killed within 24 hours of discovery. If the intent had been to destroy evidence, lye would have been far superior and just as accessible. The table salt served no purpose at all, which leads me to believe it's symbolic in nature, some kind of message. I've been in contact with the FBI, and they're leaning biblical on this. I have to admit, it's been some time since I opened the good book. I'm familiar enough with the story of Lot's wife, but that's about it. I'll contact you if I learn more on that.
Were all these people killed by the same unsub?
Claire asked. Isley shrugged. All were killed with an identical pattern, but I don't see how a single unsub could traverse the distance. His eyes lit up. We do have one other thing that may prove useful.
Oh, I need useful right now.
Dr. Weber bent down over the body of Christy Albee and opened her mouth. With the bright lights shining down, it was impossible to miss the red lump of flesh where her tongue used to be. We believe a scalpel was used to remove the tongue. We've got a near-perfect incision running the length of the terminal sulcus.
Aha,
Claire said, choking back the vomit in her throat. See the angle here? How there's just a little more of the lingual tonsil remaining on this side versus the other? Claire said again, although she was no longer looking. She squinted just enough to make the world a little blurry. There were some images she just didn't want in her head. Dr. Weber had stopped talking and was smiling at her.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Claire asked. It was Isley who answered. It means your unsub is left-handed.
What is Bishop?
I performed the autopsies on all of Bishop's previous victims, the ones we know about anyway. He's right-handed, or he killed them with his right hand at least.
What's Sam?
Claire heard herself ask a little louder than she'd intended. Chapter 36. Pool. Day 5, 12:11 p.m.
This is ridiculous,
Porter snapped. Poole pressed pause on the DVD player. Bishop's face froze on the screen. Porter shuffled in his chair.
I've never met Paul Upchurch. Aside from these diaries and the little bit Bishop told me about him, I have no idea who he is.
Porter glared at him, his face red, creases around his eyes. When Poole met his gaze, he looked away. He wanted to believe him, but he couldn't read him, and that made him nervous. At Quantico, Poole had taken several courses on kinesics, the interpretation of nonverbal communication through the study of body language. He'd interviewed countless suspects, and with most, once he established a baseline with a series of routine questions, he was able to determine if the person he was speaking to was being truthful or deceitful. This typically came down to one simple fact. When someone told the truth, they did so readily, without the need to put in conscious thought. When someone lied, they accessed the creative portion of their brain in order to construct that lie. And while this may only take a millisecond, there were usually outward signs, anything from glancing off to the side or hand movements or gestures. While Porter demonstrated many such signs, they had been a constant from the moment he entered the room. Nervousness, anxiety, anger, frustration. Any one of those could muddy the waters of kinesics. Normally, Poole could see through that, but with Porter he found doing so to be difficult. He also had to consider that, as a detective, Porter most likely had also studied kinesics. He most definitely questioned numerous people during his career. He fully understood what Poole would be looking for and might consciously be deploying countermeasures. With the right knowledge, no lie detector was infallible. "What happened in Charleston?" Poole asked.
Charleston?
"Why would he accuse you of killing that woman? He said you did it to cover up something that happened in Charleston." This time Porter did glance up, but not up and to the right, which would indicate a lie, nor did he look to the left, which would indicate truth. He looked straight up, tilted his head back, and ran his hand through his hair with a frustrated sigh.
"I did my rookie time in Charleston, that's all. Traffic tickets, petty thefts."
He tapped a spot on the back of his head.
"I took a bullet from a .22 right here during a dealer takedown. After that, I figured I didn't know that city anything else, and Heather and I made the move to Chicago to try and get a fresh start."
"You were shot?" Porter's hands moved back to his lap.
"It had nothing to do with this. My partner and I were trying to take down a petty dealer. Mostly dirty heroin and some crack. Some kid named Weasel. We cornered him in an alley. I came up from behind, and my partner circled around the block so he could come in from the other side. He saw my partner first, spun around, and panicked when he saw me standing behind him. He was wired, jumpy. He had a gun in his hand and pulled the trigger by accident. He didn't mean to shoot me. The gun wasn't even pointed at me. More of a reflex, really. The bullet hit a dumpster and ricocheted. I caught it here."
He reached up and rubbed the spot again.
"The bullet didn't make it through my skull, just lodged in place, caused some pressure to build up. They removed it, relieved the pressure, and I recovered. That was that."
"What was your partner's name?" Porter opened his mouth to tell him, then appeared puzzled.
"Huh?
What?" He pursed his lips.
"It's just, sometimes I have trouble remembering things from back then."
"You can't remember your partner's name?" He closed his eyes.
"This was a long time ago. Derek something. Hilburn, that's it. Derek Hilburn. I haven't thought about him in years."
He opened his eyes and scratched at the side of his neck.
"I heard he left the force, but I haven't spoken to him in a long time."
"The woman you broke out of prison in New Orleans, you never met her before?"
"No."
Poole said. "She was there. She saw me do it, and she has to go." "You didn't say that?"
"Of course not."
"You didn't shoot her? CSI found gunshot residue on your hand and clothing."
"I took a warning shot at Bishop. Bishop killed her. I told you that. Christ, do I need my union rep here?"
Poole fell silent for a moment, then raised the remote and hit play again. On screen, Poole said, "Porter hired Upchurch to write the diaries?" Bishop nodded. "I rode with Porter to the 51st Precinct on the day his wife's killer was ID'd. Some coffee got spilled on his clothes, and we stopped at his apartment on the way back to Metro so he could change. While we were there, he got a phone call from one of the guys in the task force, Plazowski, the IT guy. When he hung up, he told me he knew my real name was Anson Bishop and not Paul Watson. I thought he was going to report me or something, but instead he told me there was an undercover operation in motion to catch 4MK, something off the books, and we could use this thing with my name if I was willing to help." Bishop shrugged and shook his head. "I trusted him. I asked what he needed me to do. He told me he wanted me to go into hiding, just stay out of sight for a few days. We both heard the sirens then, and he said we had to hurry. He gave me $1,000 in cash and an address for a house on 41st Place. He told me to wait for him there. He insisted there was no time to explain right then, but he'd be there soon." Poole said, "The greenhouse on 41st Place? Where you attacked me?" Bishop hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I didn't mean to hurt you. At that point, months of this had gone by. Porter had me convinced you were involved. I thought you were there to kill me. My partner died in the house across the street from there." Bishop leaned in close and lowered his voice. "Porter showed up right after you. I saw him run around the side of the house when I left. I think your partner may have seen him too. I think Porter killed him." "Why would Porter kill a federal agent?" Bishop tried to throw his hands up, but the chains held him back. "After I left his apartment, he stabbed himself in the leg. I think he killed Talbot at 314 Tower. He may even be the one who kidnapped that girl, Emery Connors. He tried to pin everything on me. Said he had to throw me to the press in order to flush out the real 4MK. He had me convinced there was some plan in action. There wasn't, though. There never was. I think he's 4MK. What if he killed all those people? He's been playing all of us. Bishop fell back into his chair. Look, I know how crazy this all sounds. That's why you need to talk to Paul Upchurch. He can back this up. How? After what happened at 314 Tower, after Porter blamed me for everything, I hid. Just like he asked. I didn't know what else to do. After a week, though, when I didn't see an end in sight, I started to follow him. He went to Upchurch's house 3 times that I know of. After that 3rd time, I waited for him to leave. Then I knocked on Upchurch's door. I had nothing to lose. When he answered, I showed him my CSI badge, fast, so he couldn't really read it, and told him I was with Internal Affairs, and I needed to know his connection to the detective who just left. He didn't even know Porter was with the police. He said Porter found him through some ad on Craigslist about a year earlier. He worked part-time as an artist. He was trying to get some comic book off the ground. Porter gave him some handwriting samples, asked if he could match them. A few days after Upchurch proved that he could, Porter returned with a ream of printed text and asked him to transcribe it into black and white composition books. Offered him $10,000 to do it. Upchurch had recently been diagnosed with cancer and needed the money, so he did it. He didn't ask any questions, just did it. Bring him in. He'll tell you. Upchurch passed away about 3 hours ago, Poole said flatly. Bishop's face went white, and he slumped back in his chair. Then it's Porter's word against mine. Oh, my God. You have to help me. Poole stopped the video. Beside him, Porter had gotten quiet. He hadn't said anything in more than 10 minutes. When he finally spoke, his voice was much calmer than Poole expected. None of this is true. You know that. I wasn't even in Chicago when your partner was killed. Poole sat there a moment, his gaze fixed on the man across from him. If Porter was lying, there was no outward sign. Earlier, though, when he interviewed Bishop, there were no signs of deception either. He stood and went to the door. Without looking back, he said, "Excuse me, Sam," and left the room. Bishop's frozen face staring smugly back at both of them. Chapter 37. Poole. Day 5, 12:33 p.m. When Poole stepped back into the observation room, Nash handed him a sheet of paper. "Federal warrant for a copy of Bishop's interview. Dalton walked it in here himself. He also said SAIC Hurlis is on his way here and he's gunning for you." Poole looked around the small room. They were alone except for the officer running the recording equipment. "Where's the guy from the mayor's office?" "Warnick." Nash shrugged. "He left as soon as he got a copy of the video, about 20 minutes ago." The skin around Nash's eyes was red and puffy. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. "You are sick, aren't you?" "It's just a cold. Maybe the flu. I felt it coming on long before Upchurch's house. It's not from there." He reached into his pocket and took out a blister pack of Dayquil and slipped one in his mouth. "I feel better already." Turning his head, he coughed into the elbow of his jacket. When he turned back to Poole, he looked like he had swallowed a mouse. "What?" Nash said. "When you were in there, I talked to Claire. They performed preliminary autopsies on the Vicks at the hospital. They were drugged with something called succinylcholine. That's a paralytic. Probably easy to find in a hospital." Nash nodded. "We've got some discrepancies, too." "Discrepancies?" "Bishop's right-handed, and all his initial victims were killed by someone who was right-handed. These latest ones, the 2 we found and the 2 in the hospital, were killed by someone who was left-handed. Same with Tom Langland in Simpsonville. She confirmed with the local pathologist." Poole considered this and fought the urge to turn back to the interrogation room. "Porter's left-handed." Nash's eyes fell to the floor. "I promised not to hold anything back, so I told you. But this can't be him. You've got to know that." "I never told Porter my partner was dead. But he knew," Poole pointed out. "How do you explain that?" Nash looked back at him. "Maybe Claire told him. Or Claus.
He could have heard it anywhere. I even saw it on the news. Doesn't mean anything. Bishop is just fucking with you. We know Porter was in New Orleans when he died.
Poole held out his hand. Let me see my phone. Nash fumbled through his pockets, pulled out the iPhone, and handed it to him.
That thing rings more than a hooker at a naval base.
I'm not sure what that means, Poole muttered, sliding through all the missed calls on his notification screen. Dozens from SAIC Hurless. Several he didn't recognize from a number with a 504 area code.
It means...
Nash started to explain. Before he could finish, Poole turned his back on him and tapped on the 504 number. The voice that answered was gruff, distracted.
This is Warden Vina.
Warden, this is Special Agent Frank Poole. I was about to call...
Something's happened, Vina interrupted. I'm still trying to piece it together. It's Vincent Widener. He's gone.
Poole glanced at Nash and put the phone on speaker.
Widener's gone? Gone how? We had a serious security breach here yesterday. Some kind of hack, from what we've pieced together. At a little after 9 yesterday morning, doors all over the prison just started to unlock. Cell doors, access doors, gates in and out, everything just opened. It seemed random at first, like some kind of system glitch rolling through the hardware. Started at the cell blocks, and when the prisoners started to flood the common areas, outer doors started to open. The guards got overwhelmed, and we went into emergency lockdown. I've got 2 dead, 6 in the infirmary with various injuries, and 14 prisoners unaccounted for, Widener being one of them. We're on a closed network with redundant backups. Something like this should be impossible.
Vina placed his hand over the phone for a moment, spoke to someone, then came back.
We're trying to watch the video footage right now, and it looks like that got hacked too. All the timestamps are off. Everything is out of sequence. How does that even happen?
Poole closed his eyes and sighed. So if I were to ask you for video footage confirming Detective Porter was in your prison 2 days ago, something definitive, would you be able to provide it? Or maybe a photo of the woman who claimed to be Sarah Werner?
Vina laughed. I just watched tape of myself walking from my car to Gate 7, footage I know was from this morning, and the timestamp says it's from 3 weeks ago. My tech guys are going to try and restore data from the backups, but they don't look very optimistic. I don't understand half the shit they're saying, but from what I gather, whatever caused this has been in our system for a while now, and it might not be reversible. Can I tell you Porter was here? Absolutely. I sat across from him. He was in my office. Can I prove it? No. Not right now. Maybe not ever. I've got a meeting in 20 minutes, and I've got to explain all this to my superiors. I have no clue what I'm going to tell them. After that, if I still have a job, I get to go back on local television and explain to the good people of New Orleans that 14 of our guests are still missing and probably mixing it up out on Bourbon Street, breaking into their homes, carjacking, and God knows what else. All of them out on my watch, my responsibility. As far as Widener goes, my gut says he's coming to you if he's not there already. When we picked him up at his apartment the other day, he had a bag packed, $2,000 in cash, and a bus ticket to Chicago. That's a guy with a plan. All we did was slow him down. I've got APBs out on him nationally, and we're getting a photo out to the press, him and all the others. We'll get him.
Do you know if Widener's left-handed or right?
Vina thought for a moment, then said, I'm pretty sure he's right-handed. Why?
I'm afraid I can't say, but I need to know for sure. Can you look into it?
Sure. I'll put that right at the top of the list of things I need to do today. I gotta go.
He disconnected before Poole could reply. As Poole lowered the phone, Nash said,
If Widener's here, he might be responsible for the women we found. Maybe even the other dead body at the hospital. If he somehow managed to fly, he had time to go to Simpsonville, too.
You're assuming Porter is telling the truth.
I'm sure as shit not going to believe Bishop, Nash replied. I was there when he found the first diary.
I read your report, Poole replied. Porter found the diary after you searched the body. Could he have planted the book somehow?
Nash frowned. What, like some sleight-of-hand magician shit? With all of us standing around him and the body? No way. He's not Copperfield.
Poole dialed another number. He called the agent running the investigation in Montague Labs. The video footage there had been compromised too. Whoever broke in had little trouble bypassing their security. He got in and out without leaving a single shred of evidence behind. They were concentrating their efforts on the staff, but it could have been Bishop, Porter, anyone. On the opposite side of the observation window, Porter was reading again, his eyes lost in another one of those composition books, Bishop's Diary. And Poole wondered, was he really as enthralled as he appeared to be? Or was all of this some kind of elaborate act? Poole shook his head and turned to the two guards standing in the hallway. Other than bathroom breaks, neither of these men are to leave these rooms. Understand? Get them both some lunch, something to burn time. He reached into his pocket and took out 2 business cards, handed one to each man. If anyone tries to get in to speak to them, anyone, you call me first to clear it. We'll be back in an hour. Both officers nodded and took the cards. We? Where are we going? Nash asked. Chapter 38. Diary.
What is August 29th? I found Libby in the loft, as I had on each previous night during the past week, curled up in our corner under a blanket. I called it our corner because on the 3rd night, we moved her wooden crate and lamp from where I had found her on that first night to a corner on the opposite side of the loft, this one near a window where we could watch the house. We had several books. I was reading Of Mice and Men, and she had a scary book by some guy named Thad McAllister. We didn't read when we were together. The books were for the waiting, me waiting for her and her waiting for me. When we were together, we talked, and I found it very easy to talk to her. I found her to be very pretty. I can admit that now, although I don't think Father would be pleased. He would say her beauty clouded my judgment. Several years ago, he told me beauty had a way of draining the blood from the brain, and reason went with it. "Why did the man try to cross the road?" he asked me. "To get to the beautiful woman," he replied before I could answer. That same man watched her smile as a Mack truck cut him in half because he was too stupid from beauty to bother to look right, left, then right again before hopping out into that road. Beauty has started many wars, but it has yet to end one. Beauty has a taste unlike any other. It's the sweetest of poisons. You'll crave more even as it snatches the life from you. I thought he was silly when he said all that. But he hadn't been smiling, and I never understood it until I saw Libby standing in that hayloft wearing a short flowered dress with the moonlight on her back. Most of her bruises were gone now, only a couple stubborn ones held on. But even before they faded, I saw through them to the girl beneath. To say I was attracted to her would have been a serious understatement. She became my last thought as I drifted off to sleep, and my first when I awoke. My hand felt empty without hers. "August 29th?" she repeated. "I have no idea. Why? Should I?" I told her the date had been marked on both Dr. Oglesby's calendar and the one in Finicky's kitchen. "Maybe it's somebody's birthday?" I didn't think it was. Who could both Dr. Oglesby and Ms. Finicky possibly know other than Detectives Welderman and Stocks? I couldn't imagine anyone celebrating their birthdays. Or possibly the day the state fair arrives in town? Libby had turned back around and was leaning on the windowsill looking out. She stood balanced on one leg while her other was bent behind her, her white tennis shoe dangling precariously from her toes. In the light of the almost full moon, her dress appeared nearly translucent, tracing every curve of her body. Her legs were highlighted, and I couldn't turn away if I wanted to. I knew at that moment Father had been right about what he said. I also knew I didn't care. "Does the state fair even come here?" I heard myself ask. The farmhouse was remote. I had gathered that much from my twice-weekly visits back to Camden to talk with Dr. Oglesby. There was very little of anything but farm country and open fields. Her shoulders shrugged. Her locket dangled from her neck. "I don't know. but I've always wanted to go to a state fair. Libby's backside swayed from side to side as she stood there, and I found it maddening. I wondered if this was a conscious effort on her part or just a feature built into the machinery at the factory, as involuntary as breathing or the beat of a heart. "They're back," she said in a loud whisper, and she ducked down even though I knew nobody could see us from the house, as long as the lamp wasn't burning. I crawled over from my spot against the wall and I peered out the window. Libby nestled in beside me and looked back out too. I hadn't kissed her yet, but I most certainly wanted to. The warmth of her felt so good. I never wanted to leave. Foolish, I know. All good things eventually ended, and I knew this good thing would one day end as well. But I wanted to do everything in my power to make it last as long as possible. Detective Welderman's Malibu was in the driveway, still running, doors closed. "Who's in there? Can you tell?" she asked. I shook my head. Most nights it was Christina or Tegan, sometimes both. Welderman drove me to and from Oglesby's office, but those trips were always during the day. It was nearly 3 a.m. now, and I knew enough to understand they hadn't been visiting Camden. Libby had asked Tegan where they went, and all the other girl would tell her is, "You'll know soon enough." Paul had taken that ride last week, and he wouldn't talk about it either. In fact, he didn't talk for nearly 2 full days after he got back. Welderman stepped out of the driver's side, and Stocks got out too, a cigarette burning between his fingers. Welderman opened the back door, spoke to someone, then reached inside. "Get your fucking hands off me!" Vincent Widener shouted back at him. "Don't you fucking touch me!" I noticed Stock's free hand drift down to the butt of the gun on his belt, and Libby must have noticed it too, because she let out a thin gasp and leaned in closer to me. From inside the car, Vince shrugged off Welderman's hand and pushed past him out of the car. He was a big kid, nearly as tall as Welderman, and when his shoulder crashed into the older man, he nearly knocked him off balance. Stock's grip on his gun tightened, but he didn't take it out. Vince stormed up the driveway and into the house without another word to either of them. The 2 men stood there long enough for Stocks to finish up his cigarette. Then they got back in the Malibu and drove off. Libby took my hand and pulled me back from the window. "Come on."
Chapter 39. Pool. Day 5, 12:40 p.m. Paul Upchurch's house was blue with white trim and sat about midway down the block. The CSI van was parked in front along with a single patrol car. A van from Channel 10 was across the street, engine running, a tail of white smoke pluming up from the exhaust. As Poole pulled his Jeep up behind the patrol car and shifted into park, a hand in the news van wiped the condensation from the passenger window, and a face peered out.
"They're like herpes. You think they're gone, and a new rash creeps up on your other ass cheek,"
Nash said. "I don't think herpes works that way," Poole said flatly, looking up at the house.
"I'm just trying to lighten the mood," Nash replied. "You haven't said anything since we left Metro."
"Sorry, I tend to get quiet when I'm thinking."
"Porter and I usually try to talk through the problem. It helps sometimes. Throw all the facts out there, mix it up, and come up with a theory. Most things don't stick, but every once in a while we stumble into an angle we might not have considered."
"Could Porter have been running some kind of secondary undercover op without you knowing?"
"No way."
"That's a knee-jerk reaction. Would it have been physically possible for him to run an op without you catching on?" Nash tapped his index finger against his lip.
"I don't see how. I've worked with the guy for years, and sure, he can be a little secretive at times, but I don't see how he could keep something like that from me."
"When we raided his apartment, you said you had no idea he was still chasing Bishop. You seemed as surprised as the rest of us."
"If we're being honest here, I had my suspicions, but I didn't see the harm in it. Sam's not the kind of guy to let something go, so I figured he was still digging. If he found something worthwhile, he would have brought the rest of us in."
"Did he call you before he ran off to New Orleans?"
"No, but—"
Poole waved him off. "My point is, we think we know the people we work with, particularly when we spend a lot of time with a partner. But that doesn't mean we really do."
Nash turned to him. He didn't tell us about New Orleans because he wanted to protect us.
So if he was running an undercover operation, he might have cut you out of that too. To protect you, Poole countered.
Sam is a good cop.
Everyone keeps telling me that. Poole opened his door and stepped out into the frigid cold, started up the walk to the house. Nash followed. They kicked the snow off their shoes against a concrete step as best they could before going in. A uniformed officer was stationed just inside the front door. He nodded at them both.
Detective Nash?
Nash pointed his thumb at Poole.
This is Special Agent Frank Poole with the FBI. Who's here?
Most of the team went out for lunch. Rolfs is upstairs.
Lindsay Rolfs?
He nodded. Poole asked, You know her?
She was there when we found the Reynolds girl under the ice at Jackson Park. Seemed sharp.
Poole's eyes went to a blood stain on the floor just inside the door, then glanced down the hallway.
We found one girl unconscious on the kitchen table, Nash told him. Another in a cage down in the basement. That's where the deprivation tank is. He made it out of an old chest freezer. Upchurch was in one of the bedrooms upstairs, just kneeling there when we came in.
Waiting for you.
Yeah.
Show me. Poole followed Nash past the kitchen, into the living room, and up the staircase to a little girl's room, pink and bright. Stuffed animals sat atop a Hello Kitty quilt on the small bed. Drawings covered the walls. Some appeared to be drawn by a child, others clearly by a more experienced artist. There was a mannequin in the corner of the room, small, child-size. It was dressed in little girl's clothing, a red sweater, blue shorts, a reasonable facsimile of the girl in the pictures. Under the only window stood a desk, the drawers all open, and the contents spread out on the floor. Sitting in the middle was a woman in her 30s with short blonde hair and glasses. She looked up at Nash as they entered.
Detective? Special Agent Frank Poole, this is CSI Rolfs.
She reached out a gloved hand and shook his, then offered a pleasant smile.
What can I do for you?
I need to understand Upchurch, Poole said, and realized just how odd that probably sounded out of context. He may be involved in more than one aspect of this investigation, something beyond his victims.
Do you mean the forgeries?
Poole exchanged a glance with Nash. Forgeries?
Rolfs nodded. Looks like he had quite an operation going here. Tough to make a living teaching teens to drive, and he certainly wasn't pulling in enough from his art, so he got creative with his skills to pay the bills. Driver's licenses, passports, that kind of thing. From under a stack of sketch pads, she pulled out a laptop and set it on the desk. He was a whiz with Photoshop. In the other bedroom, we've got a professional-grade scanner, photo equipment, 3 different printers. I'd be willing to bet he could get you a driver's license in under an hour without leaving this house. She clicked the spacebar, and the screen came to life with a template and several photos of 2 different women. The white background indicated they were probably meant for passports. Driver's licenses tended to use a blue background for people over the age of 21, yellow for under.
Holy shit,
Nash muttered beside him, leaning in closer. Yeah. Poole recognized both, same as Nash. One was the woman found in the cemetery earlier today. The other was the woman found on the subway tracks at the station off Lake Street. Chapter 40. Diary.
Libby and I were halfway back to the house when we heard shouting. Well, that was wrong. First there was a loud bang, then several more loud bangs, then shouting. A couple lights came on, both upstairs and down. And, as silly as it may sound, the only worry I had was whether or not Libby and I would get in trouble for being outside at such a late hour. Vincent had left the front door open, and the first bang we heard must have been the round table just inside the entrance, because when we stepped into the house, we found that table on its side, up against the wall. The vase and flowers, the small plate for car keys, those were on the floor, shattered into about 1,000,000 pieces. The carpet was soaked from the vase water, and I knew Ms. Finicky would be angry when she saw it. I didn't get much time to think about that because Libby was tugging my hand toward the stairs, toward the angry voices on the second floor. We took the steps quickly. No need to worry about creaking boards now, and found Vincent Widener standing in the middle of the hallway with his arms outstretched, his face flaming red, and blood on his shirt. There were a couple of holes in the walls, one on his left and two more on the right, and judging by the cuts on his hands, he'd punched his way through the plaster and lath beneath. The blood on his shirt wasn't his, though. It was Paul's, who was on the floor in front of him with one hand pinching his nose shut to stem the flow from what must have been another punch. He tried to scramble back to his feet, slipped, then fell back on his butt.
"Stay down,"
Vincent shouted at Paul.
"Stay the fuck down."
Tegan was standing at her doorway wearing a t-shirt and panties. Weasel and the kid peeked around the corner of their own door, but neither dared step out. Christina was in the hallway reaching for Vincent, trying to calm him down. When her hand found his forearm, he shrugged her off, nearly elbowing her. She looked like she was about to cry. "Vince, it's okay. Come in my room. Let's talk about it. Everything will be all right."
"I just wanted to help, that's all,"
Paul said, and I realized his lip was bleeding too. Vincent must have hit him a few times. I tried to get to him to help him up, but Libby's hand tightened in mine and she wouldn't let me go. Tegan must have noticed that too, since she was staring at both of us.
"What the hell is going on here?"
This came from behind us, and I turned to find Ms. Finicky standing there in a long yellow nightgown and a shotgun in her hands. Her eyes jumped from Libby and me to Paul on the floor, the holes in the walls, and finally to Vincent. She leveled the barrel of the gun on him.
"What is this?"
Vincent's face somehow managed to grow even redder.
"All of you just leave me the hell alone."
I thought he might kick Paul, but instead he stepped over him. He crossed the hallway to his room and slammed the door. Everyone just stood there for a moment. I don't think any of us knew what to do. Tegan's look had gone from a gaze to an outright glare, and Libby's hand fell from mine. I felt her inch away toward her own door.
"Get up,"
Finicky said to Paul, lowering the shotgun.
"Oh, your face. What has he done to your face?"
Paul was still pinching his nose shut with one hand. With his other, he touched his lip, winced, then got to his feet on wobbly legs. Finicky stepped toward him.
"Christ, you children will be the death of me. Tilt your head back. You're bleeding all over the floor."
She looked up.
"Christina, get me a rag from the bathroom. The rest of you, get in your rooms. Now."
Weasel and the kid disappeared like two mice caught in the kitchen when the light turns on. Tegan remained in her doorway for a moment, but she wasn't looking at Paul. Her eyes still on me. When I turned to look for Libby, she was gone. Her bedroom door had closed so softly I hadn't even heard it.
"In your room, Ensign,"
Ms. Finicky said, nodding toward my open door. Then her eyes narrowed.
"Why are you dressed?"
I didn't answer her. Instead, I slipped inside and shut the door. I was still awake when Paul finally came in, nearly an hour later. The light was off, but I could see well enough. He had a bag of ice wrapped in a green towel pressed to his nose. He didn't say a word as he crossed the room and climbed the ladder to the top bunk. He lay there in silence for nearly 10 minutes before saying anything at all.
"They'll take you next.
You know that, don't you?" His voice sounded nasal. "Take me where?" He didn't answer that, but I wasn't sure I wanted him to.
"Everyone goes. It will be Libby's turn after that, maybe even Weasel and the kid."
His voice trailed off as he said this. I heard the ice jingle in his bag.
"It's different for Tegan and Christina. Even me and Vince. We lived on the streets. They're just kids, though."
I wanted to point out we were all just kids, but I didn't. Another minute or two passed, then he said,
"You were out in the barn, right? With Libby?"
"Yeah."
"Did you see the truck? I heard there's a truck out there,"
he told me.
"We need to see if it runs."
Chapter 41. Pool. Day 5, 1 p.m.
Those photos are recent. Haircuts haven't changed, Nash said, looking down at Upchurch's laptop.
Poole glanced at Rolf's. May I? She nodded. He slid into the desk chair and right-clicked on one of the photographs, bringing up the metadata on the first image, then the other. These were both taken in the last week. Rolfs reached over and clicked several buttons. He took about a dozen shots of each woman in different outfits, some with their hair up, others with it down. I'm not sure if that meant he planned to create more than one ID, or if they were just going for the right image. Poole scrolled through the photo gallery. How far did he get? Did you see any names? She shook her head. No names for these two. Doesn't look like he finished with them. There are hundreds of others, though, dating back more than a decade. Not just Illinois licenses, but Louisiana, the Carolinas, New York, too. He's been at this for a while. Nash clucked his tongue.
Sam mentioned two women's names when you first went in to talk to him. From the diary. Do you think?
Christina Niven and Tegan Savala, Poole recalled. I don't know. Could be. Looking back at Rolf's, Nash asked,
Can you get copies of all this to Claus?
Already did, a few hours ago. Poole opened his mouth to object, but instead he took a business card from his back pocket. Contact SAIC Foster Hurlis at this number, and make arrangements to get copies to the Chicago Bureau office, too. She placed the card in the breast pocket of her blouse. Absolutely. Poole stood from the chair and glanced around the cluttered room. There was a disposable phone on the desk in an evidence bag. Anything useful on there? Rolf shrugged. Depends what you consider useful. It's a cheap buy-and-dump model. Upchurch wiped the log after every use, so IT is working on pulling the call logs from the carrier. We should have those in a few hours. Call me when you have that, too. My cell is written on the back of my card, Poole instructed. Did you find anything that looks like a diary, a journal, any of those black-and-white composition books? Rolfs nodded toward the opposite side of the room. Under the bed. Nash was closest. He turned and bent down, lifting the pink Hello Kitty quilt out of the way. He let out a deep sigh, then started pulling items out, whatever he could reach. 5 brand-new composition books still wrapped together in clear cellophane, 2 loose ones, and several stacks of typed pages held together with heavy binder clips. Poole stepped over and picked up one of the books. A black pen was clipped to the cover, and several pages of loose paper were folded inside. He unfolded the pages and read,
Hello, Sam. I imagine you're confused. I imagine you have questions. I know I did. I have. I do. Questions are the foundations of knowledge, learning, discovery, and rediscovery. An inquisitive mind has no outer walls. An inquisitive mind is a warehouse with unlimited square footage, a memory palace of infinite rooms and floors and shiny pretty things. Sometimes, though, a mind suffers damage. A wall crumbles. The memory palace is in need of a renovation. One or more rooms are found to be in dire disrepair. Your mind, I'm afraid, falls into the latter. The photographs around you, the diaries to your side, these are the keys that will aid you as you dig from the rubble, as you rebuild. I'm here for you, Sam. I'll be here for you as I always have been. I've forgiven you, Sam. Perhaps others will too. You're not that man anymore. You've become so much more. Anson.
This was the text they had found on the computer screen with Porter at the Gaillon Hotel. Only here, it didn't just appear on the printout, but was written on the first page of this particular composition book. Poole had seen enough of the diaries to know the shaky scrawl here would be a match for not only the original diary, but the ones currently locked up with Detective Porter. Handwriting believed to be Anson Bishop's. Nash was sitting on the floor with his back against the bed looking up at him.
If that's what I think it is, Bishop could have planted it. This doesn't mean he told you the truth.
He was right, of course, but it didn't look good. Poole's phone rang. Nash was still looking up at him.
Hurlis?
Poole looked at the display and nodded.
As someone experienced with the whole dodge the boss game, I can tell you he will track you down eventually, and the longer you wait, the more pissed off he'll be, Nash said.
Poole reluctantly tapped answer and pressed the phone to his ear.
Agent Poole. Why are you at the Upchurch house?
As with all the agents under his charge, Hurlis had access to Poole's phone GPS data in real time, but it always made him uncomfortable when the man pointed out that fact. Poole told him what they'd found. Hurlis considered this for a moment.
Have someone bring those pages to our field office. We still have Porter's laptop and printer from his apartment. We need to see if they're a match.
Yes, sir. Hurlis covered the phone and spoke to someone else on his end. When he came back, he said,
There's an SUV waiting for you outside, a black Escalade. I want you and that detective in it in 5 minutes.
I need to get back to Metro and continue questioning.
5 minutes!
Hurlis interrupted. Then he hung up. Poole wasn't one to use foul language, but several choice words came to mind. Chapter 42. Claire. Day 5, 1:05 p.m. 0 leads. Nada. Nothing. At least not yet. Claire had just talked to Officer Sutter, and while he had managed to speak to nearly a third of the people in the cafeteria, none had anything useful to offer. If her 2 victims had any kind of connection, she had yet to learn it. Her 2 missing officers, Henricks and Childs, were still missing, and had been for over 4 hours now. She could overlook a quick nap, particularly since none of them had really had any downtime in days, but this wasn't that. The little voice in the back of her head was sounding the alarm, and she could only ignore it for so much longer. If word got out that officers were missing in addition to the 2 murders, there would be no telling how the remaining people in this hospital would react. Law enforcement, professionals, or civilians. This would get ugly. She saw it in the faces. Fear, defeat, fatigue, anger. Order and civility was an illusion controlled by the majority, and right now, her little group of officers and security guards was far from being a majority. And now this. Klozowski had been sharing information as it came in, and the pit in her stomach had grown to the size of a bowling ball. She stared at him from across the small table in their office and swallowed the equally large lump in her throat. This can't be happening.
Oh, it's happening,
Claus replied, his eyes glued to the screen.
It's completely fucked, but it's happening.
There is no way Porter was running Bishop in some undercover thing without the rest of us knowing about it. No way!
If it wasn't some undercover thing, then that means he was just running Bishop. And that's way worse. That means Bishop isn't 4MK at all. It means...
Claire grabbed one of the folders and smacked Claus on the side of the head. Don't you even think about saying that out loud. Not now, not ever. I don't believe any of that bullshit for a second.
I'm just trying to be objective here. Strip away what we know about him and look at him as if he's a suspect.
She smacked him again. Sam's not a suspect. Don't use words like that. Claus rubbed at the side of his head.
Will you stop hitting me for 5 minutes and just listen?
Sam's not a suspect.
Okay. Person of interest.
Interested party. Claus frowned.
Under the circumstances, I don't think that's grammatically correct.
I don't care.
He rolled his eyes. Okay, whatever. My point is, we have some serious red flags. Have you read Emery's statement? She never ID'd Bishop as the person who took her. She never saw his face. She heard a voice from the top of that elevator shaft. With the echo, and considering her mental state at that point, if we gave her an audio lineup, I seriously doubt she'd be able to pick him out. Frankly, I don't think the DA's office would even agree to try because they wouldn't want to risk her picking the wrong person and blowing the case. That's probably why they haven't brought it up.
It was Claire's turn to roll her eyes. Why would Sam take her? Why would he kill all those people? You've got motive for Bishop. Sam had no reason.
Just because we don't have a motive doesn't mean there isn't one, Claus pointed out. We haven't looked. And frankly, how solid is our motive for Bishop? That came from Sam. His analysis of the diary and information he said Bishop told him. There aren't any other witnesses to those conversations. Everything came from Sam.
You were on the phone with him when Bishop stabbed him.
Claus shrugged. I heard one side of the conversation. Only Sam. I have no more idea what happened in that apartment than you do. We took Sam at his word.
He clicked several buttons on his laptop and brought up the video of Poole interviewing Bishop again.
It could have happened just like Bishop said here. His word against Sam's. How do we know which one is the truth? How do we really know?
Claire wasn't about to accept any of this. Bishop confessed to Sam right before he killed Talbot.
Confessed to Sam,
Claus repeated.
Sam alone.
A smug grin spread over Claire's face. What about the fingerprint? They found Bishop's fingerprint on that rail car with Gunther Herbert's body, at the Multifax building. If Bishop didn't kill Herbert, why would he be down there?
Oh, I've read that report, too.
He loaded the file up on his screen and scrolled down to the last few paragraphs.
Mark Thomas with Brogan's SWAT team lifted the print from the rail car, put it in an evidence bag, and gave it to Sam. That was 6:18 p.m., according to the report. Sam carried it in his pocket and handed it off to Nash 3 hours later. He asked Nash to take it in for analysis. 3 hours. You don't think he had time to switch it?
Sam wouldn't do that.
Forget that we're talking about Sam. We're talking about our interested party. If that person wanted to frame Bishop, they had opportunity. We don't have a single witness who can actually ID Bishop.
Claire snapped her fingers. What about Tyler Mathers, Emery's boyfriend? Him and his uncle, they collected all that money, stole Talbot's shoes? Klazowski opened the report on Mathers, traced a line with his finger, and read aloud.
I never saw him. I don't think Uncle Jake ever did either. He only talked to him over the phone.
Claus looked up at her.
This is your report. You interviewed him.
Okay. The people at the park, where Emery was abducted. We have eyewitness accounts. Claus was already shaking his head.
That's your report, too. And all the physical descriptions you got from those people contradict each other. Nobody really got a good look at him. It's like the voice lineup with Emery. The DA won't risk a lineup with those witnesses, considering they were all so far apart in description in your interviews. You bring in a group like that and they pick different people, everything falls apart.
He blew out a breath and leaned back in his chair.
Look, I'm not saying Bishop isn't our guy. All I'm saying is if someone wants to poke holes, they won't have to work too hard.
Bishop is a fucked-in-the-head, crazy, piece-of-shit vigilante killer. He did it. He did all of it. He's the reason we're here, trapped in this goddamn hospital.
Is it really so hard for you to believe that a police detective could be a vigilante? Sam wouldn't be the first.
Claus shrunk back and tensed, waiting for another blow. Claire didn't hit him this time. Instead, she shivered and nodded toward a heavy coat on the floor next to Claus's chair. Give me that, I'm freezing.
You're sweating. You probably have a fever.
I'm fine. Claus handed her the coat.
I don't think the meds they're giving us are helping at all.
She draped the coat over her shoulders and tried to keep her teeth from chattering. The laptop dinged, and Claus leaned in closer.
Got another email from CSI Rolfs.
What's it say? He didn't answer at first. Instead, he clicked on the attachment and opened a zip file. About a dozen images filled the screen. Pictures of Sam with Bishop at various ages. Are those the same pictures they found in that room with Sam at the Guion? Claus nodded.
I think so.
Claire turned the laptop so she could read Rolf's note. All these were created on Upchurch's computer. They're fake, Lindsay. I'm not sure what to make of that, Claire said softly.
It means either Sam paid Upchurch to make them along with the diaries, or Bishop had him do it for some reason.
Okay, but why? Claus didn't answer. Claire's phone buzzed with a text message from Officer Sutter. Need you in the cafeteria now. Chapter 43. Diary.
Shortly before dusk the following day, we did find a truck in the barn. A 1998 Ford F-150, held together by patches of rust and the dwindling remains of yellow paint. Someone had draped a tan tarp over the entire dilapidated mess after rolling it as far into the back corner as possible. It was so close to the back wall, the only way to pass was to jump up on the bumper and crawl over. Prior to placing the tarp, the bed of the truck had been the premier spot for dumping all things that needed to be stored away and forgotten. Libby and I found everything from an old bird cage to shoes and books. There was even a television, The glass cracked, revealing the inner workings, the electronic intestines, arteries, and heart of this now dead thing. All 4 truck tires were flat. The key was in the ignition, but twisting it didn't even produce a click. The cab smelled musty and stale. The air of an Egyptian tomb opened to the sky for the first time in millennia. "Phew," Libby said, pinching her nose. There was an underlying stink there, like something had crawled up under the dash to take a nap and died there. Maybe a raccoon, rat, or family of mice. I poked my head underneath, but without a flashlight I couldn't see much. The vinyl seats were covered in webs of cracks, yellow stuffing peeking out. When Libby climbed up into the passenger seat and plopped down, a cloud of dust plumed up and sent us both into a sneezing fit. When she finally was able to speak again, she drew a finger through the dust on the dashboard and proclaimed, "This is perfect." "It's junk." I twisted the key again. "Somebody left it here to die." She turned to me and smiled. "We can get it running and drive to California, or Canada, or maybe even Mexico. Leave all of this behind and start over somewhere." "We'll need parts and tools. Heck, we'll need a way to get to those parts and tools. We're at least 10 miles from the closest store, and let's say we find a way to get there and back. We need someone who actually knows how to fix this thing. Father taught me how to change the oil and maintain a vehicle, but I have no idea what to do with an engine. How to fix something like that." Libby's smile fell away, and she turned to me thoughtfully. "You always call him Father. You don't say my father, or even my dad. Always just Father. Why is that?" I didn't know the answer to that question. He'd always been Father to me. As long as Mother had been Mother, I supposed. This wasn't a question of this or that, just a statement of what is, as air is air and dirt is dirt. I am... "Anson," she said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. It was insensitive. You just lost them. I'm sorry." She curled her fingers through mine. We held hands all the time now, and it was nice. My hand felt empty without hers. Like Dr. Oglesby, she had mentioned that I sometimes drifted off from a conversation, and unlike Dr. Oglesby, I didn't want to do that with her. I forced a smile. "It's not that. I guess I just never thought about it before. My parents never permitted me to call them Mom or Dad, only Mother or Father. I suppose everything is normal when you don't know any better." This was like the lock on the refrigerator, but I hadn't told her that. It was like many things that took place at our house. I didn't tell her about those either. It had been months since I had been home, and I wanted to go there, see my house, my lake. My world had been burning the last time I was there. I was curious what was left, what even the fire didn't want. "We should tell Paul." We found Paul where we always found Paul, sitting on his bed with his sketch pad. He didn't look up when we explained what we found, just kept drawing. Vincent worked in a garage. He'd know how to fix it. But I'm not going to ask him. Mr. Vincent Widener is dead to me. Vincent had done a number on Paul. His left eye was black, and even though he hadn't broken his nose, it was still swollen. The surrounding skin was an odd mix of green and blue. None of us had seen Vincent since last night. He hadn't come out at all, not even to use the bathroom. His bedroom was directly over Mrs. Finicky's, and Paul said he was probably relieving himself right out his window, onto the porch overhang. "She'll be thrilled about that when the sun comes out," Paul said. But the sun had come out, and nothing happened. I figured he just went when nobody was around. "We'll talk to him," Libby proclaimed. "Won't we, Anson?" I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to see him. Vincent Widener scared me. Father wouldn't have approved of me showing fear, particularly around a girl, so I only nodded, and before I could object, she had dragged me across the hall to Vincent's door and knocked. Vincent? It's Libby and Anson. No reply. Maybe he's gone. I knew he was in there, though. Libby knocked again.
No,
Vincent said from the other side of the door. Libby looked at me, then at the door. No? No what?
no you, no Anson, no anybody, nobody, just no.
We just want to talk.
Good for you. Now get the fuck out of here.
Libby just stood there, and I didn't know what else to do, so I just stood there too. Then she knocked again. Vincent raised his voice.
I will throw both you little shits out the fucking window if you don't leave me alone.
I let out a breath, thinking it just might be my last. Vincent, we found a truck out in the barn. Silence again. When the door opened, it wasn't Vincent standing there, but Christina. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and she wore a Bangles t-shirt, a pair of pink running shorts, and no shoes. I don't think she had a bra on. What truck?
Chapter 44. Pool. Day 5, 1:20 p.m. As Hurless had said, a black Cadillac Escalade with dark-tinted windows waited for them at the curb in front of Upchurch's house. The only occupant was a driver, a man in his late 50s in a neatly pressed black suit. He got out, scrambled to open the doors in the frigid air, and ushered them inside. Poole took the front seat. Nash got in back. The driver refused to tell them where they were heading. Poole had never been in a car this clean. The black leather was polished to a factory shine. Not a single speck marred the windows. Aside from the wet winter sludge Poole tracked in on his shoes, even the floor mats were clean, as if someone switched them out between passengers.
There's a bar back here, Nash said. A fully stocked bar. Snacks, too. If you look in the back seat of my car, you'd be lucky to find some dried-up special sauce and a McDonald's wrapper, and maybe a half bottle of water.
He reached into the front seat with a Twix bar.
You want?
Poole ignored him and turned back to the driver. Whose car is this? I'm not at liberty to say, the man said. You realize I'm a federal agent? I'm sorry, sir, I have orders. He made several turns and followed the signs onto 290 East toward the lake. When Poole didn't take the candy bar, Nash settled back into his seat and tore open the wrapper. He was halfway through it when he said,
Why is the FBI on this case?
You know why. Nash took another bite, bits of chocolate falling from his mouth as he spoke.
No, actually, I don't. We were told you were taking over because Bishop got away and we weren't making headway fast enough. It doesn't work that way, though. The FBI can't claim jurisdiction unless the crimes cross state lines, not unless local law enforcement invites you. All the initial murders took place in or around Chicago, every single one of Bishop's victims. I know Metro didn't invite you.
We've got connected murders in South Carolina and Louisiana, too, Poole countered, unsure he even wanted part of this conversation.
Discovered after FBI took over the case, Nash reminded him. Not before.
My orders came directly from my supervisor, SAIC Hurless.
Who picked up the phone and invited him to the party? Where did his orders come from?
Nash finished off the candy bar and tossed the wrapper on the floor next to him.
We figure that out, and I think we'll know who owns this car.
The driver exited 290 at LaSalle and made a left on State Street. There are other ways. Poole reached forward and opened the glove box.
Sir, please don't do that.
The driver glanced over, then looked back at the road. Traffic on State was heavy for this time of day. Rifling through the various items in the glove box, Poole found the registration, but it only read Elite Rentals and Transportation Services, LLC. He found an old parking ticket, the owner's manual, and a .38 in a leather holster. Do you have a permit to carry a concealed weapon?
Yes, sir. Renewed it last month. I'm at the range at least once a week.
So are you a driver or security? He didn't reply. Instead, he switched on his blinker and turned onto Wabash. Are you with law enforcement? The driver made another left, then pulled to a stop at the curb on the right.
We're here, sir.
Looking out the window at the gold awning over the sidewalk, Nash whistled.
The Langham Hotel? Came here for a wedding once and ended up in the pool. They've got twinkle lights on the ceiling. That was one hell of a party.
I don't think we're here for a wedding, Poole muttered. The driver stepped out and rounded the escalade, opened first Poole's door, then the one in the back. You are to go directly to room 1218. He left them standing on the sidewalk, Arctic air swirling all around. Poole stared at the front door and cupped his hands in front of his mouth. I am not sure I like this. Who even knows we're here?
I texted Claire and gave her the room number. If I don't text her again in the next 15 minutes, she'll send reinforcements.
Poole pushed through the heavy glass doors into the hotel lobby with Nash behind him. As instructed, they ignored the bustle at the registration counter, concierge, and bellhops, and made their way to the bank of elevators. When the center lift opened, they stepped inside and rode up to the 12th floor, where they were greeted by a very large man in a dark navy suit, shaved head, and a goatee, holding a clipboard. Poole's eyes went from the bulge under the man's left shoulder to another on his right ankle. 2 guns, maybe more. This man seemed to do the same, first noting Poole's weapons, then Nash's. If this fazed him, his face didn't give it away.
Names?
Poole told him. He scanned the list, flipped to a second page, and took another look at the first.
Give me a minute.
Without waiting on a reply, he disappeared down the hallway and around a bend.
Secret Service?
Nash muttered. Poole shook his head. They don't allow facial hair.
Seriously?
The man returned a moment later with Anthony Warnick from the mayor's office behind him. Warnick didn't bother with pleasantries. This way. Poole exchanged a glance with Nash and followed after him. The man with the clipboard returned to his post at the elevator. Another man stood at the double doors to room 1218. As they approached, he slipped a key card into the reader and opened the doors for them. Not a room. A suite. Practically an apartment or a small house. The coffered ceilings were at least 10 feet tall, and the far wall was nothing but glass looking out over the lake. 2 couches flanked a large table at the center of the room. There was a dining area off to the left and several more doors on the right, a bathroom and 2 more, which were closed, most likely bedrooms. Ornate rugs covered the hardwood floors, and tasteful prints lined the walls. The furniture was contemporary in earth tones with subtle accents of color. There were 6 people inside, men and women, all bustling about, either on phone calls or talking in small groups. Several looked up at them as they stepped into the room, then went back to whatever they were doing. On a desk near the windows, a woman sat, oblivious to the activity around her. She wore headphones, a beige sweater, and jeans, and her eyes were fixed on the display of a large MacBook Pro. 2 video windows were open, one with Anson Bishop, the other with Sam Porter, both from the interviews Poole had conducted earlier. Porter's image was frozen, Bishop's was running.
What is this?
Poole frowned. Madeline Abel, Warnick replied. She's a leading expert in kinesics. That's the study of... I know what it is, Poole interrupted. Why does she have access to those videos? Did you even get a warrant for Porter's? Who gave it to you? Warnick ignored the questions. I don't have time for that. I need to know which of these 2 men is telling the truth. You're not moving fast enough. He shot Nash a disapproving glance. Neither of you. Nash huffed but didn't say anything. Warnick placed a hand on the woman's shoulder. She paused the video, removed her headphones, and looked up at them. Her eyes grew when she saw Poole. Frank? Warnick frowned. You know each other? Agent Abel trained me. She smiled. It's just Maddie Abel now. Maddie is fine. I'm private sector. I left the Bureau 3 years ago. I need to know who's lying, Warnick repeated, glaring down at her. The 2 of you can catch up later. The smile left her face. She turned back to the videos. Well, they both are. They're also both telling the truth. I'll need a lot more time with this. Both men are skilled. They're clearly familiar with kinesics, and they're making conscious and subconscious decisions to mask the appearance of deception. Agent Poole here did a wonderful job asking questions to establish a baseline, and with follow-up questions in order to uncover falsities in their statements. But they're both deploying countermeasures on par with his tactics. Warnick's face grew red. I brought you in here because you're the leading expert.
I need answers, not convoluted bullshit. One of these men is responsible. I need to know which one.
She sighed and rolled her hand over the edge of the table. Maybe with additional reference material. Can you get me more videos of Bishop? Porter, too, maybe interviews he conducted in the past. Something like that would be helpful. If I can pick up his understanding of kinesics, I might be able to exclude that behavior as I watch this one and focus on aspects he might have overlooked. It's physically impossible to mask every sign of deception. Warnick snapped his fingers, and a younger man who had been listening behind him crossed the room and got on his phone. Warnick then said, "We can get more on Porter, but there's nothing on Bishop. This is it." Biting the inside of her cheek, Maddie hit play on the Bishop video again and zoomed in on his temple. She hit pause a moment later. "That's not going to work either." "What?" "Sometimes I can pick up on an unsub's pulse in the video, but the quality on this camera isn't high enough. With Bishop, I'm not sure that would work anyway. He seems to have a good handle on his involuntary actions, breathing and such. I bet his pulse is steady through the entire interview." "Responsible for what?" This came from Nash, the only thing he'd said since entering the suite. "You told us you needed to know which of these men was responsible. What did you mean by that?" For a second, Warnick looked like he might fire back some defensive answer, but he didn't. Instead, he turned toward the far side of the suite. "This way." They followed him to the door on the left of the bathroom. He twisted the knob and stepped aside. All the lights were blazing in the large master space. Overhead cans, lamps on the dressers, another at a small desk. The ensuite at the back was lit up too. A king-size four-poster bed stood at the center of the room. The rumpled sheets and duvet were bunched up near the foot. A video camera on a tripod was set up a few feet off to the side, the lens pointing at the bed. Men's clothing was scattered around the floor. Suit pants and jacket, shirt, tie, socks, boxers. In the middle of the bed, spreading out from the center and covering at least 2/3, was a brownish-red stain. Poole and Nash stepped inside. Warnick came up behind them. "The mayor's been missing since 9:30 last night, and yes, that is blood." Chapter 45. Poole. Day 5, 2 p.m. "The mayor's blood?" Nash took a step closer to the bed. "I have no idea," Warnick replied. "We found the room like this." Unlike the others, Poole hadn't moved after entering the bedroom. "This is a crime scene. It should be cordoned off. How many people have been through here?" "Too many." Warnick walked over to the dresser. "The mayor's security staff wiped down every surface and tried to clean up the mess on the bed before they called me. Spent at least an hour contaminating every inch of this space. Damn idiots." "If someone hurt the mayor, why would his security staff try to cover it up?" Nash asked. Poole knew the answer. "Because this isn't the first time the mayor left a mess behind. They thought they were helping." Warnick eyed him, considering his response. "The mayor's escapades can sometimes get rough. Nothing too crazy. The women are always well compensated. They know what they're getting into. We've had bruising in the past. There was a broken finger once. Never anything like this. Never blood." "But because he's hurt them in the past, his staff assumed they're a bunch of idiots," Warnick repeated. Nash circled the room, looked under the bed, in the bathroom, the closet. "Where's the woman?" Warnick shrugged. "They assumed she ran off. There's no sign of her. I pulled the security footage from the hotel and it's all messed up. The timestamps are off, the footage is completely out of order. They've got cameras in all the public spaces, elevators too, but they can't seem to find a single shot of anyone entering or leaving the suite last night." Poole glanced over at Nash, but neither commented. Nash had paused at the dresser next to Warnick. Both men were looking up at the mirror. When Poole joined them, he understood why. On the mirror, written in what looked like soap, were the words, "Father, forgive me." Same as the women found this morning. Same as the victims at the hospital and the man down in Simpsonville. He glanced around the room, at the floor. "Did you find salt anywhere?" "Salt?" Warnick shook his head. "No. Why would there be salt?" Nash must have thought the same thing. He looked around the room and spotted something near the bathroom door. He went over and knelt down. "There's some here. Not much, just a little in the carpet." Poole nodded at the trash can in the corner. The remains of a paper salt packet lay at the bottom. Nash pulled an evidence bag from his pocket and used the plastic to pinch the packet, pick it up, and seal it inside. He shoved the bag back in his pocket. Poole checked the video camera. Empty. "Do you have the tape?" he asked Warnick. "We found the camera like that." Poole wasn't sure he believed him. Whether that tape contained evidence or incriminating images of the mayor, it wouldn't be something his people would want in the wrong hands, and Poole quickly got the impression any hands other than Warnick's were wrong. "Failure to give me that tape would be considered tampering with evidence." Warnick took a step closer. "There is no tape." His eyes met Poole's, and neither man looked away. "What do we know about her?" Nash said, leaning over the bed. Warnick's gaze remained on Poole a moment longer. Then he turned to Nash. "The woman?" "Yeah." "That's where things get muddy." Nash chuffed. "Seriously?" Warnick ignored him. He turned his head back toward the open door and shouted, "Beddington!" A moment later a man came in. Heavy-set, all muscle, 40s with thinning dark hair. The stubble on his face and the condition of his suit suggested he'd been there all night. He had bags under his eyes. Warnick made introductions. "David here has been with the mayor's security detail since Election Day." "Before that," Beddington replied. "He hired me when he was still on the campaign trail, back when he was just on the city council." Warnick rolled his hand impatiently through the air. "Tell them what you told me about the woman." Beddington gave Warnick a nervous glance. "It's fine, they're under orders. It doesn't leave this room." Poole wasn't aware of any such order, but he didn't say anything. Neither did Nash. Beddington shifted his weight to his left leg and looked at the floor. "The mayor has a particular service he uses for these encounters. He's used them for some time now." He reached into the breast pocket of his jacket and took out a cheap phone. "We always call from one of these, never our real numbers, because—" "We understand why," Warnick interrupted. "Get to the point." Beddington nodded and dropped the phone back in his jacket. "I was running late, so I called from the car. I got here and she was already in the bedroom. I caught a few glimpses of her walking around. The mayor, too. He closed the door when he saw me. I had no idea how she beat me in this damn weather, but she did. I didn't think much about it, didn't have a chance. I got distracted by the problem." "The problem?" "The mayor's wife. She knows what he's up to, so she calls me. Every time, like clockwork. He says they have some kind of open relationship, but talking to her all these years, it ain't so open. Anyway, I went out in the hall to talk to her, calm her down. Ended up taking the elevator to the mezzanine level. Service is better there. And we talked for about an hour. She's nice, easy to talk to. When I came back up to the room, I found a woman from the agency standing in the hallway, the one I called for. She said nobody was answering the door. This wasn't the woman I saw inside an hour earlier. This was someone else entirely. Younger, blonde. I knew something was wrong at that point. I paid her, told her to leave. Then I used my key card to get back into the room and found this mess." He gestured toward the bloody bed. "I called the other guys. They started to clean things up, and I saw the mayor's burner phone on the dresser. I had figured he phoned the agency. Beat me to it because I was late. When I checked the log, I realized he hadn't made the call either. Other calls were there, but not that call. Neither of us called that first woman. That's when I called Mr. Warnick." Poole turned back to Warnick. "And you're what, the mayor's fixer?" "I'm the man who called both your bosses and told them we have a serious fucking problem that needs to be handled under the radar for the greater good of Chicago. This can't get out. Not a single word of it." With 2 fingers, he pointed out the door at Mattie Abel's back. The video still repeating in front of her. "One of those 2 men is responsible. We need to figure out which one and get the mayor back before any of this gets out." Nash nodded at the bed. "That amount of blood most likely means there is no getting the mayor back." "The mayor weighs nearly 280 pounds. There is no way a woman carried him out of here. She had a gun on him, maybe a knife or something, but somehow he walked out of here under his own power." Nash said. "Could have used a laundry bin, room service cart. There are a million ways to get a body out of a hotel this big." "Maybe Vincent Widener," Poole suggested. Warnick frowned. "The guard from New Orleans?" "He escaped. Porter said he's in the diaries. He might be connected. Warnick waved a hand through the air.
Fuck the diaries. If Porter paid that Upchurch guy to write them, they're all bullshit anyway.
Poole turned back to Beddington. What can you tell us about the woman you saw in here? Beddington scratched his nose and shook his head. I saw her for all of a half-second. She walked past the open doorway. I didn't get much of a look at her. Try closing your eyes. Sometimes that helps. He did. He chewed on the inside of his cheek. Short, maybe 5'2", 5'3", brown hair, shoulder length. She was wearing this slinky black dress, gorgeous legs. What about her face? I didn't see her face. I want the phone number for the agency you called, Poole told him. Beddington frowned. Weren't you listening? She didn't come from the agency. She was already here. So how did she get here? If the agency didn't send her, how did she know to come to this hotel, to this specific room when she did?
There's no mystery there, Warnick said. The mayor does this every Monday. Same time, same room. He can set a clock by his penis. That's how the wife knows. That's how his staff knows. People here at the hotel know. I've already spoken to the agency. It's a dead end. I don't want you wasting time on them. This woman somehow got wind of the mayor's schedule, knew he'd be here, and worked this out from there. She may not be alone, but she's not with them.
Was it Carmine's Pizza? Nash asked. Warnick turned on him.
How do you know that?
Carmine's came up on a list of Arthur Talbot's businesses a few months back when we checked out his finances. It had also been red-flagged by Vice as a front for a high-end escort service. They've been under surveillance for the better part of a year. He turned to Poole. When we get back to Metro, we can pull the records. But I think Warnick's right. She wouldn't have come through them. Too easy to get caught. Nash turned back to Beddington. Does the name Sarah Werner mean anything to you? Beddington shook his head. Warnick frowned.
The woman Porter said he was with in New Orleans? You think it was her?
Nash shrugged. Similar description. Brown hair, shoulder length.
Why would she attack the mayor?
Nobody answered that. Frustrated, Poole looked back at the bed. We need CSI in here. Do either of you know the mayor's blood type?
Oh, no,
Warnick countered.
No CSI, no photographs. Nobody else sees this room. Nobody knows the mayor's missing, and it needs to stay that way.
Then what exactly do you expect us to do?
I expect you to figure out who took him and find him without putting up a signal flare. I want the mayor tucked back in his bed by midnight like none of this happened, and Porter or Bishop, whoever is responsible, rotting in a cell somewhere. I want the people of Chicago to think everything is just fine and it's safe to be out on the streets. I want the two of you to do your goddamn jobs,
Warnick said. He produced a knife, went over to the bed, and cut a small strip of the bloody sheet and held it out.
Here's your blood sample. The mayor is A-positive.
You can't be serious.
No?
With his free hand, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number on speaker. Poole recognized the voice, who picked up immediately. Warnick said,
Hurless, tell your boy here to do his job.
Sir, Poole said. On the other end of the line, SCIC Hurless cleared his throat. Do as he says, Frank.
This man has contaminated a crime scene and is attempting to cover it up.
Hurless said, Nobody's covering up anything. The room will be sealed. The evidence isn't going anywhere. At this point, our priority is finding the mayor without creating a panic. Return to Metro and question Bishop and Porter. One of them knows exactly what's going on. That's our best bet. I'm not comfortable with this, Poole shot back. Not at all. We're locking it down for 3 hours. If you haven't found the mayor by then, I'll get an evidence response team to tear that room apart. We'll involve the press if need be, but right now we don't risk a leak. He paused a moment, then added, I'll bring in someone else if I have to, but I don't want to waste time getting another agent up to speed. Warnick's face flushed red.
Nobody else. Another agent means another possible leak. Wasted time means more possible deaths.
Hurless cut him off. Did you show him the box?
Not yet.
Poole glanced back at Warnick. What box? On the phone, Hurless said, Finish there and get back to Metro. We've got a ticking clock. He disconnected. What box? Poole repeated.
It has nothing to do with the mayor, Warnick said. You need to understand that.
He's right, Beddington said. He's not into that kind of thing. I've known him a long time. I'm sure of that. Poole was getting frustrated. What box? Warnick went back to the dresser and tugged open the top center drawer, then stepped away. Poole and Nash looked at each other, then walked over and peered down into the drawer. The box was white, no bigger than 8.5 by 11 inches, the size of a sheet of paper. The lid and a black string had been tossed off to the side when someone opened it. Inside the box were at least 100 Polaroids of teenagers, boys and girls, all in various stages of undress. Some smiling at the camera, most appearing nervous, watching something or someone off camera, near or behind the photographer. Poole looked at Nash again, then took a latex glove from his pocket and slipped it on. He reached for one of the pictures and turned it over. On the back, written in a neat hand, was 203 WF15 3K LM. They'd both seen pictures like this before, in a much larger box found in Ensign Bishop's apartment.
"The mayor's not into kids,"
Bennington said. Poole wasn't listening. He was peering down at something else, something written on the front of one of the pictures in faded black ink. It said, "Hey, Sam, remember me?" Strangely, though, it wasn't the writing that had grabbed his attention. It was the boy's sweatshirt, emblazoned with the logo of a baseball team, the Charleston River Dogs. Chapter 46. Diary.
Vincent only managed to open the hood of the truck by forcing a pry bar under the metal, while I pulled the hood release cable from the cab, and Christina held some kind of latch at the center of the hood. It rose with a reluctant shriek, as if it had closed one final time years ago, had come to terms with its fate, and was now being disturbed in death by the shovels of grave robbers. Vincent used the pry bar to prop the hood open and peered inside.
"The battery is shit. We'll need a new one. Half the cables are either rotted or got chewed up by something."
He reached down inside and pulled out a handful of hay and dirt.
"Something made a nest in here."
"Can it be fixed?" This came from Libby. She was standing next to me, holding the driver's side door open.
"Sure, I'll just need about $500 to buy parts, another car to get those parts, a shit ton of tools we don't have."
He lowered his head.
"Do you have a piggy bank stashed away somewhere? 'Cause if not, you know Finicky ain't gonna give it to us. She doesn't want us going anywhere."
He turned back to Christina.
"I'm packing a bag and walking out of here tonight, just like I said. You want to come with me? Be ready at midnight. I'm not staying another night."
I had no idea what happened to him last night with Welderman and Stocks. Neither did Libby. I suspected Tegan and Christina did, but none of them would tell the rest of us. The look that flew between Christina and Vincent said as much. "What did they do to you?" I asked. He just snorted and shook his head.
"You'll see soon enough. I hear your girlfriend is next, tonight. You're probably on deck after her. There's no sitting this one out. I'm done with it. I'd rather walk out of here and take my chances on my own."
"I'll go with you," Christina said, reaching for his arm. "I already told you I would." He gave her a sideways glance.
"Whatever. You better not slow me down."
"You'd leave the rest of us here?" The voice came from the open door of the barn. All of us turned to find Tegan standing there. She stepped inside, the setting sun backlighting her. "What about Weasel and the kid? They can't get out of here on their own. You'd leave them?" Vincent turned back to the engine.
"I don't give a shit about any of you. My mother was a coke whore, and I never met my dad. I've been taking care of myself for as long as I can remember. I'm nobody's babysitter. The earlier they realize they're on their own in this world, the better. They got a roof over their heads and food, same as all you. Everything's got a price. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking we get this truck running, all pile in, and drive off to some place better. Well, guess what? There ain't no place better, only different. This whole world is a cesspool. All you can do is pick the cleanest corner and deal with the stink of it for as long as possible, then move on to someplace else. I caught a glimpse of the price tag to stay here last night, and I'm telling you, for me, it's too fucking high.
Tegan said, "You really think Finicky will let you go? Even if you manage to sneak out, how far will you get before she's on the phone with those cops? They call their buddies, and they pick you up and do who knows what to make an example of you. How many pictures are hanging in that house? Where do you think they all are right now? They're not living upstate in a nice, big house with a good family making plans for college. They're gone. I've been here long enough to know what will happen if you try to run off. They will pick you up before you get close to anything resembling civilization. Then they'll beat the hell out of you. If that doesn't work, guess what? You'll be gone for good. There'll be a free bed here at Finicky House, and some new kid will take your place within a day. You'll be another picture gathering dust on the wall." She nodded toward the truck. "With that, we've all got a shot. We all get out of here." Vincent reached inside the engine and tugged out a rat's nest of rotten cables. He tossed them on the floor.
How do we even work on this thing without Finicky finding out?
Finicky's a pill hound. When the detectives bring us back, and she knows we're all in the house for the night, she pops whatever she's got on hand and she's dead to the world 15 minutes later. I've been in there. I've gone through her closet, all her drawers, the crap under her bed. She never budges, just snores and drools on herself. She's not much better during the day. She's passed out right now. I slid off the driver's seat and stood beside Libby. Does she have money hidden somewhere? I was thinking about the jar Mother kept in the kitchen cabinet above the stove. Her rainy day fund, she called it. She once told me everyone needed a rainy day fund. Tegan shook her head. I'm sure she does, but I've never found it, and I've looked everywhere. She glanced over at Christina. We can get money, though. Can't we, Christina? The other girl must have understood what she meant because her face went a little pale, and she nodded reluctantly. If we have to. Tegan turned toward Libby. If you're going tonight, you can too. What would she have to do? I said this before I realized I spoke. I inched closer to Libby and felt her take my hand. She leaned in and whispered softly, It's okay. It wasn't okay, though.
Chapter 47. Porter. Day 5, 2:15 p.m. Sam Porter heard a bang. The bang was followed by a heavy thump somewhere else in the building. Not like an explosion, more like something falling from a shelf to the ground several rooms over. Somebody tripping in the hallway, maybe landing hard against a wall or the floor. He lowered the diary. He listened. Shuffling feet. Movement in the upper right corner of the interview room caught his eye. When he glanced up, he realized it wasn't movement at all, but that the light on the security camera, the one that always burned red, had blinked out and gone dark. The clock under the camera read 2:15 in the afternoon. He heard a shout then. There was no mistaking it. A male voice. He couldn't make out the words, but the voice sounded both angry and frightened. Standing from the metal table, his body groaned in protest. He'd been sitting still for hours and had to take a moment to stretch, give the blood a chance to find his legs. Another bang followed by 2 more. He told himself it wasn't gunfire, not within the halls of Metro, but that was exactly what those reports sounded like, and the cop in him reached for the empty space under his shoulder, where his gun usually rested snug in a leather holster. Porter went to the door. There was a small window at eye level, designed to give someone entering or leaving a chance to clear whatever was on the other side. And through that window, he saw the back of a head, the officer tasked with guarding him, no doubt. The head swiveled side to side, looking down one side of the hallway before twisting back to look down the other. This wasn't the casual movement of someone caught at a post for hours on end, but more of a panicked, herky-jerky movement. Porter knocked on the door. The head quickly turned, and when Porter saw the man's eyes, he knew something was very wrong. The officer only glanced at him for a second before turning his attention back to the hallway. Porter reached for the doorknob. Locked. He knocked on the door again, banged on the metal. "What's going on out there?" This time the officer didn't look back at him, something else grabbing his attention. 3 more pops in quick succession. Porter banged on the door again. "Who's shooting out there? What's happening?" With one quick glance back at the window, the officer darted off to the left and disappeared. The detention cells were that way. There weren't many, since they were meant for temporary confinement while processing. Limited holding before transportation to Central or County. Several large cells for groups, and 6 smaller ones for individuals or pairs. 2 large metal doors separated that half of the floor from this one with a guard station between them. An alarm went off. On the wall of the interview room next to the clock, a red and white strobe started to flash. Someone had tripped the fire alarm. Porter beat on the door again. "Someone let me out of here!" 3 more people ran past his door. 2 heading toward the detention cells, another running away. A man in handcuffs with long, stringy black hair and tattoos all over his face. Someone who looked a lot like he was behind bars only a few minutes ago. From the ceiling came a sputtering sound, and the sprinkler system came to life. Water rained down, icy cold. Porter turned back to the table. The diaries. He scooped them up, piled them back in the box, and got the lid over them. He carried the box to the door and beat on it with the back of his fist. "Open the fucking door!" A click. He reached down and tried the knob again. This time it turned, and when he opened the door, 3 more people rushed by, dressed in tactical SWAT gear, the force of them nearly throwing him back. His eyes followed them down the hallway. The doors leading to the cells were both unlocked, and when the 3 men pushed through to the other side, Porter caught a glimpse of the chaos in the next room. All the detention cell doors were open. The hallway was filled with both cops and the people who had been locked up. Someone swung a pipe at one of the approaching SWAT officers, caught him in the arm, and the door swung shut again, leaving Porter on the other side. Water sprayed down everywhere, the tile floor slick with it. Although there were several interview rooms in this hallway, from the video Poole had shown him, he knew which room Bishop had been in, and when he looked at that door, it was open same as his. He held his free hand over his eyes in an attempt to block the water raining from the sprinklers and peered down the hallway. He saw him, 50 feet ahead, not running, but walking at a brisk pace. "Bishop!" Ensign Bishop turned only long enough to see him, then disappeared around a corner. Porter went after him, and when another SWAT officer rushed by heading in the opposite direction, he grabbed the man by the arm. "Ensign Bishop is getting away!" If the man heard him over all the noise, he gave no indication. He shrugged out of Porter's grasp and continued on toward the cells. Porter turned the corner at the end of the hallway and spotted Bishop again. Further ahead now, ducking into the stairwell. Doors were open everywhere, as if someone had tripped every remote lock in the building and disengaged them. Even the fire doors stood open. All of them should have closed with the alarm. Reaching the stairwell, that door opened too. He looked both up and down but didn't see Bishop. People were running in both directions, but most were heading down toward the exits. Porter ran down with them. He nearly dropped the box several times as people jostled him, pushed and shoved. Panicked, yet trying to remain calm. On the first floor, at least 100 people crowded the hallway, all attempting to get to the exits. They moved at a snail's pace. He tried to push through, move faster, but it was nearly impossible. A wall of people all heading to the same place. Nearly 2 minutes passed before he escaped the building. Soaked to the bone from the sprinklers, running into the Arctic air was like being slapped by a blanket of ice. Snow fell all around, clung to him, the box still clutched under his arm. Porter saw Bishop then, climbing through the passenger door of a silver Lexus. The driver spotted Porter and first frowned, then smiled. Then she waved delicate thin fingers. It was the woman he knew as Sarah Werner, Bishop's mother. They disappeared out into traffic as Porter reached the curb. Chapter 48, Claire. Day 5, 2:16 p.m. Claire heard the shouting, yelling, screaming, an otherwise mad mess of chaos from the hallway long before she made it to the cafeteria. Angry voices, all fighting to be heard over each other, men and women. There were children, too, high-pitched cries and willing to be outdone by their parents. Officer Sutter met her in the hall. The doors leading to the cafeteria, normally open, were both closed behind him.
It's that Barrington guy. He's got everyone all riled up.
Claire peered through the windows and the doors at the cafeteria beyond and couldn't tell what was going on. Arms flapped and pointed in time with the shouts.
What did he do? It's not just him. He's got several others siding with him. They're forcing everyone who's sick to dress in yellow scrubs and move into the employee lounges at the back, out of Gen Pop.
Gen Pop? Claire frowned. Like a prison?
That's what he's been calling the main cafeteria. General population, Gen Pop.
Claire narrowed her eyes. If yellow means sick, what does blue and green mean? I'm seeing 3 colors in there.
Blue means symptomatic, achy bones, headache, generally not feeling well but not showing any clear symptoms. Apparently some of these people feel sick just because they're around other sick people, but they're not. It's in their heads. Green means no symptoms at all.
Lovely. Claire sniffled and fought back the urge to sneeze. There weren't many people wearing green scrubs. She spotted Barrington in the far corner of the room next to a table piled high with scrubs, arguing with some other man.
If I'm not out in 5 minutes, come and get me.
She pushed through the door and went straight for Barrington. As people spotted her, they crowded around, shouted, so many she couldn't make out a damn thing. When she reached Barrington, he held up a hand in front of her face and continued yelling at the other man. In that instant, Claire thought of at least a dozen ways she could kill this man without the use of her gun, possibly with only one hand. And then she might still use the gun. 1 or 10 shots to the face, that ought to do it.
Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to shush an angry black woman?
Barrington shot her an irritated glance, then turned back to the other man.
Give us a minute, Walter.
Walter, Dr. Shanahan, according to his name tag, shook his head and walked away. When Barrington turned back to her, Claire spoke before he could.
What the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be calming these people, not creating some kind of us versus them Lord of the Flies bullshit.
Barrington held up both hands.
I'm only doing what Maltby told me to do.
The CDC guy?
Barrington nodded. He told me to identify and segregate the sick, isolate them if possible.
Wasn't the plan to cordon off a space on the 2nd floor and move the sick up there? Get them away from here?
We did that, but those beds are long gone. They brought in cots, blankets. They don't have any more room.
How many people are sick now?
I lost track, he told her. Too many.
Reaching to the table, he picked up a set of yellow scrubs, still wrapped in plastic, and handed them to her.
You need to put these on. I'm not wearing those. You're not even wearing your mask. You're clearly symptomatic. Right now, you're part of the problem. I'm in charge here. People see me in that outfit and everything falls apart.
Barrington chuffed.
Yeah, you're doing a bang-up job. Look around. Even your own officers have deserted you. Watch it. Sorry. I'm just frustrated.
He leaned in closer. People know you're sick. Have you looked in a mirror? This isn't something you can hide. Not in a room full of doctors. They see you running all over the hospital, or ducking into your private little space down the hall, while they're stuck out here coughing on each other. What do you expect them to think? I've got news for you. We're about an hour away from these people either rushing the doors or other parts of the hospital. As more and more people present symptoms, those of us who aren't sick will get desperate.
So you're going to lead the charge, is that it?
He shook his head.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm on your side here. But I'm in the minority. A minority that is quickly shrinking. And I'm running out of ways to keep the peace.
He thrust the package into her hand.
Please, put these on. Lead by example.
Claire took the package. I'll do it in a minute. Where's the CDC on a treatment? Barrington pursed his lips.
There is no treatment. Not really. No cure, no antidote. All they can do is pump up the immune system of those who are infected and hope for the best. Oxygen, fluids, that helps too. SARS is a highly aggressive virus. The strong can beat it and the weak will not. Ultimately, it comes down to that simple fact. When I look around this room, I see the truth. In another week, many of these people will no longer be with us. You're a ray of sunshine. I'm a realist.
Claire's phone rang. Jerome Stout, head of hospital security. She answered.
Norton? Detective? Can you come up to my office? I'm on my way.
She disconnected and looked back at Barrington.
Give these people something to cling to. Give them hope.
He only looked down at the package in her hand.
Please put those on.
She waved to him, tucked the package under her shoulder, and made her way down the hall to the elevators, ignoring the many eyes burning a hole in her back. When she pressed the button, nothing happened. She pressed it again. Nothing. Claire pressed it a dozen more times, fast and hard, nearly pushed the button through the other side of the wall, then kicked the door and let out a frustrated grunt. That didn't seem to work either. She dialed Stout back.
There's something wrong with the elevators. We shut them down on that level. You'll need to take the stairs.
Why?
Orders from Maltby with the CDC. He's trying to limit traffic in the hospital. If you take the stairs to the next floor up, you can get the elevator there.
Wonderful. Claire hung up, located the stairwell, and pushed through the heavy black door. She took the steps 2 at a time up to the next level. When she reached the door, she found it locked. She did not have time for this. She banged on it for nearly a minute, but nobody answered. Back on the stairs, she went up 1 more floor. That door was locked, too. In such a hurry, she nearly dropped her phone, pulling it back out of her pocket. No signal. Double fuck. That's when the lights went out. The arm that came up behind her was quick, strong, and utterly silent. She didn't realize anyone was even there until the needle slipped into her neck. Chapter 49. Diary.
From my bedroom window, I watched Tegan, Christina, and Libby drive off. Welderman and Stocks had arrived a little after 11 that night, and, as usual, they didn't come in. Welderman tapped the horn twice, and Stocks got out for a cigarette, and the two of them waited about 5 more minutes until the girls came out and climbed into the back of the car. Libby had looked up at my window, and when she saw me standing there, she smiled, but it was forced and did little to hide the fear and uncertainty in her eyes. Libby looked beautiful. Tegan and Christina had gone to work on her shortly after dinner, a primping and pampering fest behind closed doors. There were giggles and nervous laughs, hushed questions, and even quieter answers. They had dressed her in a sleek, black, tight little thing that fell off her shoulders on thin straps and stopped about halfway down her thighs. She wore heels, too, and I could tell by the way she made her way from the house to the car this was something new to her. One hand held onto Christina's shoulder most of the way, and with each stumble came more nervous laughter. They'd applied makeup, not just on her face, but over the fading remains of her bruises. They'd vanished under a thin coat of powder, liquid, or gel, or whatever it was that girls kept hidden away from the prying eyes of boys. They'd swept her hair up on one side, while the other flowed down over her shoulder. Tegan and Christina were equally beautiful in dresses I'd never seen before, but while Christina walked beside Libby, helping her along, Tegan hung back a little, her eyes on the backs of the other girls, and I couldn't help but think of the night before when she noticed Libby and me holding hands. The car was gone a moment later with the 3 of them inside. The knot in my stomach grew as the taillights faded away. "Cattle to the slaughter," Paul said quietly from the bunk below me. He hadn't said much in the past few days. I wanted the old Paul back. When we got back from the barn, I told him about the truck and how Vincent planned to help repair it. The girls promised to get money. None of that had put a smile on his face. "I think Tegan likes you," I said in return, not sure what else to say. Paul grunted. "She doesn't like me. She likes you. Libby likes you. Christina is with Vincent. Hell, even Weasel and the kid have each other, if they decide to swing that way when they eventually grow up. As usual, I've got nobody. Little Paul, all alone again. Maybe I'll make a run at Finicky. She's not half bad. I'd be open to a Mrs. Robinson thing. At least she's got a house. All the makings of a solid sugar mama. Everyone needs a little lovin'.
Can I see what you're drawing? He seemed to consider this for a moment, then turned the notepad toward me. It was Tegan. She was naked and smiling seductively out from the page. He had her suspended from the ceiling with a rope, the tips of her toes dangling inches above what looked like a giant meat grinder. I wanted to tell him her breasts were all wrong. Her real nipples were smaller than the ones he depicted, but I was fairly certain that would do little in the way of cheering him up.
I call it the man-eater eater.
It's, My face was flushed red. He seemed to take this as a compliment.
Do you want me to draw Libby for you?
Like that? He flipped to a blank page.
No, not like that. Something nice, tasteful, but naked. Gotta be naked.
I thought about this for a second, then shook my head.
No, thank you.
No, thank you,
he repeated in a mocking voice. He quickly began to draw, and in under a minute, I saw the start of her. Libby lying naked on a bed amid rumpled sheets, one finger at her lips, her other hand. I reached over and tore the page out, crumpled it up. I said no. Paul raised both hands defensively.
Sorry, buddy. I was just messing around. No harm, no foul.
He flipped back to his drawing of Tegan, grabbed the pencil, and started shading. The crumpled drawing of Libby in my hand, I started for the door. Paul said,
If you're going to beat the bishop, I can color it in for you first.
I'm going to take it out back and burn it.
Suppression of artistic license is an offense punishable by death in several European countries.
He said something else after that, but I didn't hear him. I was halfway down the stairs. I would have been all the way down the stairs, but I stopped when I found my picture hanging on the wall with the others. It hadn't been there before. It was one of the pictures Paul had taken the other day in the parlor. There was a half smile on my face, and my back was up against the wall. I told myself I looked confident, but I knew I really looked uneasy and stiff. Not my best photograph, not my worst either. The picture was at a slight angle, and when I tried to straighten it out, it fell from the wall. Luckily, the glass didn't break. When I went to hang it back up, I noticed something written on a thin piece of white tape on the back. It said, 124, WM 15, 1.4K. I removed several others and found similar messages written on the backs of those.
What are you doing?
I hadn't heard Ms. Finicky come up behind me. She was standing there with a drink in one hand and a tattered paperback in the other. I was just...
Put them back. All of them. You're a guest in my house, and I expect you to respect my possessions.
Yes, ma'am.
It's late. You should be in bed. You'll need your rest.
She took a sip of her drink. It was strong, whatever it was. I could smell it from across the room.
Tomorrow night you'll go with the detectives, and I expect you to be on your best behavior.
My stomach sank, but I said nothing.
Chapter 50. Pool. Day 5, 3:17 p.m. You saw the sweatshirt, right? In the picture? Charleston River Dogs, Nash said flatly, where Porter did his rookie time. They were back in the black Escalade, a few minutes from Metro. Poole scratched at the stubble on his chin. When I first saw that box you and Claire found in Bishop's apartment, I got the impression it was related to some kind of human trafficking. Accounting records, photographs, all of it. We did too, but Claus digitized everything in that box, compared the photos to all the missing child databases, and he couldn't find a single match. We didn't get far with the spreadsheets. They were too cryptic. The way I see this, we've got one of two scenarios here, Poole said, thinking out loud. All the victims are connected, including the mayor. If Bishop is to be believed, I don't believe Bishop. Poole silenced him with a glance. If Bishop is to be believed, Porter is somehow behind everything. attempting to cover up something that happened to him in Charleston. She was there, she saw me do it, and she has to go. That's what Bishop told me Porter said before he killed that woman at the Guyon. Before Nash could object, he said, I know, I get it. That's if Porter killed that woman. I'm not willing to go there yet either. I'm trying to keep an open mind. Okay, I'll play, Nash said. If Sam is telling the truth, and Bishop is behind everything, that means Bishop is trying to point us at something that happened in Charleston. Something related to the kids in those pictures. I doubt he'd kill all these people to cover it up. He'd be killing them as some kind of revenge. We know Talbot was close with the mayor. That could be linked too. Neither man is operating alone, Poole pointed out. Can we at least agree on that? Nash nodded. There's just too much for one person. And even with both under lockdown, things haven't slowed down. My money's on Widener. Maybe that woman Sam said was in the Guyon with Bishop. Werner. Maybe both. I don't know. Poole glanced back out the window. I've been thinking a lot about the virus. And it doesn't feel right to me, Poole said. 4MK's kills have always been close, personal. Eyes, ears, tongue. The theft of the virus, using it the way he did, it's the opposite of personal. He wouldn't know who would be impacted. There's no specific target. They got him what he wanted with Upchurch, Nash pointed out. They rushed that specialist right in. I suppose there was that. But it feels off. Remember when we were in the war room and I told you about noise? You said we needed to get rid of the noise, that it was a distraction. I think the virus is noise. Maybe. Both men fell silent for a moment. Then Poole said, If Bishop is telling the truth and Porter is behind everything, how does the virus help Porter? I'm not going there. You said you would keep an open mind. Nash sneezed 3 times, wiped his nose on his sleeve. Sorry, it's just a cold, I swear. He sneezed again, bent over, and held a hand up. He looked like he was holding his breath, willing it to stop. When the sneezing finally did, he settled back in the seat. Sam has zero reason to release a virus or go after the first responders, especially knowing first on scene would probably be me or Claire. Poole didn't respond to that. Not at first. He wanted to choose his words carefully. There's something I haven't told you. I've been trying to figure out how. You need to know, though, because it's important. After I spoke to Porter this morning, I put in a request for contact information on his old partner in Charleston. I figured Bishop was lying, but I like to be thorough. If something happened with Porter in Charleston, I wanted to know what it was. He paused for a second, glanced out the window, then back at Nash. I was told Derek Hilburn hung himself in his basement 6 years ago. I don't have all the details, but even though it looked like suicide, the locals investigated it as a potential homicide. Apparently there was a note, a short one, but the handwriting didn't match Hilburn. That raised the red flag. What did the note say? Poole licked his lip. Father, forgive me. Nash recoiled, as if disappearing in the plush seat. Poole didn't want to say the next part, but he felt he needed to. If Porter wanted to kill you, Claire, or some of the other first responders, the virus would be the perfect way to do it. Pinning it all on Bishop puts a neat little bow on things. If he's covering something up, something big, he might not want to leave any potential witnesses behind. What could he possibly be covering up? A lot of people have died around him. Nash scoffed. He's a homicide detective. That's like saying there are too many shitty cars parked around a used car salesman. Hilburn died under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago. That's just before the first 4MK victim. That's coincidence. You know I don't believe in those. Neither does Sam. And he'd never purposely hurt Claire or me. No way. I worked a case about 8 years ago, Poole said. A cop in Cincinnati, name of Ben Preece. The guy had been on the force for nearly 15 years, had won more citations than half his squad combined. He could have easily made captain, but he wanted to stay in Vice. Insisted he did the most good there. Internal Affairs received a complaint from narcotics. Preece had been spotted in a sketchy part of town at 3 a.m. He was staking out the same dealer the narcotics team had been there to watch. There was no reason for a member of Vice to be there, certainly not at that hour. They didn't approach him, Just snapped a couple pictures and turned the information over to IA. That dealer turned up dead about a week later. Heroin overdose. IA, being IA, put a tracker on Priest's car, his personal vehicle. Got an order to monitor his phone, too. They noticed something strange. 3 or 4 nights a week, Priest would go out, but leave his phone at home. The GPS date on his car didn't match his phone. They started to tail him. Caught him on surveillance ops that had nothing to do with his job, watching people like that dealer. IA started fishing around closer, loaded a monitor on his work computer and personal. Turned out the computer on his desk had been assigned to a narcotics officer a few years earlier, and when IT repurposed the machine, they didn't wipe the drive as per protocol. They just created a new user account. Not easy to find unless you know to look for it, but apparently Priest knew to look for it. The previous officer had used a program called PassVault to store all his passwords, so if Priest logged into the computer as him, he had access to all his accounts, including the database used by the narcotics department. They checked the logs, realized that was how Priest was getting his intel. Meanwhile, they connected 6 other deaths to him dating back nearly 3 years. He'd been at this a while. IA kept him in play, but watched him close as they put a case together. They found 2 more deaths, one in Indiana, another in West Virginia. That's when I was brought in. I linked 3 more deaths to him, all cops. Bad cops, mind you, we figured that out later, but dirty or not, we knew he killed them. He covered his tracks, and it doesn't matter how many times you sweep the floor, some footprints stick. When we finally confronted him, we had 14 murders tied to him, at least 3 more we couldn't prove. He admitted to everything. Didn't ask for a union rep. We didn't have to twist his arm. He was relieved. Priest said he wanted to stop and couldn't. Said maybe now he'd be able to sleep. Then he told us about his partner. What about his partner? He said his partner knew what he had been doing. Figured it out about a year earlier, and he'd been paying him to keep quiet. His partner was diabetic, and Priest said he swapped out one of his insulin bottles with saline. He told us now that the truth is out, his partner didn't have to die. Without looking at him, Nash said, "Sam would never hurt me, or Claire, or anyone else. You're way off base on this." Priest's partner was his cousin. Family, Poole responded. The people we are in public aren't the people we are behind closed doors. Vigilantes are born out of frustration with the system. Every one of the 4 MK victims got traced back to some kind of criminal activity. Retribution for their activity. We can't discount that. Who had more of a motive? Some kid caught up in the foster system, or a detective who has seen his share of bad guys walk? Nash closed his eyes and leaned back in the seat. Charleston. What? Whether you believe Bishop or Sam, both theories lead to Charleston, Nash said. You asked me to be objective. This is me being objective. Bishop is pointing us at Charleston, and Sam might have something there he doesn't want us to know. I'd be willing to look if it put an end to all this. He took out his phone and dialed Claire. The call went straight to voicemail. He opened his messaging app and began tapping out a message. What are you doing? Without looking up, Nash said, telling Claire and Claus to look for a Charleston connection on the victims in the hospital. Nothing on the mayor, Poole told him. Not until we figure this out. Nash didn't reply. He finished his message, hit send, and pocketed the phone. The driver braked a little too hard, and the back of the Escalade slid awkwardly to the left and then back to the right as he regained control. Both Nash and Poole glanced outside. It wasn't his fault. Traffic ahead was at a standstill, with brake lights burning and cars attempting to avoid a collision in the snow. Sorry, the driver said. The salt doesn't work well at these temperatures. It stops melting the ice at around 5 degrees. Nash sneezed again. How cold is it? 3 right now. With the wind, it's more like -10. Poole peered out the windshield. None of the traffic on Michigan Avenue was moving. Can you tell what's happening up there? Keeping his hand on the steering wheel, the driver pointed forward with his index finger. There's a crowd outside Metro. Maybe some kind of evacuation? Nash's phone dinged. He fished it back out of his pocket and stared at the display. What is it? He didn't say anything. Nash?
I just got a text from a restricted number.
What does it say?
You can't keep me safe. None of you. He won't stop until we're all dead.
Nash paused for a second.
It's signed A.B.
Chapter 51. Porter. Day 5, 3:20 p.m. Porter's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't make them stop. He stood, did jumping jacks, paced quickly in a little circle, tried sitting back down on the park bench with his hands under his thighs. None of that made much of a difference. Outside Metro, he managed to flag down a cab, but quickly lost the Lexus in traffic. In the movies, when someone tells a cab driver to follow that car, they do. When he tried it in real life, feeling foolish even as the words left his mouth, the driver just stared ahead at the hundreds of cars rolling up and down Michigan and asked, "Which car?" By the time Porter told him, the silver Lexus was gone. Bishop and his mother with it. He'd given the driver $200 in soggy bills for his coat and another $100 to use his cell phone, turning the ride to A. Montgomery Ward Park in River North into the most expensive cab ride he'd ever taken. When Porter put the coat on over his wet clothes and told the driver to let him out near the playground, the driver looked at him as if he were a crazy person. That was only 20 minutes ago, and Porter was beginning to agree with that assessment. With the temperature in single digits, his wet clothes were well on their way to freezing stiff. Within the coat, his body heat fought valiantly but futilely with the dampness. And Porter wished for a hat, because the only thing worse than standing outside in the dead of winter in wet clothes was standing outside in the dead of winter with wet hair. Porter got to his feet again, did another lap around the bench, and blew into his hands. Every inch of his body shivered, quivered, and revolted. When a horn blew from the road behind him, it took a moment for his brain to process what he heard, which he blamed on the hypothermia. He turned, started for the SUV, then realized he'd forgotten the box with Bishop's diaries on the bench. He scrambled back as quickly as he could on the slippery ground, retrieved the box, and stumbled back toward the awaiting vehicle, icy wind swirling all around. There was nobody in the passenger seat, but he climbed into the back anyway, thankful for the tinted windows. The heat wrapped around him like a heavy quilt, and when he tried to speak, his throat didn't cooperate.
"Hello, Emery."
Emery Connors turned in the driver's seat, her mouth hanging open.
"My God, Sam. Do you have any idea how cold it is? You're soaked. You could have died out there."
From the floor of the passenger seat, she grabbed a black backpack and handed it to him.
"You need to change out of these wet clothes." I grabbed some of Arthur's old things, socks, underwear, a few pairs of pants and shirts. I keep meaning to donate them to Goodwill or something, but anyway, just change right there. I won't look. Before you get sick or something.
The last thing on Porter's mind was modesty. He stripped off the wet clothes, piled them on the floor, and dressed in the clothes Emery pilfered from her murdered father's closet at her apartment. As he did, he glanced up into the rearview mirror. True to her word, Emery had her eyes pinched shut. Her knuckles were white. She was gripping the steering wheel so tight.
"You cut your hair,"
he said, buttoning the shirt. It was a little tight on him, but close enough.
"It looks nice."
His throat felt raw, but his voice was returning. Her eyes still closed, she reached up and touched her brown hair where it curled up just above her shoulders.
"I needed a change. Is it okay to look now?"
Porter threaded a black leather belt through the loops in his borrowed pants.
"Yeah."
He nodded at the radio.
"What are they saying on the news?"
Emery put the SUV into gear and pulled out onto Kingsbury, heading toward I-90.
"Nothing about what happened at Metro. Not yet. All the news channels keep bouncing back and forth between Stroger Hospital and that video of your partner kicking Bishop."
Nash kicked Bishop? He hadn't heard anything about this. She told him about Bishop's arrest, how he claimed Porter and Nash were dirty cops live on the air as he surrendered. All of it. Traffic picked up the pace when Emery followed the signs from I-90 to I-55 South with the skill of a seasoned professional.
"I didn't know you had your license yet."
At this, Emery's face flushed.
"I have a learner's permit. Arthur insisted I start private lessons last year. I went to a school for a little while. Then my bodyguard started to take me out to the track in Woodstock, which was way more fun.
They taught me all kinds of cool stuff like pit and pin maneuvers, threat recognition, weight transfer. Everything a teenage driver needs to know? Exactly. I hope somebody squeezed parallel parking into your lesson plan. That's what gave me the hardest time. Porter pulled a pair of black leather shoes from the bag. John Lobb's, Talbot's favorite. They were a size 11, and he normally wore 10.5. Close enough. When he finished, he looked up at her. Did you bring the rest? She glanced at him in the mirror, her face filled with concern. Are you sure about this? He nodded. Reaching over to the glove box, she pressed the release and removed 2 paper sacks. Emery handed them both to Porter. Inside the first were 2 stacks of bound 20s, $4,000 in total. The second bag contained a .38, a leather belt holster, and a box of ammunition. None of that is traceable, she told him. Arthur had it in his safe. The gun doesn't even have a serial number. He twisted the weapon and looked at the underside. She was right. If the number had been filed away, someone did a bang-up job. There were no tool marks. It looked more like the gun had been manufactured without one. Porter slipped the gun into the holster and clipped it to his belt. He placed the ammunition and money in the backpack. He transferred Bishop's diaries from the wet box to the bag, too. She took exit 286 from I-55 South and followed the signs for Midway Airport. When the speed limit dropped to 20, she veered to the left and took a narrow exit toward the private hangars. At the guard gate, she didn't even stop. The guard leaned out the small building, recognized her, and waved her through. Weaving through a series of buildings, she pulled through the large open door of Hangar 289 and parked next to a glimmering white jet with Talbot Enterprises painted on the tail. This was Arthur's favorite, Emery said. It's a Bombardier Global 5000, swank and fast. There's a couple more here in Chicago, but this is the one I like to take. Porter tried to imagine a world where an individual had several private jets at the ready, as an adult or a teenager. That reality was so far removed from his own one-car, small apartment existence, he couldn't wrap his brain around it. How this girl managed to keep a level head, he'd never know. I'm going to leave this car here for you, Emery continued. GPS is disabled. The plates are registered to one of Arthur's shell companies. Nobody will be looking for it, and if someone does, they won't find it. How will you get home? She nodded toward the mouth of the hangar. My security staff followed me. When Porter looked out the window, he realized another SUV had pulled up behind them. A cloud of exhaust rose from their tailpipe. There were at least 2 people inside. They don't know who I picked up at the park. I told them to follow 2 minutes behind me so they wouldn't see you. Emery turned back toward the jet. The plane is fully fueled, and the staff has been instructed to take you anywhere you want to go. Your name won't appear anywhere, and they won't file a flight plan until just before takeoff. I figured it's better if you tell them where you're heading instead of me. This way, if someone asks, I can tell them I really don't know. Once they have your destination, they'll arrange for another car to be waiting for you at landing, like this one, untraceable. She bit her lower lip playfully. Apparently there's a service for that kind of thing. Who knew? I imagine Arthur did. Yeah, I suppose he did, she agreed. Wherever you land, they'll wait for you. If you need to go somewhere else, they'll take you. Her voice dropped off for a moment as she weighed what she wanted to say next. I called one of my attorneys after you called me, just to determine what I could and couldn't do. I hope you understand. Porter did understand. I'm glad. Emery went on. I was told since you haven't been charged with anything, I'm technically not breaking any laws here. If they do file charges against you, he said I can wait up to 4 hours before calling the authorities and telling them what I know. He said that's an acceptable window. She made air quotes to emphasize her point. So, if you're charged, I'll tell them you asked to use one of my jets. I'll tell them the truth. I have no idea where you went. I don't know how long it will take them to figure things out from there, but the clock will be ticking. I'm not sure even the cars will be safe at that point. You might want to consider ditching whatever my people line up for you and take something else. Get a little more time. You know, if things come to that. She seemed a little embarrassed by this last statement, and she looked away. Porter sat back in the seat and took a moment to catch his breath, to look at the beautiful young girl in the front seat. I owe you for all this, Emery. You might be the strongest person I know. She smiled. You will never owe me. Not now, not ever. More than anyone, he understood the sacrifices she had made, the lengths she had gone to. He watched as she climbed out of the SUV and ran back to the awaiting car on the tarmac. They were gone by the time he got out with the backpack in hand and made his way to the steps of the Bombardier and disappeared inside. Chapter 52. Diary.
Libby wouldn't talk to me when she got back. I fell asleep in the hallway, leaning against her door, and didn't wake until I heard the girls shuffling up the stairs. My eyes fluttered open, and the three of them were standing there, staring at me. "Move," Tegan said. My eyes found Libby. "Are you okay?" She turned away, and a moment later she walked briskly down the hallway to the bathroom and slammed the door behind her. I scrambled to my feet, tried to go after her, but Tegan got in my way. "Just let her be. You can see her in the morning, but don't ask her about tonight. Don't ever ask her about tonight. Understand?" I nodded my head, but I didn't understand. I wanted to know. I wanted to help her. Tegan went after Libby, and after a soft knock at the door, was ushered inside. When Christina and I were alone in the hallway, she reached into her purse and took out a wad of cash. "There's $350 here. Give it to Vince. Tell him we'll get the rest next time." Before I could reply, she shoved the money in my hand and disappeared down the hall and into the bathroom. If the three of them spoke, I couldn't hear them, and as much as I wanted to press my ear against that door, I didn't. I told myself Libby would talk to me about it when she was ready. Vincent's door was locked, and he didn't answer when I knocked.
Chapter 53. Poole. Day 5, 4:01 p.m. Poole and Nash left the SUV sitting in traffic and ran the last few blocks to Metro. Most of the staff was outside on the sidewalks. Some had gone into area coffee shops and restaurants to keep warm. SWAT stood guard at the door, and nearly 40 minutes went by before they were permitted back inside. Both interview rooms were empty. Bishop and Porter were gone. The walls, floors, furniture, everything was wet. The text on Porter's whiteboard was an unreadable mess, and Poole did everything in his power to keep from punching a hole through the wall, while Nash spoke to his captain out in the hall. He stepped into the surveillance room. The equipment was all ruined, shorted out. He'd hoped to at least watch the minutes before their escape. This was a closed system, unlike building security, which had already proved to be useless. From what they pieced together, someone hacked the building. Like the video footage at Montague Labs, the prison in New Orleans, and the Langham Hotel, that someone had planted a virus that scrambled everything. Time codes, footage, everything. None of it was cohesive anymore, completely useless. They then overrode every electronic lock in the building and triggered the fire suppression system in order to create cover. Poole had no doubt whoever did it to free Bishop, Porter, or possibly both. CCTV at Stroger had also been compromised by the same perpetrator. Had to be. This wasn't just about escape. It was about creating chaos, more noise. He needed to focus. All these dead bodies, all connected. Bishop, Porter, both. Neither? The thought popped into his head. A whisper at best. Focus. Opening and closing drawers, he found a notepad and closed his eyes, drew in a deep breath, calmed himself. He pictured Porter's whiteboard as he last saw it, a snapshot in his mind. Poole tugged the board close, brought it into focus. When he could see it clearly, he began recreating all the text, writing everything out as Porter had organized it. Within a few minutes, he was done. Evidence boards. Lake, residence, Simpsonville, South Carolina. 12 Jenkins Crawl Road, Simpsonville, South Carolina. Anson Bishop's childhood home. Destroyed by fire. Ruled arson. Bishop's mother, suspect. 3 male bodies found inside. COD undetermined due to fire. Unidentified, one thought to be Bishop's father. Mother never found. Only survivor, Anson Bishop. Transferred to Camden Treatment Center, closed now, age 12. Trailer behind house rented to Simon and Lisa Carter, both missing. 5 complete bodies found in lake, unidentified. 1 dismembered body found in lake, believed to be Simon Carter. Chicago. Initial victims. 1. Callie Tremmel, 20. March 15, 2009. 2. L. Borton, 23. April 2, 2010. 3. Missy Lumax, 18. June 24, 2011. 4. Susan Devorro, 26. May 3, 2012. 5. Barbara McKinley, 17. April 18, 2013. Only blonde. Not Bishop's victim. 6. Allison Kramer, 19. November 9, 2013. 7. Jody Bloomington, 22. May 13, 2014. 8. Emery Connors, 15. November 3, 2014. Alive. Gunther Herbert, Talbot CFO. Not Bishop's victims. Arthur Talbot. Chicago. Secondary victims with Paul Upchurch. Floyd Reynolds, Ella Reynolds, Randall Davies, Lily Davies, Darlene Beale, Larissa Beale, alive. Libby McKinley, not Bishop's victim. Katie Quigley, alive. Wesley Hartzler. Tertiary victims, Chicago and Simpsonville, South Carolina. Jane Doe, Rose Hill Cemetery. Jane Doe, Red Line Tracks, Clark Station. Tom Langland, Simpsonville Courthouse Steps. Stanford Pence, Stroger Hospital. Christy Albee, Stroger Hospital. From Diary. Finicky Home for Wayward Children. Camden Treatment Center. 3 girls, 5 boys, ages 7 to 16. Anson Bishop, Paul Upchurch, Vincent Widener, Weasel, The Kid, Libby McKinley, Christina Niven, Tegan Savala, Detective Freddie Welderman, Detective Ezra Stocks. Other locations of concern. Montague Labs, 426 McCormick. Chapter 53. Poole. Day 5, 4:01 p.m. Poole and Nash left the SUV sitting in traffic and ran the last few blocks to Metro. Most of the staff was outside on the sidewalks. Some had gone into area coffee shops and restaurants to keep warm. SWAT stood guard at the door, and nearly 40 minutes went by before they were permitted back inside. Both interview rooms were empty. Bishop and Porter were gone. The walls, floors, furniture, everything was wet. The text on Porter's whiteboard was an unreadable mess, and Poole did everything in his power to keep from punching a hole through the wall, while Nash spoke to his captain out in the hall. He stepped into the surveillance room. The equipment was all ruined, shorted out. He'd hoped to at least watch the minutes before their escape. This was a closed system, unlike building security, which had already proved to be useless. From what they pieced together, someone hacked the building. Like the video footage at Montague Labs, the prison in New Orleans, and the Langham Hotel, that someone had planted a virus that scrambled everything. Time codes, footage, everything. None of it was cohesive anymore, completely useless. They then overrode every electronic lock in the building and triggered the fire suppression system in order to create cover. Poole had no doubt whoever did it to free Bishop, Porter, or possibly both. CCTV at Stroger had also been compromised by the same perpetrator. Had to be. This wasn't just about escape. It was about creating chaos, more noise. He needed to focus. All these dead bodies, all connected. Bishop, Porter, both. Neither? The thought popped into his head. A whisper at best. Focus. Opening and closing drawers, he found a notepad and closed his eyes. Drew in a deep breath, calmed himself. He pictured Porter's whiteboard as he last saw it, a snapshot in his mind. Poole tugged the board close, brought it into focus. When he could see it clearly, he began recreating all the text, writing everything out as Porter had organized it. Within a few minutes, he was done. Evidence boards. Lake, residence, Simpsonville, South Carolina. 12 Jenkins Crawl Road, Simpsonville, South Carolina. Anson Bishop's childhood home. Destroyed by fire. Ruled arson. Bishop's mother, suspect. 3 male bodies found inside. COD undetermined due to fire. Unidentified, one thought to be Bishop's father. Mother never found. Only survivor, Anson Bishop. Transferred to Camden Treatment Center, closed now, age 12. Trailer behind house rented to Simon and Lisa Carter, both missing. 5 complete bodies found in lake, unidentified. 1 dismembered body found in lake, believed to be Simon Carter. Chicago, initial victims. 1. Callie Tremmel, 20, March 15, 2009. 2. L. Borton, 23, April 2, 2010. 3. Missy Lumax, 18, June 24, 2011. 4. Susan Devorro, 26, May 3, 2012. 5. Barbara McKinley, 17, April 18, 2013. Only blonde, not Bishop's victim. 6. Allison Kramer, 19, November 9, 2013. 7. Jody Bloomington, 22, May 13, 2014. 8. Emery Connors, 15, November 3, 2014, alive. Gunther Herbert, Talbot CFO, not Bishop's victims. Arthur Talbot. Chicago, secondary victims, with Paul Upchurch. Floyd Reynolds, Ella Reynolds, Randall Davies, Lily Davies, Darlene Beal, Larissa Beal, alive. Libby McKinley, not Bishop's victim. Katie Quigley, alive. Wesley Hartzler. Tertiary victims, Chicago and Simpsonville, South Carolina. Jane Doe, Rose Hill Cemetery. Jane Doe, Red Line Tracks, Clark Station. Tom Langland, Simpsonville Courthouse Steps. Stanford Pence, Stroger Hospital. Christy Albee, Stroger Hospital. From Diary. Finicky Home for Wayward Children. Camden Treatment Center. 3 girls, 5 boys, ages 7 to 16. Anson Bishop, Paul Upchurch, Vincent Widener, Weasel, The Kid, Libby McKinley, Christina Niven, Tegan Savala, Detective Freddie Welderman, Detective Ezra Stocks. Other locations of concern. Montague Labs, 426 McCormick. Chapter 55. Diary.
I didn't remember going back to my own room, but I awoke lying on my own mattress, the sun on my face. I heard Weasel and the Kid playing in their room, but everyone else was missing, including Paul. The girls' doors were all open. They were gone too. I found Vincent in the barn, the hood of the truck braced up and parts lying all around. When I handed him the money, he just shoved it in his pocket.
How are we supposed to get to the store to buy anything?
He pointed at various engine parts on the ground with the head of a Phillips screwdriver.
Spark plugs, piston rings, air filter, belts, wiring harness for the plugs. The more I dig, the worse it gets. At least the tires aren't completely shot. Looks like they just need air, but we'll need a pump or compressor for that.
His head was back inside again, and I didn't hear the last part. We should hide all this. What if Ms. Finicky sees it? She'll know what we're doing. Without looking up, he waved a hand through the air.
Finicky never comes out here. She sticks to the house. Those detectives neither. Not that I've seen, anyway. They just... fuck!
He jumped back out of the engine compartment and looked at his finger. It was bleeding. He put it in his mouth. His hand was black with grease and oil, but he didn't seem to care.
Goddamn piece of shit!
I found a rag on an old workbench and handed it to him. He wrapped it around his index finger. The cut didn't look deep enough for stitches, but I bet it still hurt. He slumped down on the bumper. The metal groaned under his weight.
How are we going to get parts?
I had no idea. Can you make a list? Maybe the girls, when they're out, can...
They don't leave us alone,
Vincent interrupted.
Finicky takes the girls to town to buy groceries and some clothes, but she'll keep them all close. Even if we found a way for one of them to somehow sneak off and get to the auto store, they'd never be able to get all the parts back here without her seeing. We just need too much. These aren't the kinds of things you can hide in a purse.
If Father were here, he'd tell me to puzzle it out. He always said every problem has at least 3 possible solutions. And even if you think you know the perfect solution, you should spend the time to determine the other 2, so you could weigh them all against each other. Sometimes the easy or obvious wasn't the best, and sometimes the best wasn't obvious or easy. I'll puzzle it out.
You'll what?
I hadn't realized I said that aloud. I'll figure it out.
You're fucking weird,
Vincent muttered before standing and returning to the engine. You found tools, I said, changing the subject. There were several screwdrivers and 2 wrenches on the ground at his feet.
Under the sink up at the house, he replied without looking up. Not everything I need, but it's a good start.
Although we didn't speak much, I stayed in the barn with Vincent most of the day, handing him tools, helping when I could. It was a welcome distraction. Ms. Finicky returned with the girls at around 6 in the evening. All of them climbed out of her Toyota Camry with shopping bags in hand. Libby wore a yellow sundress and white tennis shoes. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She didn't see me watching her from the field. When I returned to my room, I found a new pair of black loafers, dark slacks, and a light blue button-down shirt on my bed. A note written in Ms. Finicky's hand sat atop the pile of clothes. It read, "After dinner, shower and change. Make yourself presentable. Be ready to leave by 8. Paul was on his bunk, but he didn't speak to me. Instead, he eyed the clothing for a moment before turning his back to me and facing the wall.
Chapter 56. Claire. Day 5. 4:58 p.m. Claire's eyes fluttered open in utter darkness. Not a scrap of light, and her first thought was of Emery Connors handcuffed to a gurney at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Her second thought was of 4MK, and she quickly raised her hands to her head, checked both ears, still there, and rubbed at her eyes, still there too. She was on the floor, her back slumped against the wall, and even through her congested nose she was able to smell mildew, must, and rot. She wasn't handcuffed. She hadn't been injured. There was no gurney. Claire screamed, and even though her throat was raw, she forced out the loudest, most frightening, bone-chilling scream she could muster. Anger, fear, and frustration vocalized in a primal cry that would go unmissed by anyone within earshot. Her voice echoed off unseen walls, back at her from above, and off the damp floor beneath her, and when she finally stopped, she listened to the echoes as they faded and died. Then the space went quiet again, all forgotten as if it never happened. Nothing left but the sound of her breathing. Her fingers went to her neck, found the tender place where she'd been injected. Someone had taped a cotton swab over the injury, cleaned things up nice and neat. She tore it off and tossed the bandage aside. Her gun was gone, but the holster was still clipped to her belt. When she forced herself to stand, her head swooned as if it were filled with water sloshing from side to side. The start of an epic headache pressed from behind her eyes, at the bridge of her nose. She forced herself to breathe in the stale air. "Hello?" The echo again, but nothing else. As Claire began to feel along the wall, taking slow, tentative steps, thoughts of Emery again came to her. The girl had recounted how she had done the exact same thing when she first awoke. Emery had circled her prison several times before realizing there was no door. Claire moved no more than 8 feet before she found one. Metal, both door and frame. The knob turned and rattled. The deadbolt above it did not. There was no thumb latch, only a keyhole. The door itself didn't move at all, even when Claire slammed her shoulder into it. She beat on it for another minute or so with the back of a closed fist, because it felt like the right thing to do, but she knew nobody would come running. She ran her fingertips over the wall again. Not concrete or cinder block, but stone, coarse and rough, stacked and cemented together. Claire reached up, felt nothing. She bent her knees and jumped, still found nothing. She knew there was a ceiling. The echoes told her that. She was also in good shape and knew her reach. The ceiling was at least 9 or more feet above. The floor was damp concrete, filthy. She wiped her fingers on her jeans. Claire had been in enough old Chicago basements to recognize the similarities, but this didn't feel residential. She couldn't put her finger on exactly what was off, But something was. Whoever drugged her had done so in the hospital stairwell. Theoretically, they could have gotten her to the hospital basement unseen, but she'd been down there several times, and this felt different from that space, too. Older, maybe? Could someone have gotten her out of the hospital? She held up a wrist to check the time, but couldn't even make out the shape of her watch in the dark, let alone how long it passed. Glazowski would be looking for her. Stout, too. Even Barrington was unlikely to go very long without trying to find her to complain about something. The security staff, her officers, Sutter, someone. Then she thought of her missing officers. Henricks and Childs. Nobody had looked for them. Not really. She should have. Who else could be expected to? Too much commotion. Everyone was worried about themselves. Nobody would look. Claire shivered, wrapped her arms around herself. She knew she had a fever, which would not be helped by this damp and musty room, and had meant to take something for it, some aspirin or ibuprofen. But you didn't, did you? And now you'll die here, wherever here is. Claire screamed again, not because she wanted to, but because she needed to. And when she did, she heard a loud click. Above her, fluorescent lights sparked to life, and when her eyes adjusted, she realized the metal door had a thick window, the kind with wire mesh embedded in the glass for security, the kind that can't be easily broken. From the other side of that glass, a face watched her, tilted slightly as he watched her. Claire froze. Sam? Chapter 57. Nash. Day 5, 5:03 p.m. Carmine's Pizza occupied the bottom floor of an old 3-story building on West 26th in an area of the city known as Little Village. Nash partially skidded, partially jolted his Chevy Nova into a parallel parking spot on the north side of the street, and listened to the motor cough as he studied the red, green, and white storefront. Several employees pushed out the door into the cold with insulated pizza bags in their hands. Some walking up and down the street, others heading to cars parked in the alley 2 buildings over. As Nash sat there, a man in his 60s held the door for one of them and stepped inside. He came out 5 minutes later with a pizza box in his hand. A teenage girl clad in a puffy pink coat, scarf, hat, and gloves ducked in a moment later and came back out holding 2 boxes and a bag before running back to an idling car driven by a woman who was most likely her mom. From the street, not a damn thing screamed escort service. In fact, the longer he watched, the hungrier he got. His stomach had started rumbling about 5 minutes ago. The report he received from Vice said the escort business had been running out of there for the better part of a decade. They also said Carmine's had a 4.5-star rating on Yelp. While operating an illicit business under the guise of a legitimate one was nothing new, Nash found the location of Carmine's completely baffling. It was less than a block away from the Cook County Department of Corrections, a 96-acre facility housing at least 6,500 prisoners, 3,900 law enforcement officials, and 7,000 civilian employees. He could see the corner of the large structure from his car. He couldn't help but wonder how many of those pizzas went to members of Chicago's finest every day. He'd be willing to bet they were accompanied by a secret handshake or a wink, because there was no way a fuck-for-hire shop operated that far below the radar. Vice knew. DOC had to know, but nobody gave a shit. Must be damn good pizza. Nash shut off the engine, climbed out of the Chevy, and darted across the street. He nearly slipped on a patch of ice at the edge of the sidewalk, regained his footing, and tugged open the door to Carmine's, stepping inside. The smell was godly. A kid of about 16 in a sauce-stained Carmine's t-shirt looked up from behind the counter, a paper hat on his head. Slice or pie? The kitchen was behind the counter, all open, completely visible. At least half a dozen ovens were in use, with 5 other employees toiling away, making sauce, washing dishes, kneading dough. Christ, this was making Nash hungry. He tried not to look. Can I speak to your manager, please? The kid rolled his eyes and shouted over his shoulder. Addie! Got another cop out here. Another cop? You get a lot of us? The kid didn't answer, just walked away, headed toward the back of the kitchen without another word. A moment later, a woman in her 50s came out of a door next to the sink. She was dressed in a white sweater, black yoga pants, and must have weighed 300 pounds. Nash watched as she turned sideways to squeeze between the tables and ovens to get to the front. When she reached the counter, she looked Nash up and down and smirked.
"What?" "I'm not here for the pizza," Nash said. "Well, that's bullshit. Even the cops who shake us down take the pizza. Come on."
She turned and started back the way she'd come. Nash followed. She led him to a small office space cluttered with boxes and told him to close the door. When he did, she dropped into a swivel chair behind the desk and leaned back.
"I told that guy Warnick everything I know. He said you'd come down here anyway. Said you might even bring the feds to try and shake me down. Waste of time, but do your damnedest if that's what you're here to do. Just wrap it up before the dinner rush kicks in."
"You don't seem very worried." She huffed.
"What can you do to me? Nothing illegal going on. I'm a matchmaker, that's all. What those adults do on their own time is their business, not mine. I've been in and out of court more times than I can count, and the charges never stick."
She leaned forward and lowered her voice.
"And frankly, if you knew some of the names on my client list, you'd know there was no chance in hell of me getting in trouble. I've got copies of my client list with friends all over the country. Something happens to me, and things will start to slip to the press. You'll see my Instagram account switch from cuddly cat pictures to photos of politicians dressed like little Bo Peep sucking on a ball gag. I could shoot you in the middle of 26 out there if I wanted to. Nobody's touching me. So again, it's after 5. We need to hurry this up. What do you want?"
There was another chair, this one in front of the desk. Nash removed the stack of opened envelopes from the seat, placed them on the desk, and settled in. Got comfortable. She frowned.
"That's not how we do this fast."
"Nope."
Sighing, she said, "Look, like I told Warnick, I sent over Latrice. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 22 years old, and willing to put up with the mayor's little kinks. She's been with him twice, knew what to expect. She'd been with me for 3 years, so I told her what to expect if he tried the unexpected, because those guys tend to evolve, or devolve, depending on your position. I've seen enough of them in my day. He's not a surprise or an anomaly. He's just a different checkbox in all the bullshit that is today's man. She went in prepared, as all my girls do. She arrived within 3 minutes of the time I expected her to, and she left 38 minutes early. No surprises, not from my end. I don't allow for surprises. I have no idea who your brown-haired girl is. She didn't come from me."
"Do you have any records?"
"You seriously think I'd let you see them if I did?"
Nash shrugged. She glanced over at the battered laptop on the corner of her desk.
"Couldn't show them to you even if I wanted to. My computer caught some kind of virus. All my files are screwed up. I'm waiting for my tech guy to come by and fix it."
Nash loaded images of the 2 women they'd found on Upchurch's computer and slid his phone across the desk. "Have you ever seen these 2? At first, she didn't look. Like if she stared at him long enough, he'd rescind his request. When she did, she just shook her head.
"No, they're not mine."
He then showed her a photograph of Porter. "What about him?" On Sam's picture, she paused, and at first Nash thought it was because she did recognize him. Then he realized she had seen so many male faces over the years it took just a bit longer to browse through her mental Rolodex.
"He's not a client,"
she finally said, leaning back in her chair. A relief settled over him before Nash realized a small part of his mind thought she might actually recognize Sam. And that worried him, because that singular thought came from the detective buried deep in his subconscious. Some people called it insight, others called it intuition. Porter had once told him to trust that voice. He said the subconscious had a way of piecing things together at a slightly faster pace than the conscious mind. And once he learned to trust that voice, listen to it, he'd become a better detective. Nash had told him he needed to stop listening to all the voices in his head. Maybe he needed to heed his own advice. He changed the subject. "When did your computer get the virus?" She frowned at the laptop.
"About a week ago. It was like it went senile and started forgetting shit. All the dates scrambled, that's the worst part. Every file I've looked at, even within files, like spreadsheets and Word docs, every single date changed to some random other date. I'm still not sure how it even happened. I'm not one of those people who clicks on links in emails or random websites. My IT guy said it's not even possible with the software he has running on here. He's clearly a fucking tool."
"I've got someone who could probably fix it. Want me to run it by him?" For the first time since he got there, she smiled.
That might be the funniest shit I've heard all week.
She grinned.
Sure, Mr. Copper. Take my laptop and make it all good again. Just don't peek at nothing. I can trust you, right? Fuck you.
The chair groaned under her weight.
I think we're done here.
One more thing. Nash scrolled through the images on his phone and found the one he wanted. It was the back of one of the Polaroids from the box in the mayor's suite at the Langham Hotel. He pinched the image and enlarged the handwritten text. 203, WF15 3K, LM, and slid the phone back to her.
Does this mean anything to you?
She leaned forward again, turned the phone so she could read the words. She didn't say anything, not at first. She didn't need to. The color left her face, and her mouth fell open for a short second before she regained her composure and slid the phone back to him.
Nope. Now is not the time to start lying to me. Talk to Warnick. I'm not getting in the middle of that.
Warnick knows what this is?
You need to leave.
She stood and started for the door, reached for the knob.
Is it related to Charleston?
This gave her pause.
Charleston? No. I'm not sure what you... Just talk to Warnick. How about the Guyon?
She quickly shook her head, flustered, trying to regroup her thoughts. Someone knocked on the door, and Addie pulled it open. A girl of about 19 was standing there in a gray cocktail dress and red heels. She frowned when she saw Nash. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were in a meeting." She looked back at the other woman. "I need a ride." Addie frowned.
"Michael will drive you. Unless Detective Nash here wants to give you a lift, he's leaving."
At the mention of the word detective, the girl's eyes widened. Nash stood.
"How about I take you to a shelter?" "How about you leave?"
Addie said, opening the door wider. Nash smiled at the girl, tried to look reassuring, and felt a sneeze tickling the inside of his nose. The girl took a step backward, away from him. He walked out of the office, past them both. From behind him, the woman said,
"This ain't nothing new, Detective. None of it. It's been going on since the first time Eve told Adam, you want me to do that? You best give me an apple. All I'm doing is keeping things organized and safe. You should be grateful. Better those girls work for me than run around on the street on their own. We both know how that story ends."
Nash did. He grabbed 2 slices of pizza fresh out of the oven, and he left. Not because he wanted to, but because this wasn't his fight. At least, not today. Chapter 58. Diary.
I'd grown fairly used to the detectives driving me around town. They took me to and from my meetings with Dr. Oglesby twice each week, and I'd seen them drive the others more times than I could count. I knew it was odd for police detectives to do such a thing, but I never asked why they did. All people had reasons for their actions, and I was sure their particular reasons would present themselves soon enough. For the most part, we all settled into our usual roles in the car. Welderman at the wheel, Stocks in the passenger seat doing his best to stink up the vehicle with the stale cigarette smoke that always seemed to loft off his clothes, and me in the rear, watching the backs of their heads, wondering if my seatbelt would hold if I were to shove an ice pick into Welderman's neck and he lost control of the car. For the record, I didn't have an ice pick. I didn't even know where I could find one, but such a thing didn't keep a boy from wondering. Normally, we didn't speak, but today was proving to be anything but normal. Welderman said, "Did your father die in the fire, Ensign?" "Yes," I replied, perhaps a little too quickly. Welderman's eyes remained on the road. "Of the 3 men found inside your old house, 2 have been identified as working for a man named Arthur Talbot. Does that name mean anything to you?" I saw the vans outside my house, the ones with Talbot Enterprises written on the sides. But I wasn't about to tell him that. I didn't say anything. "That only leaves 1 unidentified body, but here's the thing. We pulled some clothing out of your old house. There wasn't much left, mind you. The fire was fairly thorough. But one of the pairs of pants we found held up pretty good. Dress slacks with an inseam of 34 inches.
They were found inside what was left of a dresser in your parents' room, so we can reasonably assume they belonged to your father, since who else would store their pants there, right? A 34-inch inseam would fit a man between 5'11" and 6'1" or 2, a fairly tall man. Was your father a fairly tall man, Anson?
Again, I didn't say anything. Out the window, I watched the small, narrow roads of farm country fade away behind us and make way for the wider lanes of the highway. This wasn't our usual route. We weren't heading toward Camden Treatment Center. We were heading toward Charleston.
We believe he was, because the seat in his car was pushed nearly all the way back.
He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel.
Anyway, that last unidentified body from your house, he was only 5'9", not much left of his pants on account of the fire. But you know what we do know? His inseam sure as shit wasn't 34. A man like that tries to wear pants with a 34-inch inseam, and he'd have to roll up the cuffs at the bottom. Doubtful he did that. We're thinking both your parents survived that fire, not just your mother. What do you think about that?
I wish my father were still alive, but that doesn't make it true, no matter how hard I wish.
Welderman glanced at the man beside him. Hey, you know what I don't get? Stocks cleared his throat. What's that? If that kid's parents are still alive, how the hell did they let him roll into a night like tonight without doing anything about it? Can you imagine just standing by and watching something like that happen to your son? Your only son?
Stocks shrugged, and I swear I saw a puff of cigarette smoke rise up off his shoulder.
If they're alive, they're living nice off all that money they stole with the neighbors. Maybe they care more about that than they do about him. Yeah, maybe.
I knew they were just trying to push my buttons, get me to say something I normally wouldn't, but I wasn't about to do that. Father had taught me all these little tricks, taught me how to watch out for them. These guys weren't good cops. They weren't even bad cops. They were dirty cops. I gave them something else to think about. My father was a very patient man. If he were still alive, he'd wait until he learned everything he needed from both of you, watch you, maybe even follow you for a while. He might even be behind us right now. Then, when he got everything he needed and you were no longer useful, he'd find a nice, quiet spot in your house or your apartment or wherever you sleep at night, and he'd settle into the shadows until you laid your head down to rest. You wouldn't even know he was there until you were in some half-slumber and felt something warm around your neck. And when you woke and realized that warm something was your own intestines, and you'd been cut from your throat to your cock, he'd grin down at you and tell you that you should have been nicer to his boy. He's not alive, though, so I guess you don't have to worry about that. I fell silent for a moment, then added, I can't imagine what Mother would do. She wasn't so patient. Not like Father. Welderman glanced at me in the rearview mirror, but didn't say anything. Stocks didn't either. They both turned their attention back to the road. I'd been making mental notes of each road sign, exit, and turn, and I was grateful for the quiet so I could concentrate. After we left the highway, Welderman pulled into the parking lot of a run-down motel painted yellow with lime green trim. He parked next to a white panel van. A man in a navy blue trench coat got out.
Chapter 59. Claire. Day 5, 5:03 p.m. Not Sam. It couldn't be Sam. At least, she couldn't be sure. The face on the other side of the glass wore a black ski mask with a pair of sunglasses beneath to hide his eyes. And for a moment, Claire was grateful for that. Something about seeing eyes, recognizing eyes, would have been too much for her. This wasn't Sam, Because Sam wouldn't do this. She didn't feel well. She had a fever. Her thoughts weren't quite her own. The face on the other side of the glass tilted back in the opposite direction, righted itself. Claire couldn't see his mouth. The mask had no mouth hole. Smooth, empty, blank. She told herself she couldn't be sure this was even a man. She stood on her toes, tried to get a better look. Shoulders, chest, something. But the face leaned in closer, blocked her already limited view. "What the hell do you want, you crazy fuck?" The face tilted again, and she could almost feel a smile from the other side of that material. Brown teeth and rancid breath. That's the kind of smile she'd find if she could reach out and pull the mask away. She was sure of that. Maybe pointed teeth like a snarling dog, not human at all. "Get your shit together, Claire. This isn't only a man, this is a weak man. The kind of man who had to drug and lock you away because... Because why? There was a reason. There had to be a reason. Had she somehow gotten too close to something and not even realized it? 2 missing officers, 2 people dead. Maybe this guy didn't wait for you to stumble into anything. Maybe you were just next on the list. How about you grow a pair and open this door?" She took a step back. "I'll even count to 3 and give you a chance to run before I come out there and beat the living shit out of you." He only stared. Glossy, black bug eyes behind a mask. She reached for the doorknob and pulled at it. "I'm sick! You can't leave me in here! I need medicine! Christ, I don't even have water in here!" There was an audible click, and the lights went out again. The door vanished. The small window. The man. There was nothing but darkness. Claire cursed herself for not taking a moment to look around the room when she had the chance. She had no idea where she was. No idea if there was anything she could use to get out. She shivered. The cold tickled across her flesh, reached under her clothing and caressed, felt along the nape of her neck, and chilled every inch of her. She might as well be standing in a freezer, she was so cold. Things couldn't get worse. Couldn't possibly. Then she heard a scream. A man's voice, in horrible pain. He sounded as if he were no more than 5 feet away in that murky dark. Chapter 60. Nash. Day 5, 5:07 p.m. Nash hesitated outside Porter's apartment for several minutes before finally deciding to go in. When he came here with Claire a couple days ago, they had done so out of concern for Sam. They were worried about their friend, wanted to help. This time Nash was going behind his back, snooping. This was a betrayal, no matter how he tried to sugarcoat it. No crime scene tape marked the door. Technically, no crime had been committed. No reason for tape. Yet Nash had that same feeling in his gut that came when he was standing outside a crime scene. A twisting, churning, stirring of things better left alone. He'd knocked, several times. A small part of him hoped Sam would open the door, usher him inside with a smile, maybe offer him a beer, and tell him how they got all this wrong. Nobody answered the door, though, and Nash was beginning to wonder exactly what they'd gotten wrong. Bishop or Sam? Sam or Bishop? Both. It was the text from Claus that really spooked him. Prior to that text, the bits of evidence piling up around Sam had all seemed like nothing more than smoke kicked up by Bishop. Some fabricated tale to reposition the spotlight. Then the text came in when Nash was about halfway back to Metro. I found 4 cash withdrawals from Sam's checking account, $2,500 each in September of last year. Also found corresponding deposits on Upchurch's side, same amounts, within 48 hours of Sam's withdrawals. Anything over $3,000 would be reported to the IRS due to the Patriot Act. Sam would know that. He tried to keep this below the radar. This was followed by a second text a moment later. Facial recognition matched the images on Upchurch's computer to the 2 victims found this morning. I haven't found a way to confirm whether or not they are Christina Niven and Tegan Savala. I'm not sure those names are even real. No matches in Social Security or birth records.
Still digging. P.S. I feel like shit. You?
I feel peachy.
Nash rubbed his tender nose and tried to call Claus to get more detail, but he got voicemail. Same thing with Claire. That damn hospital was a giant black hole for cell service, always had been. He reread the texts, standing out there in Sam's hallway before finally taking out his keys and letting himself inside. The air felt oddly still, almost stale, like stepping into a tomb. He remembered coming here for dinner, not that long ago. Sam and Heather rushing around to make him feel comfortable. The Bears on the television, down by 7 in the second quarter. The volume was off. The radio played classic rock from the corner of the room. Hotel California by the Eagles. Funny how music could bring you back. No music now. Light filtered in around the drawn drapes. Dust floated silently through the air.
Sam, if you're here, I'm coming in.
He knew Sam wasn't there, but it seemed like the right thing to say. If not for that text from Claus, he might have turned and left. His eyes scanned the apartment, not sure where to start, not even sure what he was looking for. The FBI had already done a number on the place. Sam and Heather's books were all stacked in front of the various bookcases instead of on the shelves. Every page had been flipped, nothing hidden in or around them. Half the kitchen cabinets were closed. The rest stood open, contents scattered about. Same with the drawers. Nash went to the refrigerator and found nothing inside but some spoiled milk, stale bread, and slimy sandwich meats. Nothing in the freezer but ice. A crumbled piece of foil labeled ground beef was on the counter. He knew Sam hid money in there, but that had been gone before he went to New Orleans. When he retrieved the diary from... Nash returned to the living room. He hadn't noticed when he first walked in, but he should have. Sam's lazy boy, which Sam had flipped on its side to retrieve the hidden diary, had still been on its side when he and Claire were here 2 days ago, now stood upright. Sam had come back at some point after escaping Metro. With one hand under the chair and another on the armrest, Nash turned the heavy chair back onto its side and knelt down near the bottom. The material was pulled tight and fastened, internal workings sealed away as it should be. Not how the chair had been left. He grabbed a corner and tugged the Velcro, peeled the black cloth aside. With a flashlight from his phone, he looked up inside the chair. A white plastic package of some sort had been duct-taped against the plywood and metal frame, nearly out of reach. Nash stretched, got his fingers around a corner, pulled the package out, and set it on the floor in front of him. A white plastic trash bag holding square contents, tied off with black string around, not the diary. Something larger. Nash tore the tape from the edges, untied the string, and unfolded the plastic before he realized he wasn't wearing gloves. He took a pair from his pocket and slipped them on, then dumped out the contents of the bag, and sneezed. It was the dust, not the cold or flu or whatever.